Okay, so welcome to our subject, Special Crime Investigations with Legal Medicine. So we will discuss the whole coverage for the first exams. And then I would like to remind you in advance that there will be another set of SIM will be downloaded to the LMS, no? Always open your LMS so that you will be updated with our subjects. Okay. So first, we will discuss first the brief history of the criminal investigations. Okay. So the origin of America's systems of criminal investigations can trace back to the towns and cities of England throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. The ensuing crime wave forced law enforcement officials to take extreme measures as a result of thief catchers were recruited from the shop of the street to assess the law enforcement officials and tracing criminals. So the history of the criminal investigation, it was started aeons ago during the time of Henry Fielding, Robert Fields, so on and so forth. Okay. Now, at the time, there were two types of thief catchers. Pag minutag thief catchers, katuning nagadakop sa mga kawatan, no? So, first is we have the Harlings. Harlings, they are the first group of people who are in charge by the government to run after the criminals. The Harlings' motivations were just for the benefit of monetary conciliations or mercenary in nature. So, ang kailangan sa Harlings, so anong gitawag sila Harlings kay, muhatag sila informations or sila mismo ang mudakop sa suspected criminals provided nga bayaran sila og kwarta. Meaning, their services is not for free, no? So kailangan na ikambyo na bayad. Then the second one is the social climbers. Dili ni siya katong social climbers nga kanang kuan ha, kanang mga social lang diya nga bisag way kwarta, no? So social climbers would connect their conspirators in order to move up the social ladder. So ang ginabuhat aning social climbers is katong nabawan nila nga kauban sa nangawat, mo to ilahang kuanon, mo to ilahang duulon niya ko istoryahan lang, kuhaan lang informations. So pag makuha na lang information, ma-identify na gito kung kinsa tong mga kauban niya. So diya pa lang sila mulihok. Okay? Unlike sa Harlings, once they will be given an assignment to identify the criminals and to arrest the criminals or to give the identification of the criminals to the authorities. So kinahanglan na sila bayad. Actually, nagyapoy bayad ni social climbers. Okay. Now, in England, the first police work only at night and were originally called as the Watch of London. So they are the first investigator in London. They are called as the Watch of London. And later on, they are called as the Charles or the Old Charlie. So magini sila ang unang police, no? Remember, the Watch of London or was changed into the Charles or the Old Charlies. They are the first police in London, no? Ang the Charles. Now, Bow Street Runners. So Bow Street Runners, these are the form or the group which was founded by the Senior Chief Magistrate of London, no, in Bow Street Runners. That is referring to Henry Fielding. Okay. Now, criminal investigation in England, the Bow Street Runners during the 1750s. Due to rampant criminality, particularly the crime of burglary and robbery in Bow Street in London, Henry Fielding, as Senior Chief Magistrate Bow Street Court in London, personally contacted local residents, business owners, particularly the pawnbroker, to personally coordinate with him and to help him due to the eagerness of Henry Fielding to stop, eradicate the crimes in Bow Street, London. Now, based on the experience ni Henry Fielding as a senior chief magistrate, nakita niya nga wala gibisag usa ka kriminal or kawatan nga nadakpan o napailan og kaso sa Bao Street Court. So because of that, daghang kay reklamo ang mga communities. So nipaso sa yung idea nga magtukod siya isa ka organizations, and that is known as the Bao Street Runners. Now the Bao Street Runners, formerly the first name of the Bao Street Runners is the Paris Constable, in which their work or their mode of the operation is similar to the night watchman duty. Okay, now let's continue. Fielding took seriously with his new responsibility as a crime fighter and create his own group as a new crime busters and applied a new crime fighting methods. One of the best such techniques is appointing of Paris Constable, adapted the night watchman duty. So meaning, wala sila duty sa adlaw, sa gabi ilang tanan, no? Kay kasagarang may tabo ang kawat, gabi iman. These hunters quickly started carry out of criminal investigations, which is task and became a well-known as successful tip takers by means of their relations with London criminals underworld. Now take note, the first group which was founded by Henry Fielding, that is known as Paris Constable. But later, the Paris Constable was changed its name into Bao Street Runners. Balikan na to ha. Ang grupo nga gitukod ni Henry Fielding nga mao'y manakop o mo-identified sa criminal, dinatawag to siya og Paris Constable. Pero paglabay sa mga pipila ka mga panahon, ilang gialisdan ang pangalan. Gitawag na nila og Bao Street Runners. Now, this became a first well-known investigative body in England. Take note, the Paris Constable or the Bao Street Runners, that is the first well-known investigative body in England. So balikan na to, the first investigative body in England, that is the group of Henry Fielding, that is known as Bao Street Runners. But the first name of the Bao Street Runners, known as the Paris Constables of England. The Bao Street Runners are not paid. What they receive is an incentive through percentage to all fines resulting from successful prosecution of thieves. Now take note. So the Bao Street Runners, they never receive salary from the government. What they have received is the incentives. Dito say na imadakpan na kawatan. Ilang ipailan ng kaso, so mubayad man ang piyansa. So dito sa piyansa, na sila'y bahin, no? Na sila'y porsyento dito. Para saan ang nahitabo karon anang atuwa ka ng sa barangay Tanod na manakop sila og katong walay face mask, no? So kutob sa ilang madakpan, multa na sa 500. So nana sila ginatawag nato og 60%. 60%, yes, 60% sa multa. Kung 500, 6 times 530, so nana sa 300. Ang 200 sa gobyerno, ang 300 sa ilaha. So that is similar to the work of the Paris Constable or Bao Street Runners. They never receive from the government. They never receive salary, but they receive incentive from those criminals who are arrested and charged in court. Okay. Now, the Bao Street Runners were forerunners of a trend policy or specialization within the police force. In England, the police worked only at night and were originally called as the Watch of London. Now, take note, the first police work at night in London, they are called as the Watch of London. So like ni siya nga grupo. Ang grupo gid ni Henry Fielding is katong the Paris Constable or the Bao Street Runners. Okay, so now let's continue. This one developed into the Old Charlies. Ang Watch of London, gi-change man itong pangalan, the Old Charlies, no? So the Old Charlies were paid by the residents. So ang Old Charlies food, they receive salaries directly from the community they serve, no? Atong sa komunidad mismo, let's say, Barangay 1. So, og naay nagapatrolya dito nga Old Charlies. So, katong Barangay 1 mo to ang nagabayad sa ilahang sweldo or trabaho sa Old Charlies. Okay. These Paris Constables originated in London in 1253 and lasted until 1829. So, the Paris Constable or the Old Charlies was and their history in 1829, because in the year 1829, the first salaried and professional police was established, and that is created and founded by the known father of modern policing, in which we are referring to Robert Peel. So Robert Peel, when he was appointed as the chief of police, so he created the first salaried and professional police in London. And they called us the Bobbies of London or the Constable of London. So nahuman ang history sa Paris Constable o sa Bow Street Runners katong 1829. Pero nagsugod sila katong 1253. Okay, now let's go to the legal safeguards of persons under custodial investigations as mandated by Republic Act 7438. If an individual faces himself into a certain situations that resulting to his arrest, it is important for persons of authority, such as the public officers, to inform the arrested person about his or her rights. Now, even the Philippine constitutions give mandates to law enforcement agencies while in the conduct of custodial investigations under the Article 2, Article 1 and the Article 3 of Section 12 of the Philippine Constitutions, which is clearly mandated that every person who are under custodial investigations or arrests, the police must shall properly inform the basic rights of a persons under arrest or subject for custodial investigation. Any person subject for arrest must properly be informed of the offense that he or she committed. So it was clearly also enforced under this law, the Republic Act 7438, on what is the language stated by the Article 1 and the Article 3, Section 12 of the Philippine Constitutions was given in force by the Republic Act 7438, which is strictly mandating that a person who are under custodial investigations must be properly informed of his basic rights as part of the so-called due process of law. So what is the due process of law? There are two important events or features on the due process. First is the right to be informed and the right to be heard. So unsa man ang right to be informed? Kailangan makabalo siya nga nung gidakop siya unsa iyang sala nga nabuhat. And then right to be heard. So dapat na sa tagaan sa katungod o panahon nga dunggon ang iyang mga rason o iyang pag-explika o pag-justify sa usa ka butang nga iyang nabuhat. Una siya pag-desisyonan nga guilty, no? So, unproven wise. There are some cases when public officers violate the law. So, although violating the rights of individual during the custodial investigations is not a new language, that is an old term. For those persons who does not have any idea about these constitutional rights, unlawful arrest may seem normal. So, manang uban, if you try to look at the warrant of arrest, during the conduct of arrest, the police officers, that is optional for them to bring the copy of the warrant of arrest, provided that when they conduct the persons who having an order of arrest from the legal authorities, they need to inform their authorities, no? They need to inform their authorities and they need to inform the basic rights of a persons during the time of arrest. Now, if the persons resist to arrest because the police officers failed to bring the warrant of arrest and then they forcibly bring the persons subject for arrest by the virtue of warrant of arrest, but the problem is hindi nila nadala yung warrant of arrest during the conduct of arrest. It doesn't mean that the said persons are illegally arrested. Pwede naman pagdating doon, ang importante lang napaalam yung kanyang karapatang pantao, nagpakilala yung pulis, nahuli doon sa suspect, and then pagdating doon sa police stations, kailangan ipakita mo talaga ang warrant of arrest. Kasi kung wala kang may pakitang warrant of arrest, yung paghuli nyo sa kanya at that time, that is considered as illegal arrest kasi wala nga kayong authority. If you're trying to say you invite, but you're forcefully take that person. Kasi ang invite kasi, pag ayaw ng tao, huwag mo siyang pilitin kasi magkakaroon talaga ng legal technicalities dyan. Now, let's continue. The Republic Act number 7438, an act defining a certain rights of a person arrested, detained, or under custodial investigation, as well as the duties of the arresting officers or detaining investigating officers, and providing penalties for violations thereof, provides a comprehensive explanations about the rights of an arrested persons and the penalties for public officers who violate the law. So there are also some instances na yung mga suspect lang, yung mga person of interest na inimbita nung kapulisan tapos nagkaroon ng police lineup, they invoke their rights. Sabi nga sila, their rights is violated. Now, police lineup is not part of the investigations. No, that is only a matter or a process of possible identifications. So meaning, during the police lineup, the suspect cannot invoke the rights because there was no rights violated at that time. No? So walay violation sa police lineup. Not unless, imo silang i-investigahan, so that is the time you need to inform their basic rights. Okay? Under this act, any person is subject for arrest or under custodial investigation must be immediately informed to have his legal counsels to assist him during the conduct of tactical investigation or interrogations. Now, dito naman tayo sa right to have a legal counsel. Kasi sabi nga ng unang batas, you have a right to have a legal counsel of your own choice. But if you cannot afford to have one, the state to the police stations will provide you one without any single centavos expenses at your own side. So meaning, klaro kayong balaod, nag-iingon dito na ang tao nga gidakop na ay katungod nga mukuha o mupili o usa ka abogado nga para iyahang gusto, no? Pero iyang bayaran. Pero kung wala say kabayad o mukuha o usa ka abogado, ang atong gobyerno pinagi sa atong kapulisan muhatag sa iya o usa ka abogado nga libre sa tanang mga galastuhon. Karon ang pangutana, wala man siya makuha ang abogado, wala siya private counsel at that time, and they have no capability to pay the expenses to have a private counsel. So gitagaan siya abogado. Nya karon kay katong abogado nga gihatag siya dili man niya gusto, is the right of a person to have a legal counsel of his own choice violated? Legally, yes, but technically, no. Ano man? Legally, kay dili man niyang gipili, gihatag raman to sa iya. Karon, technically, there is no violations. Why? Because under the law, the police officers cannot conduct a question and answer during the custodial investigations if the suspects are not assisted by a counsel either by choice or by appointment. Okay, so klaro kayo, no? So klaro kayo. Kung maabot ang abogado dito, mingon ang suspect nga, dili ko gusto sa imo ha. No, dili ko gusto gobyerno nga abogado. So wa man siya partay kabayad. So ang abogado ana, ingon siya sa abogado. Yes, tinuod, dili ko nimo gusto. Ug wala ko na ako gigusto nga mahimo nimo abogado. Apan trabaho na ako ang mabugar kanimo pagabantayan ang imong tawhanon katungod sa mga posibleng ipangutana karon kanimo base sa mga pasangil nga gilabay ngadto kanimo. So mora na ang trabaho gid sa legal counsel, bantayan ang iyang katungod, pagaprotektahan siya o pagadipinsahan kung unsa man ang mga pangutana nga dili angay pagatubagon sa suspect. Okay? The law clearly mandates to any public officers and or employee of anyone acting his order or his place who legally arrest or detain or investigate any persons who is allegedly committed a crime shall be informed of his right by way of using a clear language. So, unsa man yung clear language? Klaro kani under the rules of court, no? Under the rule 113, no, dito sa arrest. The police should use a clear language. Unsa man yung clear language? Katong mga lingwahe or pinulungan nga madali lang masabtan sa usa ka suspect sa kaso. Kung dili siya kasabot sa language nga Tagalog, so iya ginang Bisayaon. No? Kung foreigner po na siya, so kung dili po maka-istorya, makalahutay istorya ang pulis, magkuha po interpreter ang pulis. So para dili ma-violate itong ginatawag nato nga use of a clear language or a dialect that persons under investigations can easily such as to remain silent and to have a counsel by his own choice. If the arrested person cannot afford one, the state will provide one through the initiative of the police officers who handle the case. So, under the Section 2, Paragraph B of the Rule 113. Okay. The enabling clearly stating that assigned investigator in case that the investigation report must be made into writing and it must be signed or thumb marked. So, nanay tayo ginatawag karon na Q&A nga form, no? And then pag Q&A nga form na, dapat ang tubag dito, sulat gina sa ballpen, no? Ang answera na katong suspect na giimbestigahan para iwas pusoy. By the person arrested or detained who do not know how to read and write, it shall be read and carefully explained to persons under investigation by a counsel who assisted to him provided by the assigned investigator in case in a language or a dialect known to the persons under investigations. Otherwise, the investigations are considered as null and void and no effect. So kung mugamit kag foreign language, ang kasabot ng tao nga imong giimbestigahan, so which means nga ikaw lang ang nagbuot-buot ato, when in fact, nagpirma-pirma na lang ang akusado ato bisag wa sa kasabot kay imo man siguro siyang nga kuan ngani pirma na lang kani mo na imong pangutana sa mo dili day mo ang unod sa Q&A or sa undertaking or sa affidavit. Okay, so that is tantamount to the violation of the rights of a person, the right to be informed. Okay, so now let's go to the NBI personnel complement shall be increased and the procedure upgraded as follows. So now let's go to the chart, no? So the old positions is Director 6. The new positions is Director, is known as NBI Director. So their salary grade is G30, there was no changes. Then for the Deputy, for the Director 5 or Assistant Director, known as the Deputy Director. For Director 3 or Deputy Director, known as Assistant Director, from salary grade 27, it was increased into salary grade of 28. For Director 2 or for the Regional Director, from salary grade of 26, it becomes salary grade of 27. Sa bago nga, balao katong RA, no, sa modernizations. Now, for the Director 1 or Assistant Regional Director, from salary grade of 25, it became salary grade of 26. Then, Investigation Agent 6, known as Head Agent katong sa district, so there was no changes of their salary grade, as well as for the Investigation Agent 5, or known as Supervising Agent katong sa mga field offices. No, there was no changes of their salary grade. Now for Investigation Agent 4, so there was no changes of their names as well as their salary grade from Investigation Agent 3 up to Special Investigator 3. So the lowest rank in the NBI is Special Investigator 3. Now let's go to with the FBI. The FBI was created probably as a single most major development in criminal investigations in the United States. Was the establishment of the FBI in 1924. originating as the Justice Department's Bureau of Investigations in 1907. The FBI originally had a very few responsibilities. When new federal laws governing interstate transportation of stolen automobiles were passed, however, the Bureau extended much disregards John Edgar Hoover's. Now, remember John Edgar Hoover, he was the first appointed director of the FBI when the FBI was created way back in 1924. Again, John Edgar Hoover was appointed as the first FBI director way back in 1924 when the Federal Bureau of Investigation Agency was created. That he would strive to eradicate corruptions and get the agency out of politics. Muna sa Amerika, pwede dakpon sa FBI o filag kaso ang presidente o senador. Pero di sa Pilipinas, tistingig dakop bisang ang atong FBI director dili basta-basta makadakop sa mga senador o congressman, no? Kay naamay balaod ta katong immunity, no? So while the Congress is on sessions, okay, so that is only in the Philippines. Today, the FBI is one of the many federal investigative agencies that has made great advances in professionalizing in the field of criminal investigations. Okay, so now let's go to the Pinkerton National Detective Agencies. So if you, as you have remembered, we going back with your subjects and the industrial security concepts. So we also discussed about the contributions of Pinkerton. Now, Pinkerton is the first national detective in US. So they are the first private detective agency which was commissioned by the FBI. When in fact, Pinkerton, he is a former member of the Chicago Police, no? Si Pinkerton. Okay. The Pinkerton National Detective Agencies or Pinkerton National Detective Agency founded in 1850 by Scottish immigrant Alan Pinkerton. The Pinkerton Agency was called on by communities to handle cases that the local enforcement officers were incapable to investigate due to incompetency or limited resources. So if you try to look at the work of Pinkerton, so atong una, ang mga komunidad, pag nangyayari kawat, ikawatan sila, wala sila saling sa kapulisan. So instead nga, doon sila sa pulis para paimbestigahan o may lang kung kisya nangawat, muadto sila dito sa detective agency ni Alan Pinkerton because believing that the group of Pinkerton have a capacity and a will skill in conducting criminal investigations compared to their local police. So murag nga lang natabwa. So kung ang may tabugan is kawat, wala nilang kawatan, murag na useless ang American police at that time. Kaya nga naman, dili man mo doon sila kung dili mo ito sila kay Alan Pinkerton, no? Magbayad sila dito. Now, Pinkerton offered the field of criminal investigations with several innovations. One of the best practice applied by Pinkerton is by way of devising the Rogues Gallery. So, ang isa sa natabang ni Pinkerton dito sa US Police is katong pag-devise sa ilang Rogues Gallery. Kung saan paghanay sa mga picture, sa mga katong nangadakpan nila itong una, para pag-abot sa panahon nga na magreklamo, so mo na ito ilang abrihan, ipatanaw sa biktima kung mao ba ning dagwaya ang naghimuog krimen sa ilaha. No? That is one of the great contributions of Alan Pinkerton and the history of police America, in which Alan Pinkerton devising the method of the Rogues Gallery. Now, which was compilation of descriptions, methods of operating. So meaning, Rogues Gallery is a compilation of description, methods of operations, hiding places, and name of associates of known criminals. The Pinkerton National Detective Agency was the first organization of its type in the United States. In fact, its organizational structure was later adopted by the Federal Bureau of Investigations. So not only the American police adopt the system or the method made by Pinkerton, but also the FBI adopted the structural design made by Ferkenton. Now let's go to the very own, the National Bureau of Investigation. So at present, the National Bureau of Investigations was reorganized into a modernizing National Bureau of Investigations by the virtue of Republic Act 10873 of June 23, 2016. So the present reorganization act and modernization of the National Bureau of Investigations by the virtue of Republic Act number 10867 of June 23, 2016. It is the policy of the state to promote and maintain an effective, modern, gender responsiveness, competent, and highly trained investigative body, functionally integrated and national and scope. Toward this end, the states shall formulate plans and programs to enhance and modernize National Bureau of Investigations with expanded structures, capability, and manpower responsive to the demands of the times. Reorganizations, modernizations, and expansions. The NBI is hereby reorganized and modernized to adequately meet the increasing demands of the community deserves of an expanded investigative and detective work. It shall implement in the modernization program gears toward the acquisitions of the state-of-the-art investigative and intelligence equipment and the establishment of forensic and scientific laboratories. The program shall include provisions for the training of its personnel in this regard. The present organizational structure of the NBI shall be reorganized into the Office of the Director, Office of the Deputy Director for all Administrations, Office of the Deputy Director for Operations, Offices of the Assistant Directors of the Investigation Services, Intelligence Services, Controller Services, Human Resource Management Services, Forensic and Scientific Research Services, Legal Services, and Information and Communication Technology Services. Each services shall be composed of the necessary divisions and sections. The NBI shall establish regional offices in every region, which to be headed by the regional director, and the district offices in every province to be headed by a head agent. Now, sa district offices sa NBI, ang head is known as the head agent. Field offices may also be established and maintained by the director as the need arises. So like for instance, kanang sa Davao del Sur, ang field offices sa NBI na dito sa Bansalan, sa Palengke. So kanang mga taga Davao del Sur, o taga Kidapawan, pwede na sila makuha ang NBI clearance dito na sa Bansalan. Okay, mas doon man. So dili na sila mga negli sa Davao. Okay, now let's go to the London Metropolitan Police. Now take note, as we discussed earlier, that the London Metropolitan Police Force was created by Robert Field way back in 1829, and they are called as the Boobies of London, or the Constable of London. Now, the London Metropolitan Police, the great watershed in British force, or British Police Force, development happened in 1829. So, di ba, nahuman ang history sa Constable, sa Paris Constable, or sa Bow Street Runners, it was in 1829 because the Sir Robert Field created the first salaried and professional police force in London, and that is called as the Boobies of London, or the Constable of London. Okay, now let's continue. With the beginning of the London Metropolitan Police Department, officers of the department were named Boobies, or Constable of London, after the department's founder, Home Secretary Sir Robert Field. The new police were England's first paid full-time police force, which is consisting of about 1,000 uniformed officers at that time, no? And then the bobbies or constables, which is the origin of the British police, were compulsorily to meet rigid standards of professionalism. Minimum standards included minimum weight and height requirements and standards of literacy and character. Skills in crime detections began to prosper during the 19th century with the foundation of personal identification system by Alphonse Bertillon, which also appointed as the first director of the criminal identification section of the Paris Police Department. So when Robert Field created the first constable in London, or the bobbies of London, so that is also the time that they also create the London Crime Laboratory, or the first personal identification system laboratory, in which Alphonse Bertillon was also appointed as the director of the criminal identification system of the Paris Police Department. Criminal investigations in America. Criminal investigation in America, as the frontline moved westward during the 19th century, criminals modeled serious problems in newly settled areas. Mining camps, towns seems to experience more violence compared to other areas. Law enforcement agencies, criminal courts, if present at all, made only minor progress in protecting the huge areas within the jurisdictions. Following the lead of London's police force, the first professional police forces were established in the United States at Boston in 1837. In New York, it was in 1844, and Philadelphia in 1854. By the 1870s, almost all major cities had a municipal police department in US. As England criminal investigations, public law enforcement was regarded as politically dangerous because it favored only those who could pay. So like kayo, no? So kung nakaikabayad, so kaya nimong i-bribe ang pulis. So kung wala kay kabayad, apriso juga. But the rapid growth of cities produced violent crimes and vice activities that established a breakdown of social order in communities, growing incidents of crowd, violence between Protestants and Catholic immigrants, and Native Americans and abolitionists. And the pro-slavery groups were probably the most crucial catalysts for expanded police functions. Any extrajudicial confessions made by a person arrested or under custodial investigation shall be made in writing and must be signed by said persons with the presence of counsel. So klaro kayo, any extrajudicial confessions or whatever the informations made by the suspected persons who are under arrest and under custodial investigations, all of this must be signed in the presence of his counsel, either by choice or by appointment. Kung wala gani siya abogado during sa custodial investigation o katong paghatag niyang information ngadto sa atong kapulisan, na ang iyang isa ka basic rights na katong magtagaan og usa ka abogado o pag-asistihan sa usa ka abogado sa adlaw nga pagpangutan o pag-imbestigar kaniya. Kung walay abogado, ang tanang mga gihatag nga informasyon or ebidensya kana mahulog nga dili pagadawaton sa atong korte. Nga naman, kay kanang mga ebidensya or mga information nga gihatag sa usa ka suspected person sa dihang gipangutana siya o sa dihang imbestigahan siya, tungod kay wa man siya abogado, so ang tanan nagipanghatag sa usa ka suspected person during sa investigation, mabaliwala ang tanan. Just like in the case of, because the concept was taken into the doctrine of Miranda. Not only the doctrine of Miranda, but also the doctrine of Scooby-Doo versus Illinois. Okay? So, dua ka klase is, ang una, in the case of Dr. Ernesto Miranda, and the second one is in the case of Mr. Scooby-Doo. Okay? Now, on the event, if a counsel is absent, a valid waiver and with the presence of a parent, elder, brother or sisters, spouses, the municipal mayor, the municipal judge, district school supervisor or priest or ministers of the gospels as chosen by him. So ngayon, kung wala siya abogado, di po siya gusto sa kanang abogado sa atong gobyerno. So the police should make a waiver that the said suspect waive his right to have a legal counsel. But that waiver, it must be signed by the presence of the counsel or by the presence of his immediate family or their priest or pastor. Such extrajudicial confession shall be inadmissible as evidence in any proceeding. So kung wala ning mga lisgutan nga karakter diri, mayor, municipal judge, district school supervisor, priest or minister, or iyang asawa, or iyahang mga igsuon or ginikanan. So kung niya nga, pero kay abogado, pwede na akong ginikanan nga magpamatuod nga nihatag ko sa inyong suon na ay waiver. And it must be signed in the presence of the counsel. So, ningkang, di mo sa kailang abogado, sir. So, kinalangga po ng abogado nga nagpamatuod po nga dili sa gustong abogado. So, para papirma dito sa waiver, ang witness dito mismo ang abogado. Alangay mo ng witness ang parents nga mudapig bang gina sa iyang anak, di ba? So, that is a simple idea, okay? The law clearly states that any persons who are arrested and detained or under custodial investigation shall be allowed to be visited or talks with his immediate member of the family, which shall include the spouse, fiancé. Sabi ng fiancé, kato ning iyang mga kauyaban, no? Parent or child, brother or sisters, grandfather or grandchild, uncle or aunt, nephew or niece, and guardians or ward. So ning ward, kato mga tao nga, ang ilang pagkatao gibilin sa ilahan o katong gibilan sa iyaha, or any medical doctor or priest or religious minister chosen by him or by his counsel, or any national government organization duly accredited by the Office of the Human Rights. Na mano sa itong mabayolate sa Bureau of Correction sa BGMP atong una na gustong maistorya sa kuan sa pineriso ang iyang uyab tungang gabi na o bisag iyang ginikanan, mubalibad ang DGMP officer or ang correction personnel. Kaya dili na daw pwede o parang buntag kinahanglan hayag daw kaya naman di oras sa visiting hours. No, that is tantamount to the violations under the RA 7438. Ang gingon diri, kung gikinahanglan gid pag-ayo, na maistorya sa piniriso ang iyang gustong tao maistorya, dapat yun tawagan sa BGMP personnel or sa Bureau of Correction personnel, katong taong gusto nilang maistorya, kung gusto po ba silang makaistorya sa piniriso. So dili gina sa ingon nga dili na pwede kay kung nay nakadungog niya na ang iyang hangyo nga gusto niya maistorya ang taong gusto niya istoryahon, nga wala sa gitugutan sa kuan kay paugmaan pa, nya tapos naghikob na o nagwild, no? So pag-imbestiga na may bawaan karon, so katong duty officer of that day, so will be administratively liable. Even the senior officer, administratively liable po. Because klaro kay ang gisulti sa balaod, no? Ang pineriso, kung gusto niyang maistorya ang iyang tao, iyang ginikanan, igsuon, anak, apo, or whatever, na basta nabutang diri sa balaod sa Civil 438, kana dapat pagatumanon sa atong mga hingtundan or authorities. Kay kung dili, ma-charge sila og administrative. Okay? So, yan, no? As to mention of this act, custodial investigation shall include the practice of issuing an invitations. So, katong wala kay warrant, talay nagsumbong dito, no? Kanang init pa kayo, katay, karong buntag na itabo na, nagsumbong dahil dito. So, o nilampas ang 4 ka oras. So, imbitahan tong suspect. Pero kung nakay pagtugot, kung nakay pagtuo, nga kining tao nga inyong giimbita nga wala pay warrant of arrest, kaya ang purpose na para di siya katakas, karon inyo sang gidiretso og kulong, violation ba siya? Under the terrorist doctrine, investigations and immediate custody of a person who are suspected of a crime is not a violation of rights under the terrorist law, no? Under the terrorist doctrine. So dili siya violation. Basta nalang gyud tao nga mo-witness nga kana gid siya ang nakahimo sa krimen. Galing lang ay milapas na ang oras, pang 4 ka o 5 ka oras, so giimbitahan siya. So wala may warrant, di ba? Kay di man na kay kinalan kung daspat mang hatmusot man gud ang pagdakop, no? Ana nasumbong din ang krimen. Nya karon kay nilapas na ang 4 ka oras, nya nakonsensya tong witness, so siya ang nag-adto dito sa pulis. So para matagagustisya tong biktima o pamilya sa biktima. So gi-invite by means of invitations. So pag mag-invitation, pag magpangutana, wala pa paulia ang suspect, itanggong na. Violation ba siya? That is kung siya illegal arrest as per se. So the answer is no, under the terrorist doctrine. Okay, under the terrorist doctrine. Okay. Arresting officers are reminded that once they fail to inform the constitutional rights of a person under investigations, detained or under custodial investigation, shall face and suffer a fine of 6,000 pesos or a penalty of imprisonment of not less than 8 years but not more than 10 years. So kung gi-violate sa police ang RA 7438, so mag-atubang siya og kaso, administrative and criminal. Administrative, pwede siya matanggal sa iyang pagkasaserbisyo or masuspended. Criminal, makulong sa 8 to 10 years o magbayad pagit siya og multa na 6,000 for violations of the RA 7438. Okay? For not observing of the said law. Or both, and the worst, is the assigned investigation case shall also face a penalty of perpetual absolute disqualification, shall also be imposed which have been previously convicted of a similar offense. So sa man kung mapile na pagit siya ombudsman, na remember lahi biya ang kuan criminal case, administrative case, no? Pwede ba na sa separate? So yan. Now, RA 748, rights of the person under custodial investigation. Any arresting public officers or employee or any investigating officers who fails to inform any persons arrested, detained, or under custodial investigation of his rights to remain silent and to have a competent and independent counsel, preferably of his own choice. And any person who obstructs, prevents, or prohibits any lawyer. So, mano na siya, katong dili nimo pabisitahon ang iyang abogado or iyang immediate family, no? Katong gisulti ka ganina, katong nga pwede mo bisita kung gikinahanglan gid nga may istorya sa usa ka piniriso. Of a person arrested, detained, or under custody or any medical doctor or priest religious minister by his counsel from visiting and conferring privately chosen by him or by any member of his immediate family with him, or from examining and treating him, or from ministering to his spiritual needs. Pasana mingon siya nga, sir, gusto na ko mistura ang pastor, sir, kay gusto ko mangumpisal, sir. Yamingon ang police or ang jail officer or ang correction officer, di ba na pwede maugma, pwede masiguro ka mangumpisal, ugma na lang, no? Kay gabi na kayo. So that is tantamount to the violations of RA 7438. Okay? Within 10 days after the expiration of the period of the officers to whom it was assigned for the execution shall make a report to the judge who issued the warrant. So like for instance, when the police officer served the warrant, but sad to say the person subject for arrest is nowhere to be found. So the warrant officer or the police who served the warrant should make remarks on the warrant of arrest. Like for instance, kaya wala man ang katong itakas man itong dakpunon, no? By the virtue of warrant. So butangan niya nag-remarks na person subject to be arrested is nowhere to be found. So automatic din nga kanang warrant, i-report niya na dito sa judge na nag-issue or sa korte, no? Citing the reason why the warrant was not effected. So para ang warrant, mahimo na siyang standing warrant. So meaning, wa man siya na-serve, it doesn't mean na wala na effective, dili na mag-epekto ang warrant. So epektibo ka po ng warrant once na ang person subject for arrest or the accused person subject for arrest will be located or traced, no? Pag maibawan na kung asa siya nagpuyo o asa siya nagbali, asa siya nagtago. So anytime pwede na siyang i-request, no? With the same court or with the same branch of the court who issued the warrant of arrest. So unlike sa search warrant, pag i-issue ni siya karon, imo ni siyang giserve karon, so dili na siya pwede pang ikuan, no? Pasana karon nga imo siyang giserve karon. Nya karon wala nimo nahuman. Una ka kuan nimo ugma lang magpadayon pero wala nimo gi-report sa korte na wala nimo nahuman karong adlaw. So tungod sa kadako sa area nga i-search. So dili na nimo to siya ibalik tong search warrant nga gi-issue sa imo karon. Kung imo gyud putong balikon on the following day kay mo continue ka kay wala nimo nahuman. So meaning ang imong pagbuhat sa searching sa balik is illegal. So whatever the evidence taken from the said premises or building within the second day, so it can be considered as fruit of the poison tree na siya, no? So fruit of the poison tree na siya. Kaya nga naman, wala man nimo siya naman kagahapon pero wala ka nagpaibalo sa korte. Na wala nimo naman i-continue nili mo karon. So para katong warrant na gi-issue sa imo ha, validate i-revalidate lang to siya sa korte. Okay? So, pero ang warrant of arrest, pag dili nimo madakpan ang tao kay nitakas, so imo lang ibutan to remarks na wala siya na ang tao nga dakpunon wala na dito ni hawa na nowhere to be found. So katong warrant nga imong giuli dito sa court or sa court, branch of court nga nag-issue sa warrant, so nagapunto siya ay epekto, no? Pwede man to sa request pag mailan na or mabawa na kung asa nagtago ang tao nga dakpunon. Okay. Now, if warrant was executed, the officer executing the warrant should arrest the accused and deliver him to the nearest police stations or jail without unnecessary delay. So while executing the warrant, the police should not apply unnecessary force, or no violence or unnecessary force shall be used in making an arrest. The person arrested shall not be subject to a greater restraint than is necessary for his detention. So kinahanglan dili kay nato sa kanang kanang mga puwersa, no? So the police can only apply unnecessary force if there is a resistance to a person subject for arrest. So kung mag-resist ang tao, no? So di pa mogamit og greater restraint ang police kay kinahanglan niya nga dalo na sa police station, no? So para sa atong gi-upload nga sa FB nga katong gipugos pag gipusasan sa pulis ang katong accused nga naay kaso sa korte nga gisug warrant na ginapugngan sa mga tao kay dili padala kay wala day warrant ang pulis. Now in the conduct of arrest, it is not necessary for the arresting officer to bring the warrant. The very important, you have a personal knowledge that the said person subject for arrest have a warrant of arrest issued by the court, no? So, pwede nila lang dalon bisag wala sila nakadala sa warrant of arrest. Kaya pag-abot dito sa police station, so dito na nila ipakita ang warrant of arrest. Then tapos, basta ang importante lang, pag dakpo ni mong tao, kay nasa warrant of arrest, so para di siya makatakas, so ipaibalo ni mo ang imong authority na police ka, and then naka kay dakpon ang tao kay nasa warrant of arrest, gigisyo sa korte, sa usa ka kaso, so kutob sa mong babag kung ilang pugnan ang pulis, so pwede silang i-charge of obstruction of justice, no? So pwede makasuhan tong tao nga gipugnan ang pulis, no? No, they compel the police, the arresting officer to effect the arrest or the warrant of arrest, no? Pwedeng pailan og kaso. Arrest may be made on any day and any time of the day or night. So, whereas ang search warrant, ato lang po i-compare search warrant, pag ingon dito sa search warrant na any time of the day, so any time of the day lang dyan, dili ka pwede mo buhat o search na hapon o gabi. Kaya gisulti sa search warrant is any time of the day, dili any time of the day and any time the day or night. Now, take note, kung mag-effect ka warrant of arrest, tapos pagkuan sa tao nga dakponon siya, nakita niyang pulis, gisiradaan niya karon ang pultahan. So nabay katungod ang pulis na gubon ang pultahan. So the answer is yes, no? Pwede lang gubon sa pulis ang pultahan para makasulod sila o i-effect ang warrant of arrest. Karon pagsulod nila sa balay, gisiradaan po ng balay, gikandaduan. So nakulong sila sa sulod. Pwede ba nilang gubon? Pwede gapon lang gubon, no? Because their life is now on the imminent danger. The same with the search warrant. Pag dili pa sudlon, gisirada ng pultahan, so pwede nilang gubon ang balay. And another issue is, pintay, wala ang tagtungod, wala ang tag-iya, katabang lang. So ang importante, ang katabang ay bawon, no? Nga na'y warrant, okay? Or search warrant. So, ang mas nindot yun, kung wala ang tagtungod, magdala o barangay officials ang pulis para iwas pusoy, no? Kay basig i-charge sila o trespass to dwelling or illegal search, no? Mas maigi lang na public official. In case of the failure to execute the warrant, he shall in his report state the reasons therefore. So katong sulti na to ganina. So kung wala na serve ang warrant of arrest kay ang tao nga dakpunon nitakas na nilayas, so isite lang niyang reason nga nung wala ni na-execute or na-effect ang warrant. If the arrest warrant is not served within 10 days, no, take note ha, pag ma-issue ang warrant, ang execution of the lifespan is 10 days, pero ang iyang effectivity is lifetime. Must the court issue an alias warrant in order to justify the arrest of an accused, no? So, wala man na serve, so gibalik sa korte, karon kay na, ibawaan na, nagtago siya sa kalugar, so anytime pwedeng i-request ang iyang standing warrant. No alias warrant of arrest is need to make the arrest. No? Naratiyo, no alias warrant of arrest needed to make the arrest. So, buhay pasabot, dili kinanglan nga optional kung dalon sa pulis ang warrant of arrest or dili. Ang importante, ipabalo nila ang katungod o ang reason nga nandakpo nila ang tao. So, okay, pag abot dito sa court, sa police station, dapat ipakita din nila ang warrant. So, para dili sila ma-charge. No alias warrant of arrest need to meet arrest unless specifically provided in the warrant. The same remains enforceable until it is executed. So, ngunit itong sulti na to, kung wala siya na-serve, kaya nitakas ang priso, it means the warrant of arrest remains enforceable until it is executed, recalled, or quashed. The 10-day period provided in the Rule 113 Section 4 is only a directive to the officer executing the warrant. So, buot pasabot, What is the language of the Section 4 Rule 113? Once this warrant of arrest issued, it must be served within a time frame of 10 days. So, mani ang interpretation sa Section 4 sa Rule 103. So, the warrant of arrest remains valid until arrest is effective. So, it means that the warrant of arrest have no prescriptions or the warrant is lifted. So, pwede lang ma-lifted ang warrant kung nadakpan na ang subject person or giribok sa issuing judge, no? Kung giribok siya, so di pa na dili na mag-effect ang warrant. Now let's go to the salient features of Case versus Fry. Case Fry versus US. Now, Fry versus US, this is the landmark case of the polygraph, no? So, kining Fry versus US way back in 1923. In 1923, in Fry versus United States District of Columbus, or District of Columbia, court excluded the scientific validity of the lie detector because the technology did not have substantial general acceptance at the time. The court gave a guideline for determining the admissibility of scientific examinations, just when the scientific principles or encounter crosses the line between the experimental and noticeable stages is difficult to define. So, ang buot ko sa buot ani, because polygraph have no specific limitations, no? So, meaning, there are some countries that the resort of the polygraph as use as evidence is inadmissible. While the courts will go a long way in admitting experimental testimony, assume or recognize scientific principle of discovery, the thing from which the assumption is made must be sufficiently established to have gained general acceptance in the particular field in which it belongs, no? Now, the duties of the police during custodial investigation is very important rule because any police investigator assigned to conduct tactical interrogation or investigations have moral obligations to the persons under investigations, most particularly on the protections of rights of a persons under investigations. So the RA 743, it must be properly observed. Failure to observe it may cause damage to the future or career of the police officer. The arresting officer or the police investigator should strictly emphasize the Miranda doctrine while conducting questions and answers in the investigation process. Now, going back with our previous discussions that if the police failed to observe the Miranda warning or the Miranda doctrine during the conduct of investigations, whatever the information or evidence taken from the subject under investigation cannot be used as evidence in court. Okay? The arresting officer or the investigator on case, as the case may be, shall ensure that a person arrested, detained, or under custodial investigation shall at all times be assisted of his or her legal counselor either by choice or by appointment. The arresting officer or the investigator in case, as the case may be, must inform the person arrested, detained, or under custodial investigations of the following rights under Miranda doctrine in a language or a dialect known to and understood by him. So what is arrest? Arrest is the taking of persons into custody. What is the purpose of arrest? In order that we may be bound to answer for the commissions of offense. What is the procedure of arrest? How arrest is made? By an actual restraint of a person to be arrested. So, by submission to the custody of the persons making the arrest. Rules in making arrests. So in the conduct of arrest, the police are prohibited to apply unnecessary force or to apply a third-degree force. Violence or necessary force shall not be used in making an arrest. Duty of arresting officers under the Section 3 of the Rules of Rule 1133 of the Rules of Court. Arrest the accused and deliver the accused to the nearest police stations or jail without unnecessary delay. Now, once the police arrest a person by the virtue of warrant or by a warrantless arrest, they are obliged to turn over the arrest to the nearest police stations. Failure to do so, they will be charged of arbitrary detentions. No? So what is the procedure and execution of the warrant under the Section 4? When should the warrant be executed? Within 10 days from its receipt. Now remember, once the warrant of arrest is issued, it must be served within 10 days. But remember, the lifespan of the warrant is the lifespan of the warrant is up to the last once it is served. No, meaning only the executions of the warrant of arrest will lapse, but the effectivity of the warrant, and that is a lifetime until the warrant of arrest shall be served to a person subject for arrest. Now, ang ka-diferensya sa warrant of arrest o sa search warrant, no, ang search warrant, it must be executed within a time frame of 10 days. But the lifespan of the warrant is only 10 days. No? Ang lifespan sa warrant, search warrant is only 10 days. Ang iyang execution within 10 days. So meaning, ang sa warrant of arrest, ang iyang executions or to be effect, no, within a time frame of 10 days. Pero ang lifespan sa warrant of arrest is forever until the warrant will be served. While in the search warrant, so 10 days siya i-execute, then 10 days lang pud kutob ang iyang lifespan. So meaning, kung imo ni siyang i-serve karon, then tapos wala ni mo nahuman ang search warrant, so you need to inform the proper court for the extensions of the search warrant. Okay. Now, search warrant is very well detailed. No? Kung unsa yung gisulti dito lang kutob ang pwedeng buhaton sa kapulisan na mag-search. Like for instance, ang giingon sa search warrant, you are commanding to search an alleged contraband within the possessions of the Mr. So-and-so, which is hide into the cabinet. So, kaingon dito, sa gihide siya sa cabinet, so sa cabinet lang ka kutob mag-search. Di ka pwede mag-search sa tibuok balay. Okay, so stricto kayo ang search warrant. While ang warrant of arrest, it can be served anywhere in the Philippines. No, anytime, any day. While the search warrant, kung iingon dito, you are commanded to search during daytime. So meaning during daytime lang ka, buntag lang ka hangtod alas 5 mintas na pay adlaw. Pero kung mag-search ka gabi o kadlawon, so dili na siya makonsidered, and that is what? So illegal arrest ang mahitabo. No? Who shall cause the executions of the warrant of arrest? The head of the office to whom the warrant of arrest was delivered. Duty of the officer assigned to execute the warrant. Okay, now let's go to the second case of Danny Scooby-Doo versus Eloise. So, ang kaso ni Scooby-Doo, dili kayo ta familiarize ani ano man. Kay sa tanan natong subjects sa investigations, even in other subjects, we always talk about the name of Mr. Ernesto Miranda, and we forget about what is the case of Scooby-Doo versus Elenis, which is similar to the case of Ernesto Miranda. Galing lang, nahulog lang sa Ernesto Miranda ang sikat kay saya mang ginahitabo tong violations na right to remain silent, right to have a legal counsel. So kining kay Scooby-Doo, parehara ni sila og kaso ni Miranda. Galing lang si Miranda ni sikat kay siya man gid ang pinakauna nga kaso nga ang tawhanong katungod nga makabaton og abogado o dili motubag sa mga pangutana, si Ernesto Miranda man ang unang naka-experience. O mao na ang first landmark case in the violations of a right to have a legal counsel. Okay. Mr. Scooby-Doo was arrested and was undergone custodial investigation for an alleged crime committed. While he was in the custody or detained, he was not given a chance to be informed of his right to remain silent. And Scooby-Doo's right consulted by his counsel by choice also deprived. So they have the same issues ni Ernesto Miranda, no? Nor to be assisted by counsel during custodial investigation. Scooby-Doo's statements were later used against him and found guilty and convicted. So katong mga tubag sa mga pangutana nga gihatag kay Scooby-Doo, mo ito gihimong ebidensya. Kay isa man sa right, you have a right not to answer all the questions. If you answer all the questions, your answer will be used as an evidence against you. So mo ito ikatulo. So meaning, so ang tanang mga gitubag ni Ernesto Miranda, nagpangutana siya sa pulis sa diyang imbestigahan siya, o ito'y gigamit ng ebidensya siya. Galing lang, tama ang gibuhat sa pulis, pero ang problema, nagkamali sila. Kaya wala nila gitagaan o abogado si Scooby-Doo at the same time, ang iyang right to remain silent. When in fact, Scooby-Doo and Miranda have the same fate and they have the same plight of their case, no? Scooby-Doo made a statement that were later used against him, resulting in him being found guilty. However, the conviction was upheld by the Illinois Supreme Court. The same gapon na konbikto si Scooby-Doo, no? Pero sa diyang ilang giapila sa Supreme Court, napildi ang kaso, gi-overturn sa Supreme Court kay nakita nga naay violations. O ang violations, it is similar to the case of Mr. Ernesto Miranda. Now, the Supreme Court overturned the conviction in part because the rights of Scooby-Doo was clearly violated by the police at that time. The Scooby-Doo rule embraced that individuals have the right to have an attorney when an investigation goes beyond the general inquiry and focus on a particular suspect. So, moto klaro kay isulti nyo, dapat nag-abogado, no? This principle states that a statement by a targeted suspect who is in police custody is not admissible at trial. So, ngayon, inadmissible man ang mga ebidensya o information nga nakuha kay Scooby-Doo tungod at that time, no, anang panahon na si Scooby-Doo wala siya gipaibalo sa iyang tawhanong katungod nga makuha ang abogado nga iyang gusto or gitagaan siya ang abogado para may mo-assist sa iya during the custodial investigation. So, wa pagigikuan pagkuan iyang right to remain silent, no? So, gipugos siya og pagpatubag sa pangutana. So, nahitabo, sayang lang, no? Gihapon, that is similar to the case of Miranda. Now, what is the role of law on legal principles applied in this case? So the legal principle applied once a suspect has been taken into police custody for the purposes of questioning. If the suspect asks for and is denied an attorney and the police have not provided the suspect with the proper Miranda warning, confessions procured from the interrogations made after the denial are inadmissible. So, klaro kayo. Kung nangutana ang suspect nga, pwede ba siya magpag-abogado tapos wala sa gitagaan and then gipangutana siya, so ang tanang mga tubag nga gihatag ngadto sa usa ka suspect sa kapulisan sa dihang nagkandak inig investigasyon, dili pagadawaton nga ebidensya batok sa biktima. Okay? One day of January 30, Scooby-Doo was rearrested by the police and interrogated for the second time and informed about the statement of the other suspect who is under the custody of the police. The police and the prosecutor informed him, although he is not yet formally charged. He was detained, he was handcuffed, and he was interrogated for more than 14 hours. And his request to talk his counsel was denied. So katong sa kuan, sa RA 748 na to. The lawyer Scooby went to police station and requested to talk his client. But the request of the counsel Scooby-Doo was also denied. Di ba ka, abogado na niya, gusto niya ang iyang kliyente, pero wag po siya gitugutan sa pulis. So ang naitabo, dismiss ang kaso. Scooby-Doo was never informed of his right to remain silent and was later convicted of murder trial. Scooby-Doo appealed this conviction. The court held that once the process shifts from investigatory to accusatory, when it's focused on the accused and its purpose is so illicit, a confession, the adversary system begins to operate and the accused must be permitted to consult with his lawyer. Pero wala na siya dito man sa police, no? Itong Illinois police. Now, the salient features of Miranda versus Arizona, commonly known as a Miranda warning or Miranda doctrine. In a case of Miranda versus Arizona way back in 1966, the Supreme Court ruled that the detained criminal suspects prior to police questioning must be properly informed of their constitutional rights to an attorney and against a self-incrimination. So, this is the case which was adopted by our present law, the RA 7438. Even the Article 1 of the Philippine Constitution, Section 12 of the Article 3 of our Philippine Constitutions, in the case of Mr. Ernesto Miranda, way back in 1966. In the landmark Supreme Court, Miranda versus Arizona, the court held that if police do not inform the right of a person, the arrest, about certain constitutional rights, including their Fifth Amendment and rights against self-incrimination, then the confessions made may not be used as an evidence in court. So naapoy bala nalagi na sa daan sa constitutional rights amendments dito sa US Congress. The Supreme Court ruled that the detained criminal suspects prior to police questioning must be informed of their constitutional rights of attorney and against self-incriminations. The Supreme Court overturned Ernesto Miranda's convictions for kidnapping and rape because he had not been informed of his legal rights prior to confessing. So actually, si Mr. Ernesto Miranda was convicted of a crime of rape and kidnapping in the lower court. But Mr. Ernesto Miranda filed an appeal to the Supreme Court or to the Federal Supreme Court, and the Federal Supreme Court modified the decisions from guilty to not guilty by reasons of technicalities, because the rights of Mr. Ernesto Miranda during the time of arrest and during the time of the investigation, his right to have a counsels and right to have to remain silent was clearly violated at that time. Muna, pag-abot dito sa Federal Supreme Court, ang decision sa lower court gi-overturn no, sa Supreme Court kay na ay pagpangabuso nga gibuhat ang kapulisan. So nasayang lang ang agos sa kapulisan, no, kay na-dismiss no, na guilty, not guilty si Ernesto Miranda kay tungod sa ilang sipyat. For example, Miranda did not know that they could ask for an attorney or remain silent during questioning. So meaning, atong pagdakop kay Miranda, wala sa gipaybalo sa iyang tawhanong katungod, ng abogado, o dili mo tubag sa mga pangutana, nga dili niya gustong tubagon, apan padayon gyapon ang pagkuha o pag-imbestiga kaniya. So sa diyang gipayla nagkaso si Ernesto Miranda, so nakonbikto man siya sa trial court, nag-apila ang abogado ni Mr. Miranda because believing that the right of his clients was tantamountly violated or clearly violated by the police during the conduct of investigation. Okay. For example, Miranda did not know that he could ask for an attorney to remain silent during questioning. The said rights are also called the Miranda warning, and they stem from a 1960 Supreme Court case, Miranda versus Arizona. During a 2-hour interrogation, Miranda confessed to the crimes. Lawyers would contend that Miranda had not been clearly informed of his rights to have a lawyer and against self-incriminations at the time of investigation. Thus, to protect these rights in the face of a widespread ignorance of the law, the court devised statement that the police are required to tell a defendant who is being detained and interrogated. These mandatory Miranda rights begin with the right to remain silent. Now remember, our constitutional rights will only start at the moment that we will be arrested. Now, our basic right will start at the moment that we will be arrested or investigated for a certain offenses. So, diya magsugod ang atong basic rights kung kitadakpon o pag-imbestigaan. And continue with the statement that anything said can and will be used against the defendant in a court of law. The police are further compelled to inform the suspect of his or her right to an attorney and allow for, if unnecessary, provide for. A defendant's attorneys who can accompany him during interrogations. Kaya naman po good sa ato ang rules of court that all accused persons shall be assisted by a counsel in all any stages. No? Dito pa lang sa interrogations, pag-imbestiga pa lang kay Ernesto, wala na siya gitagaan sa iyang katungod nga makakuha ang abogado o tagaan sa abogado na mo assist sa iya during the investigations. And because of that, although he was convicted by the lower court, sa diyang giapila sa Supreme Court, niyon ang Supreme Court na mali ang pagbuhat o pagdakop, illegal, kaya ang rights ni Mr. Ernesto Miranda na violate, ug tungod niya na i-dismiss ang kaso due to the legal and technicality issues, no? So legal and technicality issues of the law. So na-violate sa Chicago man ata ni siya nga case, no? Okay. Because none of these rights was afforded to Ernesto Miranda and his confessions was thus unconstitutionally admitted at trial. So katong iyang gipangatag na yang mga gipagtubag ito sa mga pangutana tungod kay wala may abogado si Ernesto Miranda at that time. So katutan ang iyang gitubag sa mga pangutana o itanang iyang gipanghatag ngadto sa kapulisan during the interrogations, no, ang iyang extrajudicial confessions shall be considered null and void from the very beginning. Now, his conviction was reversed. Miranda was later retried and convicted without the admissions of his confessions. Now, the investigator in case may by himself if the situation so demands conduct crime scene investigation if there is no provincial crime laboratory office, regional crime laboratory office in the provinces. So, itong sulti na to ganina. The investigator in case must, however, ensure that the correct procedures in the collection of evidence are properly observed to ensure the admissibility of the evidence collected. The Police Station Operations Center, upon directive of the Chief of Police, shall make the request for the SOCO team through the Provincial or City Operations Center. No? It shall be the responsibility of the Provincial, City, or Operations Center to facilitate the request of the SOCO team. So, kung sa province, like Batatos, Davao del Sur, so sa province, nga layo mo ng Malita, kaysa Davao sa Digos, no? Naman sa Digos City ang kuan. So layo-layo pa, no? It will take mga pila pa ka oras, no? Dugay pa kay moabot. So pwede na ang kuan, like because Malita is now another provinces that is probinsya Davao Occidental, no? Kung walang suko doon, so mag-request pa sa Digo City. Now, upon arrival of the Suko team, the investigator on case shall accomplish the CSI Form 2 request for the conduct of SOCO and submit the same to the SOCO team leader. The SOCO team shall not enter the crime scene unless the IOC makes the official written request wherein he assures that the SOCO team of his presence and support. And so meaning, the SOCO will not join the investigations if there is no request made by the investigator. And even the SOCO is arrived at the scene of the crime, the SOCO will not intervene the investigations if the investigator will not turn over the property to the SOCO operatives. No? Now, what is the obligations of the IOC or the procedures? No? The first is the investigator should identify the team leader. No, he need to identify himself. And then he need to orient the team leader of the SOCO. And then after the brief orientations, he needs to cordially turn over the scene of the crime for the conduct of crime scene processing. Okay? The IOC shall brief the SOCO team upon their arrival at the crime scene and shall jointly conduct the preliminary crime scene survey. So, jointly, no? So, mukha lang sa dito sa sulod, magkuhan sila sa survey sila sa sulod, sa crime scene, but he is not allowed to pick or to get any traces of evidence because that is the rule and functions of the SOCO team, no? Ang iya, magkuhan lang, mag-uban mo, assist, mara. Dili pwede mo punit. Now, procedures of processing the crime scene. Crime scene security, perimeter management. So, kailangan mayroon tayong tinatawag na crowd management, no? In order to prevent those unauthorized persons, especially the family of the victim, no? That is normal to them, no? Lapitan yung patay, no? And then iyak-iyak doon sa loob, which is not allowed, no? During the conduct of the scene of the crime. Officers must contain the crime scene and secure it from person with unnecessary access. A perimeter should be established around the crime scene as soon as possible. So kailan pagdating nung first responder, trabaho niya yon kung paano protektahan ang perimeter. A perimeter should be established around the crime scene as soon as possible. The establishment of the initial perimeter can and should be taking place as the scene is being made safe and aid is being rendered to the victims. Establishing a perimeter in this early stage accomplishes several important goals. It creates a barriers that will protect officers and evidence within the crime scene. It creates a barrier that will keep the public, news, media, and other police officers official out of the crime scene. So para hindi makapasok sa crime scene. It defines a potential threat zone within the scene and safety zone outside the perimeter. So ibig sabihin, baka may threat doon sa loob na pwedeng madisgrasya ang mga tao o yung operatives. So kailangan sa labas pa lang naproteksyonan na. The SOCO team shall not join any operation conducted by the local police or accompanies the first responders or the IOC in going to the crime scene. So dili na sila mag-uban. Ang unang mabot na ang first responder katong patrol officer nga na-assign sa police visibility, no? O na-assign ng area. They will only respond upon request to operation center and after the IOC has already made proper assessment of the crime scene. No? Ibig sabihin, ang unang mag-conduct ng assessment is no other than the investigator on case. Upon receipt of the request for conduct of SOCO, the SOCO team shall then conduct the scene of the crime operation, which include, among others, the narrative description of the crime scene, photography, videography, crime scene search, crime scene skits, crime scene location skits, physical evidence, recording and collections, and other procedures necessary. So those are the technical aspect of the rules and functions of the SOCO in the conduct of crime scene investigation. In case the SOCO team needs to temporarily suspend the processing, the chief of police shall be primarily responsible and accountable for securing the crime scene and ensuring its integrity until the return of the SOCO team and the conclusion of the CSI. So kung hindi matapos dahil napakalaki, actually, kahit na anong mangyari dyan, kahit 24 hours pa yan, kailangan hindi alis ang SOCO, no? So, doon pa rin sila hanggang matapos yung hanggang matapos yung trabaho. Kasi, sabi nga natin, the police are 8 hours on duty, 24 hours on call. So, since they are called upon to conduct scene of the crime, then they have no reasons to leave, no, the scene of the crime. Okay, specific functions, responsibilities, and procedures. So we are talking about the responder. The following are the functions and responsibilities of the different players during the crime scene investigations, as well as the procedures to be observed. Now, what is the specific function and responsibilities of the first responders? So it was already discussed previously, no? The first police officers to arrive at the crime scene are known as the first responders, who were dispatched by the local police station's unit concerned after the receipt of incident, flash, or alarm reports, meaning the police were assigned on patrol, no? So police assigned on patrol. Immediately, the first responders shall conduct a preliminary evaluations of the crime scene. These evaluations should include the scope of the incident, no? Gaano ba kalaki? Emergency services, no? Baka meron pang dying dyan or merong seriously injured. Scene safety concerns, no? Baka merong posibleng tools na pwedeng gamitin sa mga responding officer. Okay? Or baka yung, anong tawag dito, baka yung biktima may hawak pang granada, di ba? So, administrative life-saving measures, establishment of security in control of the scene. The first responder is mandated to save and preserve life by giving the necessary first aid measures to the injured, their medical evacuations as necessary. So, actually, sa ano ito? Sa ibang bansa, ganito ang ginagawa. Pero ito sa atin sa Pilipinas, so kailangan hintayin pa yung gadur, no? So, kailangan pa yung 911. No? Kailangan unang tawagan dyan. Pagtawag ng first responder, is kanang klaruhin niya kung ano ba ang sinong dapat magpunta doon. If there is a dying person, if there is a severely injured persons, so kailangan tawagan niya ang investigador at saka yung emergency response team. No? So, para mabigyang unang panglunas yung first aid yung biktima. The FR shall likewise secure and preserve the crime scene by cordoning the area to prevent the unauthorized entry of persons. The FR should take the dying declaration of severely injured persons, if any. So kung mayroong sugatan dyan, kailangan tanungin niya, be sure lang na maprotektahan ang scene of the crime. The FR shall make the initial assessment on whether a crime has actually been committed. So siyempre, initial assessment, meron bang nangyaring krimen? Kung meron, ano yun? Meron bang nakitang biktima dyan? Kung meron, so ibig sabihin, if there is a body of a crime, then there is already a crime committed. And shall conduct a preliminary interview of the possible witnesses to determine what and how the crime was committed. So magkaroon ng initial interview kung sino yung nakakita, sino yung tumawag sa police stations for response. Now, in result to that, kaya pagdating ng investigator on case, so kasi magtatanong man yung investigator, ano bang nangyari, ano ba yung nadatnan nila, so ano ba ang sitwasyon sa scene of the crime nung dumating sila. So kailangan ma-orient yung investigador para magkaroon siya ng personal knowledge with regards to the conditions of the scene of the crime. Okay. Now, if and when there is a suspect present in the area, so automatically the responder shall arrest the suspect or detain and remove the suspect from the area. And the person upon the arrival of the IOC shall turn over the crime scene to the duty investigator after the former has briefed the investigator of the situation. So kailangan ma-orient muna sa kung ano yung nangyari, sino yung nilatnan, sino yung mga identified witnesses, sino yung nag-inform sa police station. So para mayroong ng idea ang gador kung sino yung kanyang kakausapin, no? So yan. What are the rule of the investigator in case or the duty investigator? Upon arrival at the crime scene, the investigator in case shall request for a briefing from the FR and make a quick assessment of the crime. So kailangan after the briefing, mag-conduct muna siya ng walkthrough, no? Observation of place of the scene of the crime, no? Kaya mayroong walkthrough pa yan. So balikan natin yung ano ninyo, yung Introduction to Criminal Investigation. At the stage, the investigator shall assume full responsibility over the crime scene and shall conduct a thorough assessment of the scene and inquiry into incident. Ang sinabi ito, assessment. I-assist niya. Paano siya maka-assist? Kailangan mag-conduct siya ng walkthrough. So pagmasdan yung paligid, kunting lakad-lakad sa area, tingnan yung mga bagay-bagay, kung ano yung posibleng makita niya sa pavement, no? Na pwedeng maging ebidensya. So, yun. And then, he may now conduct questioning to those possible persons who saw the crime or witnessing the crime, no? If necessary, the IOC may conduct crime scene search outside the area. Ang sinabi, crime scene search outside the area, ibig sabihin, kailangan hindi siya sa loob mismo kung saan nangyari. Doon lang siya sa tabi-tabi. No, doon siya sa tabi-tabi. Okay? So, ang purpose doon is to possibly identify or observe those possible traces of evidence that possibly live at the scene of the crime. So that he can easily give assistance to the scene of the crime operatives once the scene of the crime operatives will take charge of the crime scene processing. Now, based on the assessment, if the IOC determines that a SOCO team is required, so base sa kanyang assessment o sa kanyang pananaw na kailangan talaga dito ang SOCO kasi baka may mga ebidensya na hindi niya pwedeng kunin, no? So kailangan niyang makipag-correct. But before the investigator shall first inform his immediate superior officer, and then he need to give advice to his immediate superior officer that he needs a SOCO. Then so that the chief of the police station or his superior officers will be the one to coordinate to the SOCO, no? So yung station mismo ang makipag-coordinate doon sa SOCO through the immediate superior officer of the police investigation. Okay. He shall report the matter to his chief of police and request for a SOCO. Otherwise, the IOC shall proceed with the CSI without the SOCO time and utilize CSI form number 4, which is known as SOCO report forms in the conduct of CSI. So saan ito mangyayari? It can only be happen that the investigator in case will be the one to conduct crime scene processing as well as to collect and preserve the possible traces of evidence if there is no satellite office of the crime laboratory assigned on that particular municipalities or provinces. So kung malayo, like for instance, Davao City, no? Sa Davao City. Ngayon, ang nangyari ang krimen doon sa Malita. So napakalayo ng crime laboratory sa Davao doon sa Malita. So ang gagawin, those trained investigator on that particular situations are given authority to process and collect the traces of evidence, provided that after the collections of the possible traces of evidence, the assigned IOC on that particular place on where there is no satellite office of the scene of the crime assigned, he needs to transport or to submit or to deliver all the traces of evidence to the nearest crime laboratory. No? Immediately. No, within 24 hours, dapat ma-deliver niya itong mga ebidensya dito sa pinakadoon nga crime laboratory. So, for the purpose of preservations and examination. So, yan. Okay, so good day once again. Now let's discuss the coverage for the second exam. It may talks about the role of the first responder, the investigation process, the crime of parricides, the elements of the said crimes, then homicide. Next is after the homicide is we have the infanticide, murder, then intentional abortion, and the unintentional abortion. So those are the coverage for the second exam. So now let's proceed. So now let's discuss first about the simple term to be remembered. What is crime scene investigations? Crime scene investigation is a multidisciplinary and involves a systematic search of the crime scene, meticulous observations and documentations of the scene. Crime scene reconstructions. Crime scene reconstructions is the forensic science discipline in which one gains explicit knowledge of the series of events that surround the commissions of a crime using logical, inductive reasonings. No? So when you say inductive reasoning, it is a theory, no? Physical evidences, scientific methods, and their interrelationship. So what is crime scene? Crime scenes, in the investigative parlance, this is known as the treasure island. When we say the treasure island, the treasure is the evidence itself. Okay? While the island is the place of the occurrence on where the evidence is collected. That's why in the investigative parlance, crime scene also known as the treasure island of the criminal investigations. Now, is any location that may be associated with a committed crime scenes that contain physical evidence that is pertinent to criminal investigation. This evidence collected by crime scene investigators and the law enforcement. Now, take note. In the investigative parlance, crime scene, also known as the treasure island of the criminal investigations. When we say what is treasure referring to in the criminal investigations, that is referring to all possible traces of evidence that may be collected at the scene of the crime. So what is the island of the criminal investigations? So the island is referring to the scene of the crime or a place on where the crime is committed. Now, what is autopsy? Autopsy is the process by which the pathologist or the medical legal officer conducts an examinations on the cadaver to determine the exact cause of death. Now, since we cannot establish the cause of death of a person if there will be no autopsy conducted, so kailangan may autopsy para malaman kung ano talaga ang kadahilanan ng kanyang kamatayan, no? What is the manner of death, no? The cause of death. Now, when we see post-mortem examinations, it is an initial examinations on the possible cause of death, which was commonly conducted at the scene of the crime. Again, post-mortem examinations, it is an initial observations on the possible cause of death, no? Which is usually done at the scene of the crime. Again, as I said, possible crime. I'm not saying the positive cause, okay? The possible, ang posibleng hinungdan. Pero wala pa na-establish ang iyahang kamatayon. Just like for instance, a victim suffered a gunshot wounds and a stab wounds. So therefore, The dead body sustained two types of wounds. One for the gunshot wounds and one for the stab wounds. Now, is the police investigator can say that the cause of death is due to the gunshot wounds? The clear answer is no. Why? Because he don't know what is the cause of death. And maybe the gunshot wound is not fatal, not a fatal one. But the stab wound is the fatal one. So meaning, there is no concrete causes of death. No, only possibilities. Basig, ang hinungdan day kato yung samad pinusilan, dili itong samad dinunggaban. Di ba? So kailangan ni autopsy para malaman talaga ano ba talaga ang naging dahilan ng kamatayan. Yung dahilan ba sa pagsaksak o dahilan ng binaril siya. So it can only be established or determined through the autopsy. Okay? What is autolysis? Refers to the action of digestive system. Pag sinabi natin auto, no? Yung anong tawag dito? Yung before, no? Enzymes or ferments that break down the complex protein and carbohydrates molecules in the body to simpler compounds. So paano ba kasi malalaman kasi ng ng pathologist o ng medical legal officer kung itong biktima ay ganitong oras siya no kumain bago siya pinatay. So ibig sabihin kumain pa siya ng mga ganitong oras, mga 2 to 3 hours. Then after 3 hours ng pagkain niya, saka siya pinatay. So malalaman niya ng pathologist or ng medical legal officers who conducted the autopsy. Now, crime scene response procedure. Now remember, the person to respond at the scene of the crime is no other than the patrolman who assigned on that particular place. No, the patrolman assigned on that particular place. So sila talaga yung unang makaresponde. Crime scene investigation is one of the most critical stage of any criminal investigation. The initial actions taken at the crime scene by the first responders, investigators, and the SOCOTO members at the outset of the investigation are such vital importance that oftentimes their actions will determine the outcome of the investigation. So meaning, ang pag-iimbestiga sa krimen ay magbabase din kung paano siya pinoprotektahan yung lugar kung saan nangyari ang krimen. So, siyempre pag may krimen, nandyan yung mga tao. They're the first ones who witness the crime. So, meaning, there is a possibility that the scene of the crime was adulterated or contaminated. So, therefore, the role of the first responder is very crucial with regards to the preservation of the scene of the crime. Okay. However, while the crime scene investigation is the most important stage of the investigation in terms of collecting vital forensic evidence and information, this initial stage is also often the most chaotic and therefore prone to errors. Yes, especially if there are some investigators who fail to coordinate with the scene of the crime apparatus or to the crime laboratory. And maybe there will be a result of a certain contaminations or improper collections and handling of evidence. Now, under the present law, the Republic Act 8551, which is clearly stated that the leading agency to conduct crime scene processing but limited on technical process by means of collections, preservation, and examinations of evidence that found or collected at the scene of the crime is no other than the crime laboratory through their SOCO personnel. So klaro kayo, ingon ang Republic Act 8551 para wala na yung problema o dili na magkaguliyang. So wala nang batuhan ng sisi. Sabi ng batas, ang ahensya na may karapatan na magproseso, mangulikta o kumuha at magpreserba at mag-examine ng mga ebidensyang nakalap o nakuha sa lugar kung saan nangyari ang krimen ay walang iba ang PNP Crime Laboratory to their SOCO. But remember, the most authorized to conduct investigation is no other than the investigator on case. If the investigator needs the assistance of the SOCO, then the investigator should coordinate properly with the SOCO. What is the purpose? Because he cannot make it alone. Because the investigator needs to give justice for both victims. No? So, kailangan bigyan niya ng katarungan. Kung ang gidakop na dili na maususluy kayo, di ba? So, yan. Kung sa kailangan, merong proseso, dahan-dahan, no? Yan. However, that the investigator in case has the primary responsibility over the crime scene because the owner of the scene of the crime is no other than the investigator on case. Now, remember, investigation is a territorial in nature. Pag sinabi natin territorial in nature, kung saan nangyari ang krimen at kung saang lugar nakatalaga ang krimen sa isang police station, yung police station na yon ang may karapatan. Siya ang may teritoryo dyan. And then that is represented by their investigator on case. Okay? A systematic and organized procedure on crime scene investigation is therefore the key to ensuring that all potential physical evidence are properly preserved and collected. Kaya nga sabi natin, all possible witnesses are identified and documented. And all the necessary basic procedures are undertaken properly. What are the basic procedures? Pagtawag, pagdating ng first responder o ng patrol o ng patrolman, kailangan niyang i-preserve ang scene of the crime. So anong kailangan niyang gawin doon? Prevent any unauthorized persons to step or to enter the scene of the crime. Then, cordon the area or roofing the line. No? So, kailangan gagamit siya ng cordoning tools. Like, for instance, yung plastic tape na mayroon nakalagay, do not cross. No? Investigation is ongoing. Or any type. No? Kahit PC, pwede. Basta makordon lang ang area. Okay. Now, essentially, to apply the Frye standard, a court have to decide if the procedure technique or principle and questions were generally accepted by a meaningful amount of the relevant scientific community. Now take note, in the Philippine context, whatever the result of the polygraph cannot be used as evidence in court. But in other court, in US, some of the court accepted the result of the polygraph examinations, no? Provided that they said examiners are undergone a series of questions, no, under the Dober case. This standard prevailed in the federal court in some states for many years. Mr. Frye was charged with and put on trial for murder. At this trial, Mr. Frye attempted to call an expert witness to testify that appellant had taken a systolic blood pressure deception test and to further testify as to the result of the test. So meaning nag-request si Frye of expert that he will be undergo a polygraph examinations. And when in fact the court accept the petitions or the motions made by the group of Frye. But when Frye was undergone polygraph examination, it was found out that the result is negative. So therefore, Frye is not the one who make the said crimes, but the result of the polygraph examinations was accepted by the court but not used as part of the evidence in favor to Mr. Frye. No? So, gidawat pero wala gigamit. So, convicted gyapon si Frye. Tapos ako giyatag sa mga bata. So, di na ka magpuan, di na ka mag-live? Di, sa mga Google Meet. Kaya kulangon ka sa oras. So, ikuan na siya, sila na lang ang mag-upload. So, now let's continue. After the lower court disallowed the appellant from introducing testimonial evidence relating to the result of deception tests, appellant applied the following crime, appellant appealed his convictions. The discussions made by the court that although the deception test is issued a scientific basis, just when scientific principles or discovery crosses the line, because the polygraph principle is not so clear because it is governed with the principles of the psychological principles, no? So the behaviors, the emotions, no? So yeah. And demonstrable stage is difficult to define. The thing from which the reduction is made must be sufficiently established to gain general acceptance in the particular field in which it belongs to be admissible. In other words, the courts believe that without an established place in science, the test is still in the unclear jurisdictions between experimental science and demonstrative science, and therefore inadmissible in court. Now, what is the role of law? So why the polygraph cannot be accepted as an evidence in court? When a test such as systolic blood pressure's deception test has not gained a scientific recognition from psychological and physiological authorities, the expert testimony regarding the results of such tests is inadmissible. So ang ergo, under the rule of law, so systolic blood pressure deception test has not gained scientific from psychological because ang hindi ko na itong psychological principle, it is based on emotions, no? Behaviors of a person. It's not talking about the behavior of the so-called physiological responses. Although the physiological responses will be based in our central nervous systems. Okay? So kaya nagkaroon ng doubts yung korte na mayroon itong scientific explanations. It is supported by the scientific principles. So doon kay dili ma-establish ang scientific principles, so some of the U.S. court did not allow the resort the polygraph as part of the evidence, no? Especially in our countries, labi na sa Pilipinas. Daghang kayong attempt na mugamit og resulta sa polygraph, just like in the case of Carpo versus Court of Appeals, Enrile versus Court of Appeals. So, UFC Food International Company, so gi-attempt po nila pero wala gyapon gidawat sa Philippine Court. Now let's go to the salient features of case of Daubert. Now take note, in the present day, if the case is in relations to the forensic science or forensic evidence, so all the cases must follow the Daubert case. Now, ano itong Daubert case? Sa Daubert case, una isa lang ang expert witness, so iagi pa siya daan of a battery of cross-examinations, counter, recross, redirect. So until the time that the said expert will be established that he have a full knowledge and he knows what he is doing. So yagi pa siya of cross-examinations, recross-examination, direct examinations, redirect examinations, hangtod nga makumbinsi ang both parties nga ang polygraphist or ang expert nagid siya knowledge, no? Nakabalo gid siya unsay ang gibuhat, giun siya pag-examine, so kinahanglan makonbinsi niya ang korte nga ang iyang gibuhat is supported by scientific explanations. So that's why we are now using the Daubert case. So all forensic evidence submitted in court, all the expert so should undergo the principles of the Daubert case. Okay? The prior rule was reviewed by the U.S. Supreme Court in the Daubert case, in Daubert versus Merodon Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, with the reference numbers of the case 509 US 579 way back in 1993. The case was brought by two children born with birth defects that the claim were caused by the anti-Nicosia drug. The double standard provides a rule of evidence regarding the admissibility of expert witness testimony during the United States federal legal proceedings, and the rule of evidence, also known as the law of evidence, that covers the principles that governs the proof of facts in case. Double contest is a hearing conducted before the judge where the validity and the admissibility of expert testimony is challenged by opposing counsel. The expert is obligatory to establish that his procedures and reasonings are scientifically valid and can be applied to the facts of the case. Ako ito na ito ganina, no? So, the experts will undergo a series of questions, no? In order to establish, no, the credibility of the witness before he will testify in the trial. This case brought by two children born with birth defects that they claim were caused by anti-national drugs, which is known as the Vindictin. So, ang kining kaso, katuning nag-file og kaso ang family sa pharmaceutical, believing that nga ang claim manggod sa Vindictin nga wala siya side effects sa buntis, no? So sa diyang ginainom na si Vinci sa inahan, no, as part of the maintenance. So pag anak nila sa iyang kambal na ay defects, no, birth defects, siguro ang ilong napikas, ang kamot na bali. So mo to nga ilang gipailag kaso ang pharmaceutical. Okay, rigor mortis. Remember, rigor mortis, this is now the stages of the cadaver who are absolutely hardened or stiffening of the body. No, this is the last stage of the changes of the body of the victim after death. Rigor mortis is a condition in which the muscles of the body become hardened as a result of a chemical changes within the muscle fibers. So after 6 hours anigikan paggahi, sumubalik na ni siya pagkahumok. Then after kuan na pod is mo gahi na po siya, and then pagka 24 hours mo nanay mo gawas ana niya nga foul odor, no, kanang magsugod na siya og atong una on the state of advanced decomposition. Pag nanagani magsugod na gani ang foul odor sa patay, but pasabot, mao na itong gitawag na ito na yes, now on the state of advanced decomposition, kanang manglagom na ang tanang lawas sa patay, no? So pag itom na gani na siya, halos itom na tanan ang lawas, but pasabot ang biktima na nasa sa advanced of state of decomposition, kanang hapit na malugdas, no? The process is due to the appearance of lactic acid, katong murag na magsino-sino na yung panit, no, murag na manggawas nga oily, no, and other byproducts of metabolisms. As the acid products accumulate in the muscle fibers, the protoplasm, which is in a liquid state in life, begins to gel. So mukaging na sa pero humok, making the muscle rigid. Now the small muscles are affected. First is the chain muscles, no. Rigor mortis is detected in 2 to 4 hours, no? Completely in 6 to 12 hours. So, magsugod siya at the onset of 2 to 4 hours. So, pwede magsugod siya as early as 2 hours after death or 4 hours after death. And then, makumplito ang iyang pagkagay 6 to 12. Then, remains for 12 to 18 hours. Okay? Then, begins to live in 24 hours to 36 hours. Pag 24 hours, nananay, ginatawag na ito nga, nanay baho-baho na gamay ang patay. And completely gone in 40 to 60 hours. There are documented cases where it has been gone in 9 to 23 hours and other where it is 30% and after 64 hours. Magdepende na sa lugar kung asa nakitaan ang patay, no? The onset and departure of rigor mortis is greatly affected by previously noted environmental conditions. Kung bugnaw kayo, so dugay gid ang rigor mortis kay bugnaw man, no? Pero kung init pod kayo, so dugay pod ang iyang state of rigidity. Then, ang one of the affecting factors pod nganong ang tao dugay maunsa kanang patay kanang dugay manimaho. So tungod kung ang isa ka lugar bugnaw kayo mo nang refrigerated siya, no? Or init pag init pud kayo ang panahon, init pud kayo ang lugar, let's say namatay sa desert. So the body will be naturally mummified, no? So kung namatay po siya dito sa Mount Everest, so dili po malugnas ang iyang lawas kay nakuan man. Naunsa man siya, napusin, no? Pero kung dalon na siya dito sa ubos nga wala na bugnaw, so automatically after an hour mga manimahon ng patay niya tapos magkaroon ng putrefaction katong separations of the flesh tissues to the body of the cadaver, no? Katong gitawag nato og kuan, katong bitaw nangatanggal na ang iyang kuan, nakabuak-buak na iyang lawas, no? Because of the great visibility of the onset with the rigor mortis, it is not a good indicator for determining the time of death, no? So para sa atong isultin ako ganina, kung sa Posin area or dito sa bugnaw nga lasang namatay, so dugay kayo ang rigidity, no? The outward visual indication of the rigor mortis is the presence of goosebumps. Unsa man nakatubitang murag kanang bugnaw ganing panahon niya, makita nimo nga naay murag kanang nanindog mong blebo, di ba? Na murag na lingin-lingin. Or grass on the skins, no? Kanang kita nato sa mga panit, sa mga gansa o sa pato na ana siya. Kanang nabilag kanang bugnaw gani ang panahon, no? Then rigor mortis is a good indicator whether or not the body was moved after the onset of rigor mortis, no? Desiccation or dehydrations. Of course, mostly permanent on the mucous membrane. So asa man ni katong sa atong ilong, sa atong mata, no? Dry mouth, no? Dry noses, no? Tapos ang atong mata, kuha na siya, murag ka nang nag-cloudy na, no? Kumbaga ba, murag na katarata na. Which during life are kept moist by blinking, lip licking, and are no longer protected from drying. The membrane may look burn and the conjunctiva may actually be black. So katong paglagom sa iyang dili sa ubos sa atong lower lips, no? Kanang di sa atong may chin, no? O sa agtang, no? Kasagaran na makita. So here's now the picture of the putrefaction, no? Tanawa ng panit sa biktima, oh. No, baho na kaya na, nalata na, no? Nagsugod na siya og ka tipak-tipak. Now decomposition, that is now the start of the putrefying the flesh tissue of the dead body. Katunaning nalata na ang patay, no? Nanimaho na. Decomposition also referred to as putrefactions. That is the other term of putrefaction, decompositions, no? Pag manimaho na gaya ang patay, pag sugod na manimaho, managayatang natog state of the advanced decomposition. Buot pasabot, nagkaroon na ng blackening color sa iyang chain, sa iyang aping, sa iyang agtang, na tapos na yung mga murag sinaw na gamay ang panit sa patay, no? Siyan. Now, in physiochemical events, it begins with the death, ends with the dissolution of non-durable parts of the body. Remember, the non-durable parts of the body after death is no other than the skin or the flesh tissue. It begins with the greenish discolorations, no? Mao na kung gisulti ka katong murag manglagom of the skin mucous membranes, no? Katong iyang kuan, no? Kanang iyang banda. The epidermis becomes detached, no? Katong mga panit nagsugod na og ka tanggal. The members of strips of the body. Autolysis refers to the action of digestive enzymes or ferments that break down the complex protein, carbohydrates, molecules in the body to simpler compounds. Basta na nga itong tinai, no? So, mao na siya ang unang malata sa sulod. Kanang tinai. During life, these digestive enzymes only act on food in the stomach, but after that will break down surrounding tissues, no? Katong malata naman ang tinaing. So, mao na may bawaan sa pathologist nga, kining biktima, una ni siya namatay, nagkaon ni siya aning mga kuana kay napay gamay na bilin nga solid form sa iyahang intestine. The combined effects of putrefaction and autolysis cause body to decompose and break down into a liquid state. So katong sulti na ko ganina, katong magsinaw-sinaw ang kuan lawas sa patay, no? The initial phase following a death is what is known as primary placidity. So the initial phase of the changes of the dead body is known as placidity. Then after that, this occurs directly after a person dies and becomes fully present within an hour, no? So pagkatong paggawa sa iyang mga lactic acid and then magmugnaw, no? Mamugnaw siya, so mo tong algor mortis, which is the second stage, and then the third stage is the rigor mortis, no? Then mubalik na po siya og pagpanghumok, no? Algor mortis versus albor mortis. Algor mortis is body calling. Okay, atong pagpamugnaw sa tibuok lawas sa patay. Albor mortis, there was a changes of the color of the body, meaning this is a presence of discolorations of the dead body due to the blood clotting, no, na kay mag-subside ang kuan. Algor mortis is the process by which the body cools after death. Cooling takes place only if the ambient temperature is colder than the body temperatures at the time of death. No, kung bugnaw kayong panahon, so mas mo kabugnaw ang patay. Libometers on the posterior aspect of the body is caused by settling of the blood because of the gravity when the body is supine in active positions. So ibig sabihin katong kuan, no, kanang katong dugo nga ni subside, gi-absorb sa gravity. Then livor mortis. So livor mortis is hypostasis, is a purposeless discolorations of the body and organs. So mo siya nga ngano may bawaan nga ang patay di wala diha gipatay kundi gilabay lang diha, and then nagkaroon lang siya ng second presence of lividity because of the present positions of the dead body when it was found at the place. No, so yan. It becomes visible in the skin between half an hour and 2 hours after death. So ang lividity magsugod siya. So half hour after death and 2 hours after death, no? So magkuanggi siya, mag-complete na siya after 2 hours of death. Pallor mortis means that is for the paleness, no? Pallor mortis or paleness of the dead body, the first stage of death is an after death. The first stage of death is an after death paleness that occurs in those who light white skin. So makita nato nga murag ang lawas sa tao nga mangluspad na, no? Basta kuan na siya, nang namatay na gid siya. Now, livor mortis, also known as hypostasis, that describes the skin due to the pooling of the blood in the dependent parts of the body following death. Gravity will make the blood settle in the areas where it settles turn to a dark blue or purple color, which is termed lividity. Early on, the blood remains the viscera, so the liver can be blanched by applying pressure to the affected part. During this blanchable stage, if the body is moved and the body position is changed after the livor mortis becomes visible. So kung imong usbon na yung position, then after few hours, so magkakaroon naman na ng another presence of lividity. Or the livor mortis will be present on the other side of the body kasi binago mo yung positions. Livor mortis can be useful of determining if the body has moved after death because the livor settles to the lower extremities of the body. If livor mortis is found on the upper extremity of the body, it had to be moved, no? Kung naghayang na siya, nakita kumbaga kayo ang presence of livor mortis sa iyang likod, which means mo na yung original position. Kung ang iyang dugan dili kayo baga niya tapos dili kayo siya lagom, so mo na yung second position. Now, rigor mortis from the word stiffening or postmortem rigidity is the third stage of death. It is one of the recognizable signs of death characterized by stiffening of the limbs of the corpse caused by chemical changes in the muscles of postmortem. Now, after the rigor mortis, then the stiffening of the body will again shows. Then after that, after 24 hours, within 24 hours after that, there will be the result of the so-called as yung tinatawag natin na meron ng acidity. No, meron ng lalabas na parang masangsang na amoy. So magsisimula yan sa ilong, no? Okay. Rigor mortis is a condition in which the muscles of the body become hardened as a result of chemical changes within the muscle fibers. The process is due to the appearance of lactic acid and other byproducts of metabolisms. As the acid products accumulate in the muscle fibers, the protoplasms, which is a liquid state in a life, begins to gel. So, kuha na siya, murag ganang mag-gel na siya, ganang murag maglapot, nga humok, nga kuhan, making the muscles to be rigid. Rigor mortis versus algor mortis. So pag sinabi natin algor mortis, ang algor mortis is the process which the body cools. Rigor mortis in which the process becomes hard. Okay? The post-mortem system of the body muscles, it may or may not involve some degree of actual shortening of the muscles. Algor mortis is the process by which the body cools after death. Cooling takes place only if the ambient temperature is cooler than the body temperature of the time of death. No? Kung bugnaw kayo, kung mas bugnaw pa ang lugar kung asa sa namatay, so mas padali ang pagpamugnaw. Okay, that's an investigation. For the pathologist and criminal investigator to perform a thorough investigations, the death scene must be well documented. So, ano yung well documented? There must be a proper procedures or there must be a protocol to be observed. What are those protocol? Kailangan may nag-report ng krimen. And then puntahan ng first responder ang lugar kung meron ba talagang nangyaring krimen. And then magtawag ang first responder sa estasyon para i-inform ang investigador na meron talagang nangyaring krimen. And then pagdating, i-orient yun. So everything must be properly documented, especially on the collections and preservations of those traces of evidence. By understanding the role of the pathologies and the natural changes that occur in the body after death, the criminal investigator can gather information that is useful to everyone involved in the investigation. Now, post-mortem changes in the body. So ito na yung pagkakaroon ng pagbabago ng kulay sa kondisyon ng katawan ng tao na namatay. Post-mortem is the reference to events of changes that occur after death. So pag sabi natin post-mortem, after death. Ante-mortem is before death. Is a reference to event of changes that occur before death. No, kaya ano yung mga symptoms or mga signs na nakikita na meets symptoms na mamamatay na siya, no? When a person dies, there is a series of changes in the body. Goes through that predictable. Yung una, yung paglamig, pagtigas, paglambot, then yung paghiwalay ng kanyang laman ng tao, no? So yun. These changes can aid in the following manner. The approximate time of death and whether or not the body was moved after death occurred. So paano malaman kung yung patay ay binago ang kanyang positions? It can only be observed whether the original position of the dead body was altered by way of observing the discolorations of the body of the cadaver, no? Titingnan kung yung kanyang kulay, no? Kung meron bang tinatawag natin na labor mortis, no? Yung pagbaka yung merong presence ng dalawang parang yung tinatawag natin na blood coagulations of the blood of a different parts of the body. So para malaman na ay ito pala ginalaw, no? So yun, yung malalaman yan during the initial conduct of investigations. Understand and recognizing these changes and particularly useful of the crime scene investigator. Tulad ba ng mga taong na allegedly biktima ng summary executions or better known as salvage. So namingo nga, naipatay dire, pag abot dito sa kuhan, sa investigador, mangutan na dito sa nakakita sa patay sa mga kasilinganan, mingon to kasilinganan nga namin na buto, pila ka buto, 2, pak, 2. Ikaw, kung siya nakita niyo, naipatay diha, no? Tapos pagtanaw dito sa investigador, naghapa ang patay, pero nakita niya nga murag nanay kanang dugo nga kanang nagpundo dito sa iyang likod, no, sa iyang dorsal part. Then tapos paghayang nanapoy dugo na pod nga nagsubside sa iyang dugan, which means there's a possibility that the dead body was not killed or executed on that place. Maybe it was already dead and it was dumped, and to pretend that the said victim was executed or somebody executed on that place by way of what we call this, no, yung shooting. So that the neighborhood will give a testimony that they heard a gunshot burst, no, sa lugar na yon, para lang malito yung tunay na pangyayari na yun pala, hindi pala doon pinatay yung biktima, kundi patay na siya, no, tinapon lang doon. Now, algor mortis or body cooling, so this is the first stages, no? This is the first stages. Cooling of the body or the algor mortis. Algor mortis, in a Latin word, algor, coldness, mortis is death. The second state of death is the change in the body temperature post-mortem until the ambient temperature is matched. So meaning, algor mortis pala is the second stage after death, no? After death, the metabolic process inside the body ceases. No more heat is produced, but the body loses slowly its temperature by evaporation or by conductions to the surrounding atmosphere. The rate of cooling of the body is not uniform kasi pabago-bago yan. Depende yan sa klima. Then, there is now the body cooling, no? The start. It is rapid during the first 2 hours. No? During the first 2 hours after death, and as the temperature of the body gradually approaches, the temperature of the surroundings, the rate becomes slower. Okay, kung bugnaw or init. At the time of death, conditional called primary placidity, meaning the primary stage after death is placidity or the supiness, katong pagpanghumok sa lawas sa biktima. Following this, the muscles stiffen. After the supiness, magkakaroon ng rigor mortis. Okay? All muscles in the body are affected starting between 2 and 6 hours following death. Rigor mortis begins with the eyelids, no, sa atong kuan, sa atong mata, sa atong liog o sa atong panga. No, kana mag-itom-itom, no? Kanang magahi na siya, magahi ng panga. To determine the cause and the manner of death, the forensic pathologist will usually conduct an autopsy. So para malaman ang cause at anong uri ang pagkamatay, so yan, no? So the purpose of an autopsy is to observe and make a permanent legal records as soon as possible of the gross and a minute anatomical peculiarities of a recently discovered dead body. What is anatomical peculiarities? Yung mga kakaiba, no? Yung nakikita sa loob ng organs ng biktima, no? Autopsy are typically done at a medical investigator's office, local hospital, or the country morgue, although some are done in a private offices or in a funeral parlors. But in our place, so we always conduct an autopsy at the funeral parlor, no? Very rare dito sa hospital, okay? So cause of death versus manner of death. No, so we need to identify ano ba ang cause of death? Anong kaiba ng cause of death doon sa manner of death? So here's now the answer. The cause of death is the specific injury or disease that leads to death. So ibig sabihin, kung may bugbog siya. So yun ang naging dahilan ng kanyang kamatayan. O may sakit siya, yun ang naging dahilan ng kanyang kamatayan. Pero anong uri o klase ang kanyang pagkamatay? The manner na naman. The manner of death is the determination of how the injury or disease that leads to death. Paano ba nangyari? Paano siya nagkaroon nito? Paano naging dahilan ang bugbog sa kanyang katawan ng kanyang kamatayan? So, in this way, we have 5 manners of death. First is natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. So, ibig sabihin ng undetermined, so hindi malaman ang ang kadahilanan ng kanyang pagkamatay. No? So, yun. Tulad nung namatay na lang bigla. So, natulog lang, bigla na lang namatay. So, yan. So, 4 categories of death. Natural causes like old age. Yan. Quite simple when the body ceases to function of its own accord or if there are mitigating medical factors such as terminal illnesses. So yung sakit na hindi na wala ng kagalingan, inatake sa puso or the like which would bring about death. This is generally referred to as death by unnatural causes. Yung inatake sa puso, namatay sa sakit, no? O namatay dahil sa kanyang katandaan, yung undetermined death. Homicide. So, pinatay dahil lumaban or hindi sinadyang pinatay. The taking of one human life by another human being by means of premeditated murder or premeditated murder. The term premeditated means to have purposely planned and executed the murder of another human being in cold blood, which was trying to elude capture by the authorities. Accidental death, no, yung nabangga, na-slide, nabagok ang ulo, patay, no? Yan. Or naglinis ng airgun, tapos may bala pala sa loob, nakalabit yung gatilyo, pumutok, tumama sa noo. Tapos fatal, patay, accidental death yon. As the term would suggest that death of an individual by means other than natural death, murder or suicide. Accidental death can sometimes be manslaughter, murder but committed out of an involuntary act of violence towards another. Yung hindi talaga niya sinadya, no? Wala naman siyang ano. So like for instance, I do not have intent to kill. Pero ang motive niya lang is sunugin yung bahay. Hindi niya alam na meron palang natutulog doon. So namatay. So ibig sabihin, yung kaso niya, kasi the first motive is arson. So the case is arson. Pero pwede naman siyang pailan, no, ng which is another types of a crime committed. Pwede siyang pailan ng homicide. No? Kasi ang motive niya is to burn the house, have no intent to injure or to kill somebody because the only motive is to burn, not to injure or to kill a person. Okay? Likewise, accidental death can also be categorized as death by misadventure. No? Kabalo kang mamatay ka, nilatay pagika ng alambre nga di ka sa gitali sa pinakataas ng bungtod. This means that the victim has died by accident, either wishes doing something they should not have been doing or by taking risks. Nanglipis sa baril niya tapos wala sa kabalo. Naaday bala to, yung nakabit, so patay. A lot of extreme sports participants have died and their deaths have been classified as death by misadventure because of the extreme nature of their pastimes. No? Kanang mo kat og mga tag-as kay mga bungtod, no? Mga Mount Everest, no, yan. At Tibetan. Then suicide, a person who killed his own life, who take his own life. The deliberate taking of one's own life due to extreme emotional distress, often brought about by severe depressions. Suicide is neither accidental nor is it as classified as death by misadventure, simply because the individual has set about on a course of actions that would end with their own inevitable death. Dahil ayaw na nilang mabuhay, so uminom ng maraming sleeping pills, no, namatay. Uminom ng gamot na sobra sa dosage, na overdose, namatay. Yan, suicide yan. Pero kung hindi mo sinadyang nakainom ka ng gamot na hindi pala para sa'yo yon, accidental yon. Normally, this would occur by means of drug overdose, the cuttings of one wrist, no, gilaslas ang pulso, then, or indeed stepping out in front of a moving vehicle, no, napabangga, napadasmag ka sa kusog kayong dagan nga sakyanan. After the termination of the SOCO team leader shall brief the investigator on case on the initial results and thereafter conduct the final crime scene survey together with the IOC and release of the crime scene. Now take note, the procedures is after the conduct of the crime scene processing, which is made by the SOCO team or the SOCO operatives, then the team leader may now turn over the scene of the crime to the assigned IOC. And then the IOC can make another survey or a follow-up investigations on the scene of the crime. And then if he wants to release the scene of the crime, so he needs to inform the chief of police. So once the chief of police will satisfied on the crime scene investigation or the investigation conducted by both the SOCO and the investigator in case. So upon proving and receiving that the crime scene was properly observed and all evidence are properly collected, then the chief of police may now give go signal with the investigator on case to release the scene of the crime. Okay? So hindi agad basta-basta i-release ang crime scene pag hindi nagpaalam sa chief of police. The IOC shall decide on the lifting of the security cordon and the release of the crime scene upon consultations with the SOCO team leader, and he shall be responsible in ensuring that all pieces of potential evidence will be collected by the SOCO team as any re-entry into the crime scene after its release to the owner will require a search warrant issued by the court. This is ang nangyari is robbery with homicide. So, naimbestiga na-process na ang bahay, tapos na, nirelease na. And then kinabukasan gusto mong balikan kasi parang may kulang, no? Sa paningin mo may kulang, no? Parang may kulang doon sa investigasyon. So, on that situation, you cannot allow to enter or to reconduct a crime scene processing of the said place of a crime because you have already made your investigations. So, kung gusto mong balikan, kung gusto mong so you need to secure a search warrant, no, coming from the court. So, yan. The IOC shall accomplish the CSI Form 6. IOC's investigator CSI form before the cordon shall be lifted. So, kailangan mag-accomplish muna siya, pilapan muna niya yung CSI Form 6, no, bago ipatanggal yung cordon sa area. The IOC shall ensure that appropriate inventory has been provided by the SOCO team and shall only lift the security cordon and release the crime scene only after the completion of the documentation process. So, yung sabi natin, yung CSI Form number 6. The IOC or the chief officer shall turn over the crime scene to the owner of the property or where the crime scene is a public place or to any local persons in authority. The IOC as well as the SOCO team shall completely fill up the forms specified in the standard operating procedure. The IOC shall accomplish and submit the investigator's report with all the required attachment to the chief of police within 2 working days from the date of incident. So, yung investigation report ng assigned investigator, kailangan masabit niya within 48 hours, no? Within 2 working days, no? Now let's go to the death investigations. Homicide investigations, meaning homicide investigations, there is no motive to kill, but it resulted into the intent of killing due to some unavoidable circumstances. Okay. The 3 bridges in homicide investigation in which the police investigators should not be crossed. So katong tulo ka tulay nga dili dapat the bridges of fire na dili dapat tabukon sa atong mga investigador. First, the first bridge is the body has been moved. So paano pa natin malalaman kung ano ang dahilan ng kanyang pagkamatay o ano yung kanyang mga sugat kung yung patay ay dinala na sa ospital? Pangalawa, the second bridge is when the cadaver has been embalmed. No, i-imbalsa mo na. So para pagkabalo nga kung sa ang cause of death sa iya, ha? Di ba? So kung nahilabtan na itong iyang mga unod, okay, o nakuhaan na siya dugo. The third bridge is when the dead person is burned or cremated. So unsa pa nato pag-imbestiga sa patay kung ang patay gilubong na or luto na, no? So those are the three bridges or the three bridges of fire and homicide investigation in which should not be crossed, no? Kay kung ang patay gikuha na diha, so kinsa pa may imbestigahan nato diha, wala naman na contaminate na ang crime scene. So kung ang patay gibalsa mo na, kinsa pa nato pagkandag og autopsy. No, kag-imbalsa mo naman. Then ang the last is kung gilubong na or gisunog na ang patay. Autopsy is the process by which the pathologist or the medical legal officer conducts an examination on the cadaver to determine the exact cause of death. No, as I said earlier, no, autopsy should be prepared at once when there is a slightest reason to suspect the probability of homicide. Now, take note, under the law, there is an existing law even in the Philippines that bisag sa Pilipinas na nang balaura na all violent types of death are subject for a mandatory autopsy. Now, because of the so-called for humanitarian considerations, the police or the investigator will give respect to the family of the victim. No, like for instance, binaril, tapos ayaw ng pamilya na ipa-autopsy kasi satisfied na sila, natanggap na nila. So ano pang magagawa ng pulis? But technically and legally speaking, talagang dapat i-autopsy yun. Tulad nung taong namatay, na wala namang dahilan, sabi nalason o nilason. Paano malaman kung nilason kung mismo yung pamilya ayaw nilang i-autopsy yung biktima? So that is one, no? But in US, all violent related crimes or the cause of death is a violent cause, then that is subject for a mandatory autopsy. Whether the family is, whether they like it or not, then the law enforcement agency shall be overruled. No? Sila gid ang magpatigbabaw. Autopsy distinguished from postmortem examination. Now, take note, autopsy, it is a conduct of a well process of an examinations of the dead body for the purpose of determining the causes of death. While postmortem examination, it is a partial examinations or observations of a dead body in order to establish the possible cause of death. I said possible cause of death. And postmortem is usually done at the scene of the crime, or autopsy is usually done at the crime laboratory or at the morgue. Okay? Postmortem examination is the cursory examination of the dead body by the medical legal officer at the crime scene, while autopsy is more detailed. So that is the difference between the two. Autopsy or necropsy. Necropsy is the legal term for autopsy. That's why ang ginagawa yan is necropsy is last autopsy report, no? Yung technical report na sinasabi ng pathologist doon sa requesting party. Okay? So, sino ang requesting party? Ang police station. It is the medical document or report stating the cause of death of the victim. So, autopsy or necropsy report is the medical document or report stating the cause of death of the victim. Take note, what do we call the technical report submitted by the pathologist to the requesting party on the result of the cause of death? And that is necropsy report or autopsy report. Okay. Okay, so as you have observed, there is a picture. Kaning lalaki, so the positions is like an on-guard positions of the boxer. Mo nang gitawag natong forged, no? So forged ni siya. Kini sa natural mummification kay sa desert siya namatay. Kini siya homicide case man ni sa balay. So siguro mga 72 hours na ni siya nga wala nakitaan mo ni siya nagkaroon na ng decomposed na, no? The body was already decomposed, no? Lagom na kay ang naong, and then ang gahi na pud siya, no? So, yan. So, purge, as the body begin to transform into liquid state and gases build within the body, the gases force the fluids from the body. Katong nagagawas na, sinaw na siya, no? The fluid ranges from dark and red, dark brown to black and has a very unpleasant odor. Kaya na nasa sa state of decomposition. The gases will force the putrefied liquid from the body through the mouth, nose, vagina, and anus. So kasagaran gawas nila sa ilong, sa baba, no? O sa lubot. Now, the liquid is referred to as pores. Ang gina-refer nga pores katong liquid putrefying tissues, no? Katong nagagawas na ang acidic sa lawas sa tao. Kaya nag-decompose na siya. So, yan, no? Mummifications, it is preserving the body of the victim, no? So, either by chemical process or by natural process. So, kining tao diri sa desert ni siya namatay. So, ito yung tinatawag natin na natural mummifications. Okay? So, wala na dugmok ang iyang panit, ni pilit gyapon sa iyang the hardest part of the human body, no, after death, no, it is the only remains, no, muna ang iyang skeletal. Now, let's go to the crimes against person. So, parricide. Take note, parricide, it is a killing of parents, legitimate grandparents, legitimate ascendants, and descendants. Pag sinabi natin legitimate, pasabot na anak sa iyahang anak, no? Iyang apogid nga tinuod. Meaning, dili anak, para sa married ba? Legally married. Now, remember, parricide can in the spouses. So, to declare that the crime of a killing of a woman is a parricide or killing of a man is a parricide if the man and a woman are legally married. So, meaning, legally married sila. So, kung gipatay ni A ang iyang bana, nga kasal sila, ang kaso niya, parricide. Pero kung dili sila kasal, dili mahulog nga parricide. Ano man, ang gingon sa balaod is legally married. Okay, so legally married. So mo na nga, pag dili sila legally married, wala sila gikasal, and then the case is not a parricide but a clear murder. Okay? Any person who shall kill his father, mother, or a child, whether legitimate or illegitimate. So para po makuha na to ang illegitimate, dito say, ang papa, wala siya kabalong na nagkaanak na siya sa dati niyang karelasyon. And then, one day, nagkasugat sa siyang wala na ilan nga anak, nagkaroon sila ng altercation, nag-away sila, napatay sa anak sa gawas tong iyang wala niya na ilang amahan, and then later on, pag-imbestiga, nahibawaan nga katong napatay niya is iyang amahan. So, but pasabot, ang bata, nga wala na ilang nga amahan niya to is makasuhan siya og parricide. Okay? Pero kung ang asawa sa iyang wala na ilang na amahan ang iyang napatay, dili siya makonsider na parricide because they do not have a direct blood relation. So, murder lang or homicide. Okay, pasara. Si A, papa ni B. Si B, anak ni A, sa iyang dating karelasyon, wala sa kaila. Si C, ang legally married karon ni A. Mao na ang asawa ni A. So, karon nagpaila si B nga anak siya ni A. So, karon wala ni kuan si B kang A, nag-recognize. So, tungod sa kalagot ni A, iyang giatake si B, nga iyang biological father, unknown biological father. So, karon kay, nilaban man ni si A. So, gidumog po niya, si C, gidumog niya si A. So, karon napatay ni kuan, ni B, si C, nga asawa ni sa iyang unknown father, so dili makasuhan si C og parricide kay wala man siya blood relationship didto kang C kay dili man niya tumama. Pero kung ang iyang illegitimate father ang iyang napatay, so ang kuan man god is ang ginatawag man gud nato is identifications is immaterial siya provided nga ma-establish nga anak niya or papa niya tong iyang napatay, no? So yan. So another is legitimate or any of his ascendants or descendants or spouses shall be guilty of parricide and shall be punished by the penalty of reclusion perpetua to death under the Article 246. What are the elements of parricide? A person is killed, the victim is killed by the accused, and the last element, the victim is the father, mother, or child, whether legitimate or illegitimate, or a legitimate ascendant, no? So may legitimate ascendant or descendants or legal spouses of the accused. Pag may legal spouses, meaning kasado sila. Unsa man yung legitimate ascendants? Kung ang anak is anak siya sa mag-asawa nga kasado. Tapos ang either ang lalaki anak sa lolo, tapos ang mama sa bata kasado. Pero kung dili kasado ang mama sa bata, gipatay niya yung lolo, then it cannot be considered as a crime of parricide but a crime of homicide or murder. The same way, kung ang apo is illegitimate na patay sa lulo, dili makasuhan ang lulo og parricide kundili murder or homicide. No, kay dili man siya legitimate child. Okay? So therefore dili ko siya legitimate ascendants or descendants. Kay di man kasado ang iyang ginikanan. So yan, no? This crime is regarded as the highest form of destruction of life. Parricide is a crime of relationship. So by blood ito, no? This is a crime committed between people who are related by blood. Ang exempted lang ani is katong brother o sister. No? Although they have a blood related, kung napatay sa igsuon ang iyang igsuon, then the crime is not parricide. That is one of the exemption of the crime under the parricide. So ang kaso is murder or homicide. Another exemption sa parricide is kung ang anak si A amahan ni B. Si B, asawa niya si C. No? Si A, amahan ni B. Si C, ang ka-live-in partner ni B. Si D, anak ni B og C. So meaning, si C is illegitimate child. Why? Because his parents are not legally married. So, meaning, karon si C have no direct relationship or legally relationship to the A nga amahan ni B. Kung mapatay siya ni C nga amahan ni B, so therefore si C nga amahan ni B dili makasuhan og parricide kun dili murder kay dili man siya legitimate child. Okay? Now, however, between spouses, even if they are not related by blood, the crime is also parricide naman because they are legally married, so under the law. Except between husband and wife, the offender must be related to the offended party by blood. So, except between husband and wife, offender must be related. So, katong nakapatay is related to the offended party by blood. Katong ilag yung anak, katong kasado sila. Subot pa sabot, kasado man sila. So, legitimate ang bata. Matawag lang mo kung legitimate ang bata kung dili kasado ang iyang ginikanan, no? Such blood relationship must be in direct line, not in a collateral line. So, pag may collateral line, so marani katong illegitimate, no? Between parent and child, the relation may be legitimate. So, marani siya katong isulti. Between parent and child, the relationship must be legitimate. So, para maunsa sa mga legitimate, dapat kasado yung ginikanan. Or illegitimate ang bata, pero kung ang lalaki nga dili niya amahan, may nakapatay sa anak sa iyang kapuyo, so dili siya mahulog na parricide. Dito si A ug si B nag-ipon. Si C anak ni B sa pagkadalaga. Nag-ipon sila, nag-away si C ug si A, napatay ni A si C. So si A dili makasuhan og parricide kung dili murder. Nga naman, dili man niya to anak si Kuan. Dili man niya anak tong unsa ni, katong anak ni C, no? Siyan. All other relationship must be legitimate. Knowledge of relationship is not necessary. So, na-identify man nimo wala ang imong amahan, imong biological parents, so as long as napatay nimo siya, because you have a direct relationship to persons that you kill, is you will be charged of parricide, no? Now, the essence of treachery is that the offended party o katong nipatay o ni-atake was denied. The offended party is katong gipatay, no? Katong giatake was denied the chance to defend himself because of the means. Like po sa giatangan nimo sa ngit-ngit nga lugar. Pagkuman pag-agi niya imo din siyang gibunalan, no? Or gidunggab. So meaning the offended party or the victim have no chance to defend himself kay imo siyang gipakalitan, gi-surprise nimo siya. No? Form executing the crime deliberately adopted by the offender. It is a matter of whether or not the offended party was denied the chance of defending himself. Illustration. A person is determined to kill resorted the cover of darkness at night time to ensure the killing. So nagtago ka sa ngit-ngit, imong giatagan nga moagi tong imuhang biktima. Nocturnity becomes a means that constitutes treachery, and the killing would be murder. But if the aggravating circumstance of nocturnity is considered by itself, it is not one of those which qualify a homicide to murder. Homicide. Any persons who are not falling within the provisions of Article 246 and Article 248 shall kill another without the attendance of any of the circumstances enumerated. Meaning, ang homicide man good is, it is an ending of a life of another persons due to some situations or commotions, no? Any of the second enumerated in the next proceeding shall be deemed guilty of homicide and punished by reclusion temporal. Like for instance, nag-away mo, subagay, tapos kay pagsumbag nimo, na-slide ang kuha, natumbay mong kalaban, nabunal ang ulo sa bato, tirig, patay. So you will be charged of homicide, not by murder. Another, imong gidunggab ang kuha, nadunggaban nimo imong kalaban, kidala sa ospital. So ang kaso nimo dito is either frustrated homicide, no? Pero kay after 2 days nga gikuan siya sa ospital, namatay. So imbis kay frustrated ang imong kaso, nahimo na siyang homicide kay namatay man ang biktima. So i-change lang ang title sa kaso. Another, so bagay bunog kay imong kalaban, bunog. So gidala sa ospital. After 3 days namatay ang biktima. Ang kaso nimo, ang unang gipile is physical injury. Pero kay namatay man ang biktima, nga dito sa ospital, so mausap na po ang title sa kaso from physical injury into homicide, no? Basta mamatay ang biktima due to the injury sustained, no? So yan. What are the elements of homicide? That a person was killed. So siyempre, kung wala namatay, so dili siya homicide, prostrated lang siya or attempted. That the killing was done in the absence of any justifying circumstances, no? That the accused had the intention to kill which is presumed, and that the killing was not attended by any of the qualifying circumstances of murder, parricide, or infanticide. Okay? So, wala tong treacherous act, no? Due to the unavoidable circumstances lang good, no? Kanang murag dili malikayan nga sila masanang sa ang motive of a crime is murder. So, nangawat karon nakamatang tag-iya. So, karon kay nikuha man bunal ang tag-iya. So sa kadlok sa kawatan nga basig mabunalan siya o siyang mapatay, so iyang gibaril karon ang tag-iya sa balay. So ang kaso sa kawatan, so robbery with homicide. So inserted na ang homicide dito, no? Yan. Pero kung gi-rape niya, walay labot ang rape dito, that is separate case, no? In homicide, the offended party must die in order to consummate the crime. If he does not die, the crime is either attempted or prostrated homicide. In attempted or prostrated homicide, the offender must have the intent to kill the victim. If there is no intent to kill, no, ingon intent ha, dili motive. Pag motive man gud na plano, ang intent is katong wala damha nga nagkaroon siya ng intent kung sa iyang kalagot on the part of the offender. He is liable only for physical injury even if there is no intent to kill, kung nabunog. Pero kung due to the injury sustained, gidala sa hospital after 1 day sa medication, namatay, so mahitabo nga ang katong kaso from physical injury to a crime of homicide. It cannot be physical injury because with respect to crimes of personal violence, the law looks upon the result of the act of the offender. So, tungod, ang resulta sa iyang kamatayan tungod sa imong pagpangulata sa iya o tungod sa iyang mga bunog nga nagkaroon ng complications sa iyang lawas mong namatay. So, manambot pasabot ana ha. And wholesome responsible for all the consequences of said acts. Intent to kill is conclusively presumed when death is resulted. Hence, evidence of intent to kill is required only in attempted or prostrated homicide. Common misconception of the meaning of the corpus delicti, meaning corpus delicti is the body of the crime, not the body of the victim. In attempted or prostrated homicide, there is intent to kill. In physical injury, there is none. No? However, if a result of the physical injury inflicted, the victim died, itong sampo na to ganina, katong bunog nga naiguman, mahinungdan sa iyang kamatayon, then the crime will be homicide because the law punishes the result and not the intent of the act. Wala kay intent, nagkulata lang nimo siya, pero wala kay intent nga mo patay. Pero namatay sa tungod sa bunog o sa injury nga iyahang nahiaguman. So, ang kaso nimo is homicide. Infanticide is a killing of a child less than 3 days old. Ang giingon dito is less than 3 days old. But pasabot, wala pa kaabot og 3 ka adlaw ang bata. So, 2 lang siya kaadlaw. And the first 48 hours during the birth. So, the first 48 hours of the child after birth, and then the child was killed by any persons. So, ang kaso niya is infanticide. No? So, infanticide. Kung ginikanan ang nagpatay sa bata, ang possible penalty niya is dito sa parricide. Pero kung laing tao ang nakapatay sa bata nga less than 3 days, tong 2 days lang siya, is ang penalty is katong sa murder. Okay? So, nara diri ang sample, ana. The penalty provided for parricide in Article 246 and for murder in Article 246 shall be imposed upon any person who shall kill any child less than 3 days of age. Pagmitag less than 3 days, wala kabot og 3 ka adlaw. Katinggingon di the penalty provided for para sa Article 246. So, kung ang nakapatay sa bata nga bagong anak, ginikanan, lulo, or legitimate parents, so ang penalty nila dito basihan sa parricide. Pero kung laing tao wala relasyon sa bata, ang iyang kaso, ang iyang penalty dito kuhaon sa penalty sa Article 248 katong murder. Okay? What if kung ang bata 3 days old na siya? Nya ginikanan ang nakapatay. Kasuhan ba sa infanticide? The answer is no. Killing a child which is already 3 days old is not considered as a crime of parricide, but instead is a crime of parricide or murder, no? Killing of a child which is already 3 days old after birth. So if a child is already first 72 hours after birth and the parents kill the said child, then the parents will be charged of parricide. If other persons who committed that act, then that person will be charged of murder, not infanticide. Kasi yung bata, umabot na siya ng 3 araw. Okay. The penalty provided for parricide in Article 246 and for murder in Article 2 shall be imposed upon any person who shall kill any child less than 3 days of age. No? So, yan. So, man is the penalty provided. Kung ang bata is less than 3 days old, so, infanticide siya, pero ang penalty nga basihan katong sa Article 246. Okay, ginikanan man o lolo ang nakapatay. Pero kung laing tao, so, ang penalty dito sa Article 248 ang i-impose. Okay? Okay, so look at this. So this wounds, this is the point of entry. So maybe it is a shotgun sigurong gitirahan, you know. So as you have noticed, this is what we call this the unborn gunpowder, no? In your subject in ballistic, it will be properly it will be expounded more, no? So try to look at the blood, ang kulo niya nag-itom, no? So actually dulit ni siya. As you have noticed to these portions, so katubi taong buka sa baril, no? Gidulit, no? Gidulit siya. Or maybe the mga walang kay gamay lang kay, no? An inch lang ang distansya sa ulo. Okay? So yan. So tinaw niyo tao pasulod ang iyang protrudo. So this is an entrance wounds, no? So yan. Then this is another mga ni katong sa shotgun, no? So yan, this is another entrance wounds. So tanaw pasulod ang iyang kuan, no? Budlot, no? Nagbudlot dito pasulod, no? So yan. Okay? So kini siya dulit ni, no? Kini siya murag layo-layo ni gamay, siguro mga naani siya sa mga 6 inches distance. Okay? Pero ito malapitan lang yan, no? O gidulit na siya, aro. O maning kuan buka sa baril ni, no? Paso ni siya. So kung sa ballistic pa niyan tawag nato ani niya diri kini nga portion mo ni siya mga tattooing, no? O, or smudging, no? So kini smudging. Yeah, nag-smudge, no? So yan nagmansa ba? Okay? Now in contact or close range fire there is a burning of the skin. So katong gipakita to gana. Singing or scars, kanang scars kanang nitiko-ko ba? Nitiko-ko, no? So pag may tagtiko-ko, pasulod man ginang tiko-ko, masige pa tiko-ko pagawas of hair due to flame and gunpowder tattooing. So mo tong gisulti na to ganina. So this is the tattooing kanang sa kilid kanang murag kanang gunpowder nga murag nagranulize, no? So this is an entrance wounds, no? So yan. Then a contact fire, the entrance wound is bursted due to sudden release of the expansive force of gas. There is burning on the tissue around the wound because it is within the muzzle flame. The soot is also usually present as well as the smudging within the tissues of the victim. So mo ni siya ang mga tattooing kani. And this is also the smudging, no? Yan, smudging of the gunpowder. So, yan, no? So kung ato itong ipakita, katong isa ka ganina, para pas nindot kani siya, no? So yan. So this is now the so-called as the tattooing, this portion. And then this is now the smudging. And this is now the gunpowder suit, no? So itom kaysa kay duul man, no? Tanawan mo agas yan dugo, oh. So itom, no? So yan. Okay? Unburned and partially burned gunpowder, katong gi-explain ako ganina, ano? Katong dili tanan pag magpabuto ag baril, ang powder masunog tanan dili, no? Napanay say mo sabay dito sa bullet. So while the bullet is traveling to the target, okay? So is responsible for tattooing, stapling or spickling, no? Mao to siya katong magpuntik-puntik sa kilid sa point of entry of the bullet to the human body, no? Or peppering, so mo ni katong murag kanang paminta around the wood, no? Katong iga ko yung murag tibugol-tibugol, no? It becomes lesser and lesser until disappears beyond the distance of 24 inches near contact up to 6 inches distance. So klaro pa ang tattooing na ug ang smudging. Now pagmitag 24 inches, that is only 1 foot, no? 1 foot away. There is a bursting of the tissue of the blackening of the skin as in contact fire, but the particles of the gunpowder are present not only in the inside but as well as around the entrance wound. So katong ipakita na to gaya nga first picture nga katong ulo, no? Katong nag-itom sa iyang samad sa sulod. Okay, so yun siya. Okay, so here's now, no? Ibalik natin, no? So ito yung tinatawag natin na unburned gunpowder. This portion is katong murag nagtibugol-tibugol kanang diri sa kilid, mo na yung mga tattooing, no? Kana siya. So mga unburned gunpowder ni sagol siya sa samad, no? So yan, no? Marami siyang tattooing. When in fact, ito nga dito mismo, ito yung tinatawag natin na in close range yan siya, no? So duol kayo, no? Siguro nasa mga 2 inches lang, no? Kasi hindi man naman masyadong di magisalingin, good, no? Okay, so presence of gunpowder, yan, no? Then presence of muzzle end of the firearms. So ito yan siya, no? So, yan. Injuries and death due to extreme of temperature. Unsa man ni sobrang kainit, sobrang kabugnaw. Pag namatay sa kainit, heat stroke or hyperthermia. Pag namatay sa kabugnaw, hypothermia or cause of frostbite, no? What is the thermal injury is caused when the human exposed to a high or lower environmental temperature. So maning high, sobraan kayo ka init or lower, no? So wala na init kundi 1 degree Celsius na, no, ang klima, bugnaw na kayo. So mag-ice na. Now what is the effect of the cold temperature? If the human body exposed to a severe cold or freezing, it may result in a disassociation power of oxygen. So ang imong oxygen ana murag maghuot, no? Ang imong hemoglobin murag muhinay kay kuan siya kanang mag-clog, no, because of the freezing. And the weaken the tissue to utilize or develop oxygen. So magkaging na imong lawas, dili kadagan ang imong dugo, then it may result into shock. So body shock or internal shock. So dili naka-function ang imong kasing-kasing kay wala na oxygen naghatag. Okay? So low exposure of the human body cause necrosis. So mamatay jud ka and multiply of the human flesh. Sa gani ka nang sobrang kabugno kay magsamad-samad ang imong kan or mag-nosebleed ka, no? So mag-nosebleed. A single or short exposure of the human body to cold environment is dangerous. Sampulan na lang kung nato anang magbit-bit kag ice. Kamuto nimo ang ice. Di ba? So, in a few seconds, you will feel nga nagabanhod ang imuhang kamot. No? Tungod kay ang blood vessels ato ginapugngan na. No? Ni aksyon nagkakaging. No? Nagbarado na. Kay na pressure na prosin na ang atong ugat. Dili na makaagi ang atong dugo na which is considered as oxygen. The old age as well as young children will less be affected of this type of climate, no? Bitaw mga tigulang dali lang tugnawon, mga batang gagmay, so dali ra kay sila tugnawon. Regulating tissue of young children is not yet fully developed, while the old age, their thermos regulating tissue is slightly weakened. So, ang ilang kuan sa ilang lawas nga pangkuan sa init, so murag muhinay na gamay tungod kay fragile naman ang ilang lawas, no? While woman had a strong resistance to cold, yes, that is true, no? Ang babae gyud taas kayo na sila strong sa cold temperature than a man due the greater deposit of subconscious fats, no? So kay namo sila mga fats nga nasa ilahang mga panglawas o sa unod sa ilang kaunuran. Person who suffers malnutrition and fatigue are prone to effect of cold temperature. Kanang mga tao nga kulang og kaon, mga payat, no? So yan. Kay chopping wounds, so mara ni siya, tad-tad, no? A chop wounds represents a combination of a sharp and blunt force injuries. Kita mo nang mamalingki mo kanang paa gani sa baka baron sa baboy, kana, no? So, typically produced by a heavy or a powerful object like parang pang-tad-tad na sundang, no? Or butcher knife. Okay, typically produced by a heavy, powerful object that has an edge that is somewhat sharp to very sharp, or by a sharp object wielded with a tremendous amount of force defense wounds. No? Defensive wounds are any type of injuries that are result from an attempt katong pagsagang nimo, pagsukol nimo, pagdepensa nimo, kuan ka dia hacking wounds imong gidepinsaan, susama na imong kamot or ang imong ulo mo naigo. Are any type of injuries that result from attempt or repeated attempts to defend against an assailant, pasaning sa mga rape, no, na kutsilyo, sukol ka, yagi, dunggab ka, yan. Or, na imong kalaban, nagdala og sundang, so imong gisagang, or imong giilog, no, so yan. Assailant using a sharp-edged weapon as knives or blunted instruments, such as spears and clubs. Such ones are usually deeply indented, stab wounds, but can be either blunt or sharp in nature. So, depende, no? So, yan, look at that. Oh. no? Igbas na, gitusok pa. Ito naman nagkaroon gibangkaw, no? So diri sa pikas, no, sa right temple gi tusok ni gawas diri, no, kasi nagkaroon ng protruding plus tissue dito. So di ba? So minaximize ko lang yung yung picture kasi baka meron diyan mga sensitive masyado sa mga samad basi unyag dinaganahan mukaon, no? So yan. Now let's go to the coup and contra coup injuries. This is the common the head injury of the boxers, especially kanang nabanggaan gani na natumba na bagok ang ulo. So abi nimo okay ka lang, no, kay nakatindog din ka pero totoo nakasuka ka og tubig. Pag musuka ganig tubig nya nabagok imong ulo, which is very dangerous. So dapat madala kag ospital, baka nagkaroon ka ng internal hemorrhage, baka nagkaroon ng abrasion, contusion inside of your skull, no? Internal abrasion, meaning internal contusion, abrasion, so meaning na isamad ang imuhang mga ugat sa utok, no? Nabunog dayang sa sulod nya na isamad. So okay lang ka. Tintaw nalipong ka pag human nimog suka og kuan tubig. Yung ka okay lang mo ko to ni kalit ag lingko suka kag tubig na delikado na siya, ha? Now, what is contra coup? The injuries are the opposite side from where the blow was initiated. So, look at first, no, sa coup and contra coup injury. So, yan. Ano? So, look at this. So, diri siya gisumbag, automatic diri ang bunog ana niya, no? So, and then natumba siya diri. So, if you remember the case of Zigores katong boxer, ang kay Zigores that is coup and contra coup injuries. Sumapod ni siya, no? No, naigo siya diri, dagan siya bunog diri, and then nabagok siya, nagkaroon na naman siya ng another contusion here. This is money ang contra coup injury. So diri siya gisumbag sa gawas pero sa sulod ang bunog, no? So na diri. And then ibulalan siya, automatic na po diri ang bunog. Then katong gi-contra coup siya, nanapod siya bunog diri sa iyahang kuan likod, no? So mo ni ang katong kasagarang kaso sa mga boxer, sumbag sa ulo pa, tumba, bunal, no? So yan. Ang mga kasagarang injury sa mga boxer is coup and contra coup injury that may resulted into a possibility of internal hemorrhage. So mo na ang ubang boxer pag dili na magkuan mabuang or magkaroon ng Alzheimer's disease kanang malimtanon, no, because of the head injury. So yan. Now, gunshot and shrapnel wounds. Unsa man ni shrapnel wounds? Katuning mga small debris nga ni pisik sa imuhang lawas ni sulod nakasamad, no, pasanang buak nagdala ka og kanang unsay tawag ani kanang bowl. Nabuhian mo pak, wala ka na sa ang nakasama sa imo katong pinisik nga debris sa bowl or kanang sa buti. Or naglabay granada, layo man ta ka pero naigo ka pa pero nakaigo sa mga sharp nails. Okay? Now, an open wound brought about by a penetrating power of the projectile. Sabi ng projectile, katong kuan sa bala, no? Katong kuan sa bala, katong yung tumoy. Propelled by expansive force of gun or gunpowder. Shrapnel wounds commonly referred to a wound which is usually produced by a fragments of a high or low velocity of an explosion. Like for instance, Pasko, naglakaw ka, niya tapos na naglabay o kanang super lulu. Natay pagbuto sa super lulu, wala ka mismo directly naigo sa katong sa super lulu, pero katong mga bato nga gagmay, no, nabuak, nilagpot sa imuhang paa. So, naigo ka, nasamad, and that is known as shrapnel wounds. O, man na siya shrapnel. Such as grenade and improvised explosive device or IED. So katong ginatawag nato nga ang IED gibutangan siya og kanang mga kuan sa julin, no, kanang mga julin or bulitas. So katong makaigo sa mga bulitas mo to siya ang shrapnel. So characteristic of the entrance wound. Generally ang entrance wound is gamay ang samad pero ang kuan na niya ang exit wounds dako, no? In general, the size of the entrance wound is usually smaller than a bullet. So take note, entrance wound having a presence of the smaller ones or one that we call this light ones. Or due to the reaction, the shape may be oval or circular, depende kung saan nakaigo sa mga. The edges of the one is inverted with contusions, color, or abrasions. Color the one and the gunpowder entrance. So look at this. So yan. So this is the point of entry and this is now the point of exit. So dako. So gamay siya. Mailani mo na kaya protruding. Pag ang protruding gani sa kuan, sa samad is pasulod, subot pasabot mo na siya ang point of entry sa object. Pag makita po mo sa iyang another ones, no, katong continuous sa iyang samad, ni through intro ang samad, pag napoy protruding nga ruptured wounds nga nagbudlot pagawas, mo na siya ang exit. Okay? So yan, this is the point of entry, whether it is a bullet, no? And then this is now the point of exit of the bullet. Okay? So dako siya kumpara sa entrance, no? So yan. Next is we have the stub wounds. Stub wounds is produced by penetration of sharp-pointed and sharp-edged instrument. So like for instance, kutsilyo, espada, dagger, scissors. It may involve the skin or mucous surface, no? Nga masamad, no? So yan. So this is the feature of the stub wounds. Yan, stub wounds. So kita nyo, nagbunog yan, no? So yan. Then punctured wounds. Most common sa punctured wounds, it is caused by a pointed object like ballpeen, ice pick, no? So delikado mo dubagan kag ice pick or kanang screwdriver because that is a blunt force wounds, no? But it is dangerous kasi binimo kay gamay lang ang dugo pero naaday kuan dito sa sulod, no? Naaday nasama dito na ugat which cause internal hemorrhage, no? Wound is the result of a thrust of a sharp pointed instrument. No, unsa man kanang giduslak. The external injury is quite small but the dip is to a certain degree. It is a common produced by an ice pick, needle, nail, spear, bangkaw, pointed stick, or katungay kan sa kita mo na kanang sa payong, thorn, or kanang natusok ka sa tunok, and pinaakan sa hayop or hook. So, yan. So, mana siya, no? Okay, so gamay lang na siya, pero wata kabalo, basing na ay internal rupture that damage the nerves of the victim. So, yan, dili kumpiyansaan ang dinunggaban ng ice pick or screwdriver, no? Baka magkaroon ng infection. Now, lacerated wounds is a tear of the skin and the underlying tissues due to possible contact with a blunt instrument. Like for instance, gibunalan kag buti, gibunalan kag tubo, gisumbag ka, no? Kusukay pagkasumbag. Due to possible contact with a blunt instrument, it may be produced by a hit with a piece of wood, iron bar, fish blow, stone, but of fire or other objects with a sharp objects. A laceration is a wound that is produced by the tearing of soft body tissues, and this type of wound is often irregular and jug or wrap, no? Kanang murag pangos pero na panit pod, no? So yan, look at this, lacerated wounds, no? Yan, murag kanang gihiwa, no? So yan, it is all similar to the hacking wounds, no? Like hacking wounds, okay? Incised wounds, so kiyaw gini kay hiwa kita mo na kanang baboy nga kuan hiwaon, no? So yan, or kanang magkwantag isda, kanang kay natong isda samaran. So yan, so mo na incised wounds ang tawag ato. They are wounds that are usually longer than they are deep. They are caused by a sharp item, cutting or slashing into the knife, making a long lacerations or cut. A laceration is a wound that is produced by the tearing of soft body tissues. This type of wound is often irregular and jagged, no? So pag ang gigamit is hait kayo, so is smooth, no? Pero pag habol-habol, naging na siya mga ruptured wounds. A laceration wound is often contaminated with bacteria in debris from whatever object caused the cut. So like this, so yan, no? Yabrihan, no? So look at that, no? So yan, that is in the incised wounds. Okay, so now let's discuss with the coverage for the third exams, no? It talks about the different types of wounds, different types of special deaths and injuries. And the last is the crime of robbery, okay? Now, death by injury or types of wounds. Injuries, the 5 common types of wounds are abrasions, avulsions, incisions, lacerations, and puncture. If we talk about abrasions, mo ni siya katong mga gas-gas, no, kanang napangos, is a wound caused by frictions when a body scrapes across or a rough surface, like for example, na dagmata. So yan, no, by accident, nasagi na to ang alambre. So nagkaroon tayo ng tinatawag na avulsions, no? Avulsion is characterized by a plump. An incision is a cut with a clean edges, like mga kutsilyo, no, or blade. A laceration is a cut with jagged edges kasi nang nasabit sa alambre or sa barbed wire, no? Na ipangos na isamad, no? So yan. A puncture is a wound where something passes through or become impaled in the skin. So katong ni mga natusok ta og lapis, ballpen, lansang, ice pick. So yan, mga blunt force wound yan siya kanang sumbag, no? Or nabunalan ta og tubo or buti, yan, mga blunt force wounds yan siya. When a person is struck with a blunt object such as pipe, club, or fist, the severity of the injured can range from mild to severe. So depende sa kakusog sa impact, no? So yan, mao ni siya ang ginatawag nato siya og what we call this abrasions, no? So yan, no? Pangos pero na siya ay katong avulsions, no? So yan. So ang ilalo man na sakit kay na siya, no? Abrasion are scratches and scrapes involving outer layers of the skin. So para sa atong napangos, including grazes and impact impressions. Examination of abrasions can indicate the exact site of where an object struck the skin. So kung asa tagi naigo, so dito po na siya ang katong pangos, or kung sa punctured naman, so kung asa tagi itusok, so dito ra po na siya, or katong ginatawag nato og contusions, no? The direction the wounding object was traveling when it struck the skin or the contusions. Kung bitay gilatigo ka, bunalan kag bakos, di ba ang bunog ana nasa kilid, no? Isig ka kilid lang sa edges lang niya. Pero ang tungaan na sakit na wata kabalo kasi nabunog ang sulod, depende sa kakusog sa pagbunal sa bakos, labi na katong iyahang kuan, sa tawag ana niya katong yung bakal gani sa bakos, no? Injury does not break the skin but result in some discoloration, katong bunog, no? Contusion may be produced by post-mortem. The force or intensity of a blow cannot be judged by the size or the color of the bruise. So ang kakusog sa sumbag o sa pagbunal, dili na siya magbase kung sa kadako o sa color, no? Ang ginabasihan na ang iyang bunog ang kasakit nga kuan nga nadawa sa usa ka tawo. Itong itawag nato internal contusions. Wata kabalo nga nabunog day siya pero niyatan lagom pero takabalo na day samad sa sulod, no? There was a grace inside the contusions or the bruise. Okay. So mao na siya, no? Kana gilatigo na siya, no? Kana gilatigo na. Okay. Lacerations, a laceration is torn, rugged wounds, mga kana katong nasangit ta sa alambre or sa barbed wire, no? Or kanang nabanggaan ta, natumba ta, hindi na binatog pangus lang pero na de bunog sa sulod, no? So laceration occur as a result of a blow with a blunt instrument like club, something club katong kuan murag sungkod, no? Fist or stick, or from extreme trauma as would be found in the automobile accident. A laceration to the external layers of skin is referred to as continuous lacerations. Now, internal laceration refers to the rupture. So, ang internal, no, katong nasa sulod, no? Katong na nag-rupture na gas-gas, no? Splitting or fragmentation of organs, katong watakabalo nga na day unod nato nga nagisi, no, or ugat, no, nga nasamad. The agent of the lacerations will be abraded, scrape, or abrasions, depende, no, either katong murag pangus lang or katong murag ka ng gas-gas nga dako. The edges of the wound will have rugged edges. There may be bridging of vessels. So katong gingon ako, katong sa nga ugat. O takabalo nga, nagasgas dahil ang ugat, ano? O nasama dahil ang ugat, mo na nagkaroon ng internal bleeding that may cause internal hemorrhage. Now, the nerves will remain intact and visible within. The wound bridging from one side of the wound to the other. The skin surrounding the laceration may be undercut, separated from underlying muscle bone. This sometimes referred to as shelving. So yan, no? Kana siya, kita na to na ang abrasions, no, or samad. But we don't know in this particular area, no? Kita na to na bunog, no? There is a contusions. There is a bruise, kini siya, bruise na siya. So, and then this is now the lacerated wounds. So, takabalo nga na po din na siya abraded dito sa sulod. Okay? If the crime finalized in this article be committed by the mother of the child for the purpose of concealing his dishonor shall suffer the penalty of prison mayor in its medium and maximum period. So, kung ang bata nga gianak, gipatay sa ginikanan or sa iyang no? So, in order to cover their dishonor, so ang kaso lang niya is prison mayor and a maximum periods. If a said can be committed by the same purpose for the maternal grandparents or either of them, the penalty by reclusion temporal. So katong ang lula mismo ang nagpatay sa bata or ang lulo, no? What are the elements of INPA? That the child was killed, that the deceased child was less than 3 days old or 72 hours of age, no? Pag mag 72 ng bata, ang ginabasihan diri is the first 48 hours of a child. If the child was killed by the offender and the age of the child, ang edad sa bata is 2 pa lang kaadlaw gikan pag-anak, ang kaso is infanticide. Pero kung ang bata niabot nagtulo ka adlaw gikan pag-anak, gipatay sa iyang ginikanan o gipatay sa daing kung ang ginikanan may nagpatay sa bata nga niabot nagtulo ka adlaw gikan pag-anak, parricide. Kung laing tao ang nipatay, murder, no? Pero kung ang bata 2 pa lang kaadlaw gikan pag-anak or 1 pa lang kaadlaw gikan pag-anak, ang kaso sa ginikanan is infanticide. Pero ang penalty dito kuhaon sa parricide, no? Ang laing tao infanticide gyapon pero ang penalty nga i-impose ay katong kaso sa murder. Sabta ninyo? Subugat siya. That the accused killed the said child. This crime is based on the age of the child. So, ang ginabasihan sa infanticide is base sa edad sa bata. Nakinahanglan ang edad sa bata is dili moabot og 72 hours, meaning 2 pa lang kaadlaw gikan pag-anak. Kung ang bata gianak karon 1 kaadlaw gipatay siya pagkagabi, so infanticide pa na. Kung ang bata 2 pa lang kaadlaw gikan pag-anak, infanticide pa na. Pero kung ang bata 3 na kaadlaw, dili na siya infanticide. Either parricide or murder. Kung kung ginikanan or lolo ang nagpatay sa bata, parricide. Pero kung laing taong nagpatay sa bata, murder. Okay, so nasabtan. When the offender is the father, mother, or legitimate ascendant, he shall suffer the penalty prescribed for parricide. Pag ang bata is 72 hours na. If the offender is any other person, kung laing tao, the penalty is that for murder. In either case, the proper qualification for the offense is infanticide. Although bisag infanticide, pero ang penalty kung nakuhaon dito mismo sa murder or sa parricide. Okay? Even if the killer is the mother or the father of the legitimate grandparents, the crime is still infanticide and not parricide. Ngayon nga naman, kaya ang bata is less than 3 days old man siya. Pero, balikan nato, kung makuan man siya, found guilty sa korte, ang penalty, katong silot nga ay kuan sa iya ha, ang ihatag is katong penalty didto sa parricide which is reclusion perpetua, no? Now, Article 256, intentional abortion. Sa mani, katong gituyo pagpa-abort ang bata gikan sa tiyan sa inahan, gipugos, no? So, gipalaglag sa bata or gipalaglag sa lula, no? So, yan. The penalty of reclusion temporal if he shall use any violence upon the person of the pregnant woman. Ito si kabalo ang iyang uyab or iyang bana nga buntis ang iyang asawa or iyang uyab. So tungod kay dili siya gusto nga mabuntis ang uyab or iyang asawa, iya karong gikulata ang iyang asawa or iyang uyab. Tapos nagkaroon ng miscarriage, nalaglag ang bata. So that is intentional abortion. Okay? The penalty of prison mayor if without using violence. So kanang wala alay using violence. So imo lang kuan ang inahan, no, kanang imo siyang gikasabaan og maayo tapos emotional ang inahan tapos nagkaroon na miscarriage tungod sa iyahang psychological effect nga nahitabo sa iya. So gamay-gamay ra imong kaso, no, prison mayor ra. The penalty of prison correctional is medium and maximum period if the woman shall have consented. So kung ang inahan mismo ang nagpalaglag sa bata or ang lula sa bata ang nagpalaglag na giuyunan po sa inahan sa bata. So yan. What are the elements of intentional abortion? That there is a pregnant woman, no? Alangan magwala, no? The violence except on drugs, so imong gipainom og droga or gibut ang iyang giinom, iyang juice, gibutangan imong pampalaglag, or that the accused otherwise acts upon, no? Such pregnant woman, kung ang inahan mismo ang nagtuyo gyud, no? Nga minom siya og kanang pampalaglag, no? Tapos nitira sa droga para malaglag ang bata. Yan. That as a result of the use of violence or drugs or beverages upon her or any other act of the accused, the fetus dies either in the womb or after having been expelled therefrom. So kung namatay ang bata sa tiyan or namatay ang bata bisag nakagawas na kini sa puwerta sa inahan, no? Basta kay gigamitan siya og drugs or gipugos siya pagpa-abort, no? The abortion is intended. Abortion is the willful killing of the fetus in the uterus or the violent expulsion of the fetus from the maternal womb, which resulted in the death of the fetus. What are the three ways of committing intentional abortions? By using violence upon the pregnant, katong niinom siya og drugs, suyop siya og unsa ni, then niinom siya katong pampalaglag, o naglukso-lukso siya, no, or iyang kuha gid mismo, gipa-abort dito sa mga mga unsa ni, mga midwife nga nag malpractice or mga manugilot nga may trabaho kundi manguot og mga bata without using violence but acting without the consent of the woman. So wala niya gigamitan og drugs pero nisugos siya nga ipalaglag ang bata. Okay? Causing abortion with the consent of the woman. Now Article 257, no, unintentional abortion ganina intentional. So the penalty prison in its minimum and medium period shall be imposed upon any person who shall cause an abortion by violence but unintentional. Like for instance, wala kabalo ang uyab nga lalaki o wala kabalo ang bana nga buntis yung asawa kay surprise kuno. Karon wala man nag-away sila. Nag-away sila. So karon kay wa man kabalo ang bana o ang uyab nga buntis di ang uyab o yung asawa. Iya ang gikulata. So nakuan ang babae na unsani tapos natumba. So, murag serious ang pagkatumba, then nakuhaan. So, wala man kabalo ang bana o ang uyab, so ang iyang kaso is unintentional abortion, medyo baba sa gamay, no? Prison correctional lang. I think that is 6 months to 12 years, no? What are the elements of unintentional abortion? There is a pregnant woman, siyempre, that violence used upon such pregnant woman without the offender intending to cause abortion. So, wala gituyo, wala sa kabalo, no? That violence is intentional employed on her. And so that as a result of the violence used against the pregnant woman, the fetus dies inside the womb or expelled or therefrom. Okay, now let's go to the classification of wounds as to severity, no? Katong ginatawag nato katong serious nga mga samad. Mortal wounds, simply if we say mortal wounds, that may cause the possibility of death of a victim, no? If the victim will not immediately given a medical attention. So, nasa possibility na within 10 minutes, pag di siya madala sa hospital, mamatay siya. Okay? Now, mortal wound, it's caused by immediate after infection or shortly thereafter that is capable of causing death on the mortal parts of the human body, heart and big blood vessels, like for instance, kanang naglaslas, no? So, brain and upper portion of the spinal cord, like for instance, kanang imuhang spinal cord na gibunalan, no? Kusog kayo, and then nagkaroon ng contusion sa loob, no? Which is considered as immortal wounds. So, sa imuhang baga or sa imuhang tinai, imong atay, spleen and intestine, no? So, yan. This is the mortal wounds. But sometimes, remember, there are some persons who was hit at the temple, but due to the, what we call this, kanang iyang bitawng kuan sa tao, kanang iyang murag, minsan na tawagan nga murag kanang iyang energy ba, nga murag kaya pa niya ang samad, no? So that's why pag madala dito, buhi. Pag di siya madala, patay, no? Pag di mo operahan, patay. Now, non-mortal wounds, those are wounds which is capable of producing death immediately after infection or shortly thereafter. Pero pag di matagag medical attentions, the non-mortal wounds sometimes may cause the loss of death because of the internal hemorrhage or external hemorrhage, no? Dahil tungod sa daghang dugo nga ni awas, no? Remember, ang mga sundalog pulis nga nakipag pinusilay dito sa bukid, ang common silang gikamatyan not because of the gunshot wounds, but because of the severe injury that may cause internal hemorrhage, no? Katong kusog ang aga sa dugo. So yan. Parehas anang naglaslas, no? Gamay raman tayo ang laslas, pero tungod kay kusog ang aga sa dugo, kay ang ugat murag nasamad pod, no? So wala day nadala and then namatay. So yan, no? Okay, so this is non-mortal wounds, no? Pero kung dili na siya madala kay kusog ang aga sa dugo, pwede po siya mahutdag dugo, patay po siya, no? So ito yung tinatawag natin na hack wounds or chopping wounds, no? Hack wounds or chopping wounds, maura na sila, no? So this is one of the sample of the defense wounds. Kini siya, defense wounds na siya. No, instead nga sagmon niya og bakal or tubo ang kuan katong pag unsa ni pagtigba siya iyang gigamit iyang bukton di samad. Now what are the special type of wounds? We have defense wounds, no? So wounds which is the result of a person instinctively reaction of self-protection or self-defense. So yan, okay? So wala dili na naglaslasa katunang iyang pagkuan, pagsagang niya, no? Oh, nagtuo siya kay black belt tapos kuan ang gigamit. Sundang. Oh, dako pagagayo. Then self-inflicting wound katong ikaw mismo nagsama siya mo kayo pasanang imong gamitan nimo kanabitang hait, no? Aluminum baro imong gisamad-samad ang imong bukton. Kasagaran ana katong mga nagsakit o katong ginatawag nato og what we call this mga bipolar, no? So one produced on oneself are distinguished from suicide. The person has no intention to end his life as anang trip lang. So yan, okay? So mao na siya, no? Iyang gituyog samad. Manang gitawag na to, sometimes we call this a self-inflict injury. Okay? Say subago nimo imong naong aron inong gikulata ka na bunog yan. That is known as self-inflict injury. Now let's go to the crimes against property or crimes against property. Then the first thing we discuss the theft. Theft, crimes against property are crimes of theft where no force or threat or force is directed against an individual. Now, take note, there are two types of theft. Theft with the use of force and theft without the use of force. Ato sang hisgutan ang theft without force. Kanang abri ang pultahan. Dinisulod ka, nangawat ka. No, there is no sign of force. That is theft. And then, ang theft, snatching is a crime of theft. No, snatching. Pilferation is a crime of theft. Now, theft with a sign of force. Like for instance, imong gibuak ang salamin sa portahan sa kotse. Pero wala nimo gigamit ang pagbuak sa salamin para abrihan nimo ang kotse, kundi imo lang gikabot ang katong valuable items sa sulod sa sakyanan. So you cannot be charged of robbery, and that is a crime of theft. Another, nay nahulog nga pitaka sa usa ka tawo, nakita nimo. Instead nga imong i-aware ang tao, wala nimo siya gi-aware, uda imo siyang gikuha. So that is theft. Or nakay nakitaan nga butang sa dalan, but you failed to return that to the authority or to surrender that to the authority. And one day na nakabalo nga ikaw ang nakapunit, and then you fail to surrender those items that you have found, then you will be charged of theft. Okay? So, nakita lang nimo ang gamit. Uy, wapo maning baga ni, no? So, tapos, imong gidala sa inyong balay. Wala nimo siya gi-turn over sa authority for safekeeping. Imo siyang gi-safekeeping. You have no intent to use that, but you bring that into your home. So, in one day, nainibalo nga ikaw nakapunit, yadto ka, tapos wala nimo siya gi-turn over, then you will be charged of theft. So, yan, no? Mangawat ka og abuno sa inyong silingan. Mangawat ka og mangga, no? Nanungkit kag mangga, that is a theft. Okay? Now, let's say, nisuroy ka, tapos nakita nimo ang pawn shop, wala niya nasirad-an ang ilang display. So, imong gibuak ang istante. And then tapos imong gipanguha, no? No, imong gipangkabot tong mga kwintas nga gold. Then that is a crime of theft. Okay, that is not a crime of robbery. Although there is a sign of force, but you are not using by breaking the glass in order to have an entry point. What you did is only imo lang gi-extend ang imong body but not whole your body para makuha tong mga gi-display dito nga kwintas sa showroom. Yan. Pickpockets are simple snatching. Other forms are included in this classification. Theft inside the house or a building where entry is through open or closed door but unlocked. No, kasi siradong pultan pero wala mo gilakan. This is theft. Breaking the glass pane of a show window and extending an arm to get the valuable inside is a theft, as the force of hunting is not used as a means of entry. So wala nimo gibuak nimong bintana sa sakyanan, imo lang para makabot nimo tong makuha nimo to kay pinagis pagkabot, pero wala nimo gigamit nga para maabri ang sakyanan, no? Abrihan dito sa sulod. So that is a crime of theft. If the one who break the glass pane bodily entered the show window, it would be robbery with force upon things, no? Kung imong gibuak ang istante, no, ang salamin, and then tapos nisulod ka dito, nisaka ka, gipanguha nimo, meaning your body is now totally entered. So whole of your body, and then imong gipanguha, then that is not a crime of theft with a sign of force, but that is purely robbery na. Kay imo namang gisulod tanan nimong lawas, okay? Now, who are liable for theft? Theft is committed by any person who with intent to gain but without violence against or intimidation. Meaning, katong tao nga with intent to gain. Like for instance, nakita nimo ang balay. Uy, abri. Tanaw ka, way tao. Tapos nakita nimo dito na ipitaka sa lamisa, imong gikuha. Then that is a crime of theft. Okay? So yan, no? With intent to gain. So meaning, dili imo ang gamit, imong gikuha. Karon mangawat unta ka. Gamit unta kag tiklak. Karon pag ana nimo sa susi, imo na tang isulod sa doorknob ang susi, natuklod man siya, siyempre naman na sa force, so natuklod, uy, abri man di ay. So that is a crime of theft, not a crime of robbery with the use of picklock or master key. No? Kaya ang master key, using a pick lock or a spurious key in order to open the door. But the door was already open. The door is unlocked. And then you did not use instead of using the master key, but the door is already open, then there is no crime of robbery by use of, yung mga ganon, no? Shall take personal property or another without the latter's consent, no? So, pero kung, let us say, driver ka, nag-drive ka o private family driver ka, and then sa diyang pagbaba nimo nahulog imong pitaka. So, muli ng taka. Tapos, karon pagkuhan mo sa imong kuhan, paggawas nimo, nakasakay na kag-jeep, pagtanaon mo, lo, imong pitaka, wala day, so ninaog ka. Dali-dali ka ni balik dito sa balay sa imong amo. And then, isulod ka, then wala ka balay mong amo, nga nibalik ka, and then gikuha nimo ang pitaka. Makasuhan ba ka og theft? Or qualified theft? The answer is no, because the property is belong to yours, no? So imuha man to. Pero kung pitaka to sa imong amo, you will be charged of qualified theft, no? Unya isgutan na to ang qualified theft. A theft is likewise committed by any persons having found lost properties. Itong example na ko ganina. Dili porkit nakita nimo na sa dalan and then wala nimo na sa gi-turn over sa proper authority for safekeeping. If someone who looks for their property and they lose and found, but you bring that and use that for your own personal interest, and then one day someone knows that you are the one who found the loose items, and then when the owner asks where is the loose items, and then you fail to return that to the authority, then you will be charged of theft, no? So then any persons who after having maliciously damaged the property of another shall remove or make use of the fruits or objects of the damage caused by him. Unsa man ni? I give you one of the best example of this. You need to listen on this, no? Like for instance, si Pedro o si Ronaldo. Na sila'y away pa, bangi. And then, after 1 week, dili may mutang si Pedro. Kaya gusto siyang mubalos kang Ronaldo. Tugod kay gusto siyang mubalos, iyang gisulong si Ronaldo sa ilang balay. Pag abot niya dito sa balay ni Ronaldo, wala man si Ronaldo. Kaya namista di ay. Tungod sa iyang kalagot o sa iyang ka-frustration, para makabalos lang siya kay Ronaldo, iyang giguba ang payag ni Ronaldo. Hala, giguba niya pa, bungkag. So, karon iyahang gibiyaan. Okay? So what is the first crime committed by Pedro? So si Pedro, ang una niyang crime nga na-commit is malicious mischief, no? By destructions of properties of others. So malicious mischief to. Karon, sa diyang nibiya na siya, pag abot niya sa tunga-tunga sa dalan, nakahunaw na siya nga, uy, tama di, naman di ko'y kuhan dito. Maghimo man di ko'y kulungan sa manok. Wala man di ko'y atop. So nibalik sa karon dito sa balay ni Ronaldo nga iyang giguba. Gipanguha niyang atop. Gidala niya karon dito sa ilahang balay. So katong pagkuha niya dito sa atop ni Ronaldo nga iyang ang balay nga iyang giguba. So the crime of theft will now be another offense committed by Cruz o ni Pedro, no? Ni Pedro, no? Iyang giguba ang balay, nilakaw siya. So kung wala sa gilabtan dito, wala sa gikawat, o wala sa gidala, subot pa sabot, ang iyang kaso lang is malicious mischief by means of damage to property by another. Karon nibalik man siya, gikuha niyang atop, gidala niya sa iyang balay, gigamit niya, yami nag-atop sa kulungan siyang manok, then he will be charged of theft. So, dili to siya robbery, no? Kay dala man to siyang emotion na gustong mubalos. Okay? So, theft na yung kaso dito. Okay? Balikan ako ha. Si Pedro o si Ronaldo nag-away. So, after 1 week, di may mutang si Pedro, may numduman niya praminti ang naitabo sila ang duha ni Ronaldo. Tungod kay gusto siyang mibalos, basig nasakitan siya sa mga pulong nga gibuhian ni Ronaldo, Giadto niya ang balay ni Ronaldo. Pag-abot niya dito, wala man si Ronaldo kay namista di ang tuang kuan si Ronaldo. So tungod sa iyang kapungot ug kalagot na di siya kabalos kang Ronaldo, di siya ka siguro di siya mabunog si Ronaldo kay ang taon guro. Iyang giguba ang balay ni Ronaldo due to the frustration. So karon nibiya siya. So wala say kaso dito nga theft, kundi ang kaso na dito is malicious mischief by means of destructions of others' property. Pagkauman, pagabot niya tunga-tunga sa kalsada, nakainundom siya nga naday sa gimong kulungan, way atop, iyang gibalikan ang balay ni Ronaldo nga iyang giguba. Iyang gipanguha nga to, ug iyang gidala. So dito na ni-insert ang kaso nga theft. So, ang iyang kaso dito sa iyang second act, sa second act ni Pedro is crime of theft na. Another sample. So, si Pedro lang gapog si Ronaldo. So, ang kabaw ni Ronaldo nakabuhi. No? Perminti lang makabuhi. So, nakadisturbo sa tanom sa mga pananom ni Pedro. So, automatic ato si Ronaldo ta pwedeng tat niya pailan og malicious mischief, no? Due to the negligence so sa iyang hayop. So karon dakop ni Pedro ang kabaw. Iyang gidala dito kang kuan Ronaldo. Iyang gibaharan si Ronaldo. Oy Ronaldo, kini mong kabaw ba sige lang nagkaboy, nakadisturbo sa akong mga tanuman dito. Gipangaon ako mga mais dito. No? Dili ti ka pabayaron. Pero sa sunod gani nga makabuhi pa ni imong kabaw. No? Makabuhi pa ni imong kabaw, pabayaron na gid ka. No? Ako kang ipabarangay. Sus on the next day nakabuhi naman po ng kabaw ni Ronaldo ambot giyon sa pud niya pagtali, no? Kakaon na pod. So tungod sa kalagot ni Pedro, iyang gibunala ng kabaw. Patay. So ang pagbunal niya sa kabaw, nasa kaso dito. Ang kaso niya dito malicious mischief, no, killing of the animals which is the property of another. So karon pagpatay niya, so iyang giguyod ang kabaw. Layo-layo sa iyang garden. Unya karon kay nakahinumduman siya. Nakahinumduman siya nga hapit na ang pista sa ila, tulo na lang kadlaw. So iyang gibuhat, gilaplap niya ang kabaw, gipanguha atong mga unod. So iyang gidala sa ilang balay, iyang gikusahos. So dito sa pagpatay, tungod siyang kalagot, kay nakadisturbo, ang kaso ato malicious mischief, kay nakabuhi man tong kabaw. Karon, nakainundon siya nga pista, ang paglaplap niya, pagkuha sa unod, ug pagdala sa balay, kay iyang ihikayon pag-abot sa pista, no? So dito na iyang kaso nga theft. Okay? Any person who shall enter an enclosed state or a field where trespass is forbidden. No, katuging nga no trespassing will be persecuted. Pero nisulod ka dito. No? And then nga walay pagpanangit sa tag-iya. And then tapos nangawat kag mangga. So yan, that is theft. Then karon nisulod ka sa pispan sa lain. And then namingwit ka, then you will be charged of theft. So yan, no? Muna siya, ha? Okay. Now, what are the qualified theft? Ang qualified theft, kanang nagipagsalig ang tao sa imo, ha? Like for instance, imong amigo. So, amigo kay mo pa, no? Tungod sa imong trust sa iya, ha? Bisag ka, imong gikuan siya nga, imong ginapakita nga, na ang imong baon, imong pitaka ginasulod nimo sa imong bag. No? Karon one day nanginanglag kwarta imong classmate. So karon kay nangihi man ka, dali-dali niya giabrihan ang imong bag. Gikuha niya imong pitaka. So gikawat niya. So instead nga theft ang kaso mo, plain theft lang siya, no? Plain nga theft lang ta siya because you have because of the trust and confidence or by means of infidelity, gikuha sa imong trusted friend ang imong pitaka, then ang imong trusted friend, ma-charge siya og qualified theft. Another, nagtrabaho ka. Then pag CR nimo, na nakita ka dito nga singsing sa lababo, imong gikuha. Then accidentally, ang singsing dahil sa imong kauban. So, that is a crime of qualified theft. Wa nimo giuli. Or, na cellphone sa ibabaw sa lamisa sa imong kauban. Karon kay wa may tao, imong gikuha. And then, wa ka kabalo nga nada ay hidden camera. So, karon kay nagreklamo imong kauban, no? Kasi nagkuha niya, way nitugan, nagreklamo siya, nagkuha siya sa supervisor, nawala kong cellphone, sir. Bago para ba kayo ito, sir? Gamit kayo sa kuha, sir. Sige lang, atong tanawon, i-review na to ang CCTV nga gita nga gibutang dito nga dili makita ninyo. So, pagtanaw karon ikaw man nagkuha. So, you will be charged of qualified theft. So, naraw, the crime of theft shall be punished by the penalties next higher by 2 degrees. No? Di ba ka? Mas bugat ang kaso sa qualified theft. Nga naman, tungod sa gisaligan ka, kumpiyansaan ka, kay kauban ra mo, amigo ra mo, pero imo siyang giunay. Okay? Those respectively specified in the next preceding article, if committed by a domestic servant or with grave abuse of confidence, or if the property stolen is motor vehicle, male matter or large cattle, or consists of coconuts taken from the premise of the plantations, or fish taken from the fish pond or fishery, or if a property is taken on the occasion of fire, earthquake, typhoon, volcanic eruptions, or any calamity, vehicular accident, or civil disturbance. So, nagkagulihan ka, ngawat ka pa. Actually, rabiri man ang ikaso na sa imo para bugat, no? So, meaning, unsa man puning coconut, like for instance, sa mga bukid, siyempre kay walay laing agyaanan nga mas duol. So, ang tag-iya sa kalubihan, naghatag sa inyong agianan. Pero, ang murag ikambyo na lang po ninyo tungod sa iyang kuan, pagsalig sa inyo nga tagaan mo agianan, ang kambyo nga dili mo mangilabot sa iyang mga tanom o manguha sa bunga sa iyang mga tanom. Unya karon kay pag-agi nimo na timingan. Nay napulak nga lubi, hala napulak ang lubi, ligid. Paknigawas dito sa koral. Nya karon kay ang imong tuyo nga mugawas ka ni agi ka dito kay mupalit kag lubi. Kay magtuno ka. So imong gikuha ang lubi, tanaw ka kung way bay nakakita o wala bay kuan dito kanang caretaker. So wala man. Dali-dali mong gipunit ang lubi, gidala sa inyong balay gituno. Karon ay bawaan nga nangawa kag lubi dito. Gitugan ka sa tag-iya. Hastang sukuha sa tag-iya ningon tagaan na gay mga gianan nga ang kuan nato is dili mo manghilabot pero kay salig ko sa inyo ha, di mo manghilabot. Okay na tag nananghid mo nangayo kay tagaan ta mo pero wala mo na nanghid, wala ka na nanghid. So pailang ka karon og qualified theft. Okay? So yan. Or nanguram kag motor. Pero wala na nimo gibalik ang motor, imong gibaligya. No, nanguram lang ka kay nakaito importante, tama, importante. Adto kag pawn shop imong giprinda ang motor. Diba? So, yan. Ordering someone to deposit or withdraw money from the bank by giving the bank book and sign the deposit or withdrawal slip and that someone absconded the money that is theft. Like, pasabot ani. Karon na kay gisugo nga tao, no? Gisugo nimo imong kailangan bay paki-withdraw ako dito sa ako ang kuan bay sa unsa ni sa kwarta sa bangko. So imo siyang gi-representative pirma nimong withdrawal slip. Karon pag human nag-withdraw na siya ni balik, iyang gitagan ng imong kwarta, i-abscond niya. So meaning the crime is not qualified but is only a theft. Another, which is not a crime of theft but is tapa. Entrusting a piece of jewelry to be sold on a commission basis and the agent failed to remit the price or return the property. And so, like, gisugo nimo ang isang katao nga magprinda ang imong singsing o ibaligya. So, kung mali na sa porsyento. Pero, ang naitabo karon, naalin tuod, nabaligya tuod o naprinda tuod, pero wala niya gi hatag ang kwarta sa imo. That is not a crime of theft but a crime of stapa, kay kwarta man to, no? Ang katong isa ka ganina, imo siyang gisaligan nung nga mag-withdraw. Gisalig nimo ma-withdraw, no? Para ikuan, wala ikuan. Tapos wala na niya, pero gidagan niya ang kwarta. That is theft. Pero kaning isa naay gyatong judicial entrustment. So imong gi-entrust ang imong singsing nga ipaprinda sa iyaha. So nahalin, mahalin or maprinda, so tagaan nimo siya og porsyento. Karon kay iyang gidagan ang kwarta or katong singsing. So the case is not theft but an estapa. In theft, there is material transfer to the property, but in estapa, there is a judicial transfer of the property. So meaning, imong gikuan ang kwarta nimo, imong pasaan ang magkuan ka ba? Mag-engage kag negosyo. O sige, mutampo ko sa atong negosyo. So karon, katong imong kauban nga imong gikuan sa kwarta kay para may magkuan sa inyong negosyo, iyang gidagan. So dili siya ma-charge og theft kundi estapa. Bago na ng mga illegal recruitment, di ba? Gidagaan mo sa kwarta o sige mo niya kung ihatag sa mga kwarta, bayad para maka-abroad ko. Pero wala ka niya gikuhaan og mga dokumento kundi gidagan. Wala ka ng mga illegal recruitment, ang kaso na estapa ra din na siya. Now, judicial transfer implies that receiver of the property has the authority to dispose the same. So, ibig sabihin na siya'y katungod nga mubaligya o mo kuan unsa ni siya tawag ana kanang yang under the care, no? And theft, there is no such authority. So, para sa itong withdraw ba, wala man niya gi-authorize, wala man niya gitagag authority nga katungkuan mo na to ang mag-withdraw sa iyang kwarta, no? Murag kada bitang siya nang magkuan, mag-deposit, mag-withdraw. Ang kato is kuan lang gidto, no? Na iyan ang namalihog lang siya nga kay busy siguro siya nga pa-withdraw niya iyang kuan siya nga representative. So yun, no? In the investigation of theft and robbery cases, there is an importance of the value of the property subject to the offense because the imposable penalty is based on the value, no? Okay, burn is an injury resulting to an application of physical heat in any form to the body and is characterized by redness, heat coagulations. What is heat coagulations? Katong pagbara, no? Katong pagbara, pagtibugol of tissues to actual burning. So this one, no? So try to look at this, no? So napaso ang yang now. So yan, bisag ka nang sa init gani, no? So mo na siya. Then classification of burns, first degree, a type of burns that involves the superficial layer of the skin characterized by redness and pain. Katong ngulngul nga murag hapdos, no? So yan. If only the surface of the skin, the top layer was burned, and we call that as a first degree burn. So yan. So mo ni siya mga first degree burn. So kanya yan first degree burn, no? So mo na siya. O katong picture nga itong ipakita kaganina. So yan, no? Yan, mga first degree burn pa yan. Now, second degree burn. An skin burn which involves the superficial layer of the tissues and the skin and nerve endings characterized by blister formation. Katong namburot na. No, ni burot, katong nagtubig-tubig, dagko kay burot. Now, the effect is serious because it is a pinfall. It will irritate the nerve endings. Blister are the hallmark of second degree burns. So, katong mukuan, magbuto ang panit, no? In this case, the burn is also considered severe because of its location. It is potential to cause a loss function. So, sa mo na, pag magkaroon ng, it may result also to what we call this kanang dehydrations, no? So, yan. Oh, look at this. Yan, lapnos, oh, no? So, nalapnos. And then, here comes now the other one. Yeah? Oh, ang hubag, oh, tanawa na siya, oh. Karoon ng blister, no? Siyan, pambuto na, oh. So, mura ka ng lechon nga hapit na mubuto ang panit, di ba? So, yan. Then third degree burn, which is the most dangerous because kung di ka madali-dalian mamatay jud ka due to the dehydrations, no? Ang fluid sa imong lawas nawala na, no? A type of skin injury involving the nerves, muscles, and bones, which is usually met in victims of conflagration. Sa man kanang sunog. The third degree burn is most severe because the victim may possibly die due to loss of fluid and electrolytes. So wala na electrolytes or fluid sa atong lawas. Or may turn into a massive infection, no? Tungod sa open wound siya. The third degree burns extend all the way to the dermis. So sa may dermis, no? Sa atong ilalom, sa atong unod, sa atong panit, no? Sa ilalom, niabot siya dito sa pinakailalom. Into the subconscious tissue or bunit, pasanang matuluan ka og tunaw nga tingga or kanang tunaw na plastic, nga init kayang plastic. So, mo niyang mahitabo sa imuha, yan. That is a third degree burn, no? Sunog ang imong panit. Okay, so another one, no? Yan. Okay, so what is exhaustion or heat collapse? So man siya katong giingon na tuog kuan nga hago kay mong lawas tungod sa kainit, no? Mura ka og nahutdan og energy and then mag-collapse ka na lang. Actually dili pa na sa heat stroke, no? Nag-collapse ka lang because you are lack of oxygen. Okay? So it is a physiologic breakdown following exposure to heat triggered by exertion and warm clothing that characterized by a peripheral or outer vasomotor. Di ba kanang igang kay murag magkuang kaog ka ng murag mag-ilog ang imong ginhawa, mag-apas ka ginhawa. So yan, no? Kasi your body is now on the stage of lowered temperature ang kuan sa imong kainit, no? Nga murag nawala init na kay imong lawas. Relating to nerve muscles that cause blood vessels to tighten or expand, no? So yan. So yan, exhaustions. So labi na ka nang, iba mag-jogging ka, tapos pugsong gini mo nga makuha gini itong imong gi-aim nga rounds, no? So murag mubuto na imong dughan. So because you are now, the heart is now starting to become fatigue, no? There is no exact oxygen that may supply due to the dehydrations, no? So yan. Now, what is heat stroke? So, muna ni siya, pag sobrang kainit kayo niya, di na makaya nimo and then murag ang imong mga oxygen, wala na, di nakakuan, produce kayo og oxygen sa imong heart o sa imong nervous system. So, automatic mag-collapse ka ni bay and then pag di ka madalaan ni sa ospital, patay jud ka, no? Pag naay may stroke, kinanglan, ubuan na sa sanina, tapos liguan na siya og bugnaw, no? So, liguan siya bugnaw. Is a breaking down of sweating mechanism usually common to workers who are exposed to a warm environment or having a direct exposure to extreme heat or sun rays and may be displayed by increase of the body temperatures, mental injuries to central nervous system. Siyempre, wala na oxygen nagsakit sa taas and then di na magsugod ang atong pagka-collapse, no? Ma-conscious na ta or unconscious di ay, no? Congestions and hemorrhage in various organs. So yan. So, nagduyan-duyan lang siya. Nya, sobrang ka, nya, kay tigulang man siya, napagin siya complicated nga sakit due to the extreme exposure. So, nagkaroon siya ng heat stroke, nakuyapan, namatay. Okay? So, yan. Ang tirang yun ang kasing-kasing o ang atong nervous system. Kay wala na may oxygen. Nga nagdagan, wala na may oxygen nag-supply. So, yan. Now, what is scald? A type of skin injury due to strong contact with hot object. Kita mo na ka na mapaso mo na magmurag mapula dayon, no? Mapula ganit dayon. So yan. Or boiling liquid that is characterized by redness, pain, and blistering formations. The injury will depend upon the temperature of the liquid, durations of contact, underlying clothing, and the tissue involved. That's why we have three types of burn injury. First is we have the first degree, second degree, third degree, no? Ang second degree kanang pagkapasok ganin mo, primero nagpula pa, pagkataod-taod nang burot na siya, tubig-tubig, mo na second degree. Pero kung wala na siya ni burot, no, walay tubig-tubig dayon, then mura lang siya nakakuha, napaso niya, pilit lang ang pula, so there is no problem that is on the first degree burn. Pero pag paso na, no, init kayo, then tapos murag hapdos na ngulngol, And then iburo siya tubig-tubig, that is second degree. Labi na kanang naanay nalapnos ang panit, no? Pero lapnos gay tanang panit yan, lalong kayo kasaba, that is third degree burn. Okay. So this is now the scald, no? So wala na siya nagtubig. Actually, this is considered also as a second degree burn, no? So yan. So another, this one, no? Yan. Nalapnos. Okay? So nalapnos. Ang second degree burn ng God is lapnos at the same time ng burot, no? Ng burot ang panit. So yan. Then, okay, effects of frostbite, long exposure to a severe cold temperatures, it may result in a mechanical descriptions of a cell structure due to the lowering of the body temperature. So, ang imong kainit, gamay na, no, bugnaw nang nisulod, the internal tissue and muscles of a person will become rigid. So, sabi ng rigid, nigahi, or stiffening of the body or pallor. Pag mintag pallor, illness, no? So, look at this, no? Manghubag pagina, no? So, tayo, pakit-paksit na. So, yan. So this is now that may be happen to those persons who are died due to the frostbite or severe cold, no? Manghubag ang nong, murag kanang gi tawag ana, no? Kanang hupong. So yan. So mag-nosebleed pag gina siya usahay, no? Now, what is transport? Katubi ito, magkunot-kunot. Kita mo na ka ng manglaba mo, madugay mo expose ang inyong kamot sa kuwan. Di ba, murag ka nang maglingin-lingin, kanang gaspang kayo, manggawas ang ridges sa inyong, maklaro na nato ang kanang murag wrinkles sa kamot, kanang nagkunot-kunot. So yan. So muna transport. Ha? Is a condition of a human tissue whose foot is exposed to high temperature of freezing, like walking barefooted to snow. Like for instance, din lang nato yung sample ng sa snow. Kanang basa imong sapatos pati medyas, no, kay naabtang ulan. Di ba, pag uli nimo sa balay, ang porma sa imong tiil or kanang kuan nimo is unsa nimo nagkunot-kunot, di ba? Or even kanang maligo ganita nya dugay kay ta ni hawa, no, para sa sapa baron or sa dagat nya tugnaw kayo. So yan. Person whose foot exposed to severe cold temperature may result to stiffening of the muscle cramps. So just like, no, mo ni siya, no, kanang mga kita nato, no, labi na kanang mga kuha na kanang taong there is an struggling kanang na sa malumos. So yan, ito yung mangyayari, no. Kung sa fingerprint pa ni mo ni siya ang world, no. So yan. Then the other one, no, napaksit-paksit pangita pag tilaan ni. So yan, ito yung mangyayari, no. If there is a severe exposures on the water, no. So yan. Labi na kanang mga sundalo, kanang magpatrolya sila sa lasang, and then basa man gini ilang mga tiil. So mo ni mahitabo. May ani ang mga tiil, no? So yan. Ang tawag nato na sa is transport. It is a condition of human tissues whose foot exposed to high temperature of freezing, like walking barefooted into a certain wet areas, no? So yan. Effects of the heat to human body. So pag masubrahan punta ka expose sa init, magkaroon tayo ng body exhaustions, no? Murag maluya ta, murag tagmago. And then the result because we are now dehydrated. And the worst thing that may happen if the persons who are exposed due to the extreme heat, it may experience on the heat stroke that may result into the instantaneous death, no? Kanang na heat stroke. So meaning severe dehydrated na siya, no? Anay fluid siya ang lawas. Okay. Specific heat is a volume of required calories to raise the temperature of 1 gram of particular substance with temperature of 1 degree centigrade. Sensible heat, a type of heat which is absorbed by the body that produce a high temperature. Makikita natin sensible heat. Now, what is heat cramps? It is a painful contractions of a tightening of the skeletal muscles due to dehydration and loss of sodium chloride due to excessive sweating. Like, kaya ka na maghuot ang imong dugan. Yan, heat cramps yan siya. O ang imong paa, tingala ka, nagsige kag jogging-jogging, nikalit lang siya og kangulngol, no, sakit. So, dili man siya bikog, no, dili siya bikog, pero ningulngol siya. Which means, nahago ang imong kuhan niya, kulang siya og fluids. So, yan. So, this is one we call as the heat cramps, no. Dili na siya bikog, kung dili ka ng ningulngol ag kalit, no, sakit siya. No, kung imong gunitan, murag ka nang mubanhod gani. No, mubanhon lang sa pinaabtik. Okay? To offer, contract, marriage, real or simulated for the purpose of acquiring, buying, offering, selling, or trading them to engage in prostitutions, pornography, sexual exploitation, forced labor or slavery, and voluntary servitude or debt bondage. To undertake or organize tours and travel plans consisting of tourism packages or activities for the purpose of utilizing and offering persons for prostitutions, pornography, or sexual exploitation. To maintain or hire person to engage in prostitutions or pornography, so kato mga mga burikat, no, nga gihayan niya, tapos gipagamit sa kuan, no, that is considered as prostitution, especially sa mga pub house, sa mga hot leagues, no. So yan. To adopt or facilitate the adoptions of persons, yung tawag natin mga simulations of birth, no, yung tulad nung nahuli doon sa airport, okay. To adopt or facilitate the adoption of persons for the purpose of prostitutions, pornography, sexual exploitation, forced labor, slavery, and voluntary servitude or debt bondage. To recruit, hire, adopt, transport, or abduct a person by means or threat of use of force, fraud, deceit, violence, coercion, or intimidation for the purpose of removal or sale of organs of said persons, and to recruit, transport, or adopt a child to engage in armed activities in the Philippines or abroad, no? So, i-recruit yung mga bata para mo mong children of war, okay, or child warrior. Now, what are the qualified trafficking in persons? Pag sinabi itong qualified trafficking in persons, ito na yung involved dito is yung parents, guardians, government officials, no? Yan. When the trafficked person is a child, when the adoption is affected through Republic Act number 8043, otherwise known as the Inter-Country Adoption Act of 1995. And the said adoption is for the purpose of prostitutions, pornography, sexual exploitations, forced labor, slavery, involuntary servitude, or debt bondage, as long as that there is no legal process of keeping the custody of a child by another persons not known that their parents, then the persons will be charged of trafficking in persons. Even the mother, no? If the mother will give their children to another person in exchange of kinds or money, so the persons who receive the child and the mother who give the child to the persons, both of them will be charged of trafficking in persons, no? When the crime is committed by a syndicate or a large scale, trafficking is deemed committed by a syndicate is carried out by a group of 3 or more persons conspiring or confederating with one another. Ito yung definition ng ano natin doon sa Article 8 ng Revised Penal Code, no? Yung syndicated group. It is deemed committed in large scale, committed against 3 or more persons individually or as a group. When the offender is an ascendant, no, meaning so meaning ascendant, ginikanan, grandparents, parents, igsuon, guardian, or person who exercise authority over the trafficked person, or when the offense committed by a public officer or employee, like mga disability, doctor, yan. When the offender is an ascendant, parents, sibling, guardian, persons who exercise authority over the trafficked person, or when the offense committed by public officers or employee, and balik lang diyan, no? When the trafficked person is recruited to engage in prostitutions with any member of the military or law enforcement agencies. When the offender is a member of the military or law enforcement agencies, and when by reason or an occasion of the act of trafficking in persons, the offended party dies, becomes insane, suffers mutilation, or is afflicted with human immunodeficiency virus or HIV, or the acquired immune deficiency syndrome or the AIDS. Impotency. Impotency is the failure to have an erection of a female organ. No, man itong ginatawag na to kuan, no? So may pa ang ubo kay mugahi. Now, sterility, so muna katong yung mga wise guy, wise sulod, ang lagay, no? The failure to procreate produce offsprings, a man may not be important but sterile and vice versa. A woman is never called important but may be sterile. Now, let's go to the important provisions of the Republic Act 8353 or the Anti-Rape Law of 1997. So before, that is known as the crimes against chastity, in which a woman was chastised and then the virginity is not the issue of the violations of rape, no? Now, rape now is classified as a crimes against person. Before, that is a crimes against chastity. So before, only the victim can file a case or the parents of the victim can file a case, no? But now, anybody can assist the victim as long as they have a personal knowledge, okay? Now, previously, it's a crimes against chastity that there is now an impossible crime of rape. Like for instance, raping other persons believed to be alive by the parents is impossible crime of rape, no? So, but is the persons who what we call this, obviously the dead body or raping the dead body can be charged. Yes, he is civilly liable, no, on his act. Now, rape could be committed on male persons. So, tungkol na sa babae lang, karon bisag si kinsa na, no? Malalaki man o mababae. Now, marital rape could also now be committed by the husband, like for instance, in violations of RA 9262, legal separations, and then if a woman doesn't want to engage on the marital obligations and the husband will force the woman, then the man will be charged of marital rape. Now, the insertion of the penis or objects into the mouth, genitals, or anal orifice of another person with carnal knowledge is rape. Okay, so oral, genital, or anal orifice, that is considered as a rape. Now, forcefully inserting the parts of the body, that is considered as rape with assault, no? Yan yung rape with by means of direct assault, no? A crime against persons. Rape, violence, a woman's well-being, not just his virginity or purity. So meaning, kahit yung prostituted women can also file a case of rape, no? So hindi porket nagbibinta siya ng kanyang puri, ay wala na siyang karapatang mag-file ng kaso ng rape, no? Depende yan, no? Kasi ang pinag-usapan natin dito against the will, no? The well-being of a woman, no? Hindi kagustuhan ng babae. The law considers that any woman, klaro kayo, any woman, whether regardless of their social status in life, whether a prostituted woman, non-virgin, or one who has an active sexual life, may be victimized by rape. Now, rape is also a public offense. By declaring that rape is a crime against persons, the law no longer considers it as a private crime. Anyone has a knowledge of the crime may file a case on the victim's behalf. Prosecutions continues even if the victim drops the case or pardons the offender. So, pag na-file ang kaso sa korte, tapos nandoon na sa trial court, then even a woman will drop the case, no? Then the court may continue the case. What constitutes rape? Rape is committed under the following circumstances: a man has sexual intercourse with a woman through force, threat, or intimidations. When the victim is deprived of reason or is unconscious through fraudulent machinations or grave abuse of authority. And when the victim is under 12 years of age, is demented or wincing, even if none of the above conditions are present. So, lalo pag 12 years old yung bata, no? Automatic. Pag below 12 years old, so ang kaso niya is statutory rape. Medyo mataas yun. Now, sex fantasy or dream world. The sixth fantasy overcome the offender who puts his dreams to reality to see if he will feel even better in its importance. So ito yung mga tao na yung mahilig siya sa mga sex fantasy, and then the person wants to make it real, whether kung ano yung naramdaman niya, yung mga nanaginip siya or yung bang yung tinatawag natin na yun bang nagdi-dreaming siya having sex, and then kung ano yung naramdaman niya na sarap dun sa mga nanaginip siya or yung nangangarap, no? Gagawin niya ito sa realidad. Kung yung naramdaman ba niya na sarap at bigaya doon sa mga ginagawa niya noon na wala siyang kapartner, kundi nag-i-imagine lang siya, kung parehas ba, no? Kung parehas ba sa totoo. So minsan pag hindi maramdaman niya na hindi pala mas masarap yung ginagawa niya noon na walang kapartner, kundi nag-i-imagine lang siya, and then yun na yung magiging sakit niya, no? So hindi na siya gagamit kasi mas nasasatisfy siya without having a real partner. Mas nasasarapan siya doon sa mga imaginasyon niya. Down sa sadism, it is a kind of a brutal moment that may happen to victims of sexual activities, no, with having a partner with a kind of a mental disorder of sadism, that the said persons will not be satisfied if he will not first inflict injury to his or to her partner, no? Hindi siya nasasarapan, hindi siya gagana gumamit, makipag-sex pag hindi niya in-abuse muna yung kanyang partner o binubugbog o pinapasakitan. Pag nasasaktan na, nagmamakaawa na yung kanyang biktima, doon niya palang gagamitin kasi doon na siya ginaganahan. So mahirap itong ganitong klase na partner, no? So delikado yan, no? Now, fair acts of cruelty before the sex encounter being climatic sexual satisfactions. Then we have the masochism. Masochism, it is a counterpart of sadism. Iba naman ito. Yung sadism, hindi siya ginaganahan pag hindi niya sinasaktan yung kanyang partner, no? Hindi nagmamakawa sa kanya dahil sa sobrang sakit na naramdaman. Ang masochism naman, yung lalaki or yung babae, hindi siya ginaganahan, ayaw niyang gamitin siya, no? Ayaw niyang gamitin siya or gagamit siya pag hindi siya sasaktan ng kanyang partner. So meaning yung lalaki na gagamit sa babae, ayaw niyang makipag-sex pag hindi siya sinasaktan. No, pag hindi siya sinasaktan, kailangan saktan muna siya. No? Kailangan saktan muna siya so para ganahan siyang makipag-sex, no? Iba itong klase, dapat mag-partner itong dalawa. So mamaya meron talagang sakit na sadomasochism. Okay. Now let's talk first about the masochism. Sexual satisfaction is gained by being humiliated, hurt, or beaten before the sexual life. Sabi natin kanina, yung kabaliktaran ng sadism. Then let's combine the two. Sadomasochism. Ayaw muna niyang gumamit, ayaw niya makipag-sex sa kanyang partner kung hindi niya ito sinasaktan. Kailangan saktan niya muna ito at magbakawa sa kanya. Then after that, kailangan naman yung babae na sinaktan niya, yung partner niya, kailangan saktan din siya, kailangan gantihan siya. Kailangan saktan din siya para ganahan siyang gumamit. No? So yun. Na inflict injury at the same time injury, sabing injury inflicted upon him proceeding to the sexual act. No? So yan. Now, voyeurism. So ito yung mga tinataong nag-iinday palad. No? Yung mga peeping tom. No? So mas ginaganahan sila. They don't want to have a real sexual intercourse or sexual activities, but they're happy playing with their own organs. Okay? By way of peeping or voyeurism. A sexual gratification by looking at nude persons, peeping toms are included in this category. So katong mahilig magbasa ng mga Playboy, mga pornographic magazines, no? Doon lang sila nagaganahan, mas nasasarapan sila. Para at the same time, parang yung tinatawag natin na nagkaroon ng sexual fantasy, no? Now, satanism, it is a kind of, it is a mythology, yung bang may, yung isang tao na he can make sexual activities of having a lot of partners, no? Kaya niyang gumamit in one time ng 3 o 4 na babae, no? Sa isang ano lang, no? Sa isang sexual activity. Now, an abnormal over-sexual activity on the part of the man, the abnormal sexual activity is called satyr, which was derived from the Greek mythology of a half-man, half-goat animal could impregnate
50 female goats a day. No? Sa isang araw, kaya niyang makipagtalik sa 50 babae, no, or 10 babae in one sexual activities, no, in one day. The name po man niya, it is a kind of paraphilias, no, which is referring to a woman, no, yung may sakit na maniac, no, having ito naman yung uncontrollable, no, na the mental disease ng babae. Okay, it is a compulsive and uncontrollable feeling of a woman to overindulge in sexual activity. The woman is called nymphomania. Sa lalaki naman is sex maniac. Then you have necromania or necrophilia, yung sakit sa isang tao na mas nagaganan siyang gumamit ng patay kaysa buhay. No? Malimit ito yung sakit ng mga embalmer. Sexual gratification of a dead person or love towards a dead person. Then pedophilia, ito naman yung mahilig gumagamit ng mga bata. Ang kabaliktaran ng pedophilia is yung gentrophilia. They were satisfied as having an old age partner. No, ito naman mga bata. Yung gentrophilia naman is yung mahilig sa mga matatanda. Okay, yung mga old age na. Sexual gratification where the victims are children, the person afflicted with these sexual perversions is known as pedophile. Other terms connected with sex crimes. Sodomy, ito naman yung kanang instead nga dito siya sa genital organs, so mas gusto niyang yung tatawag natin na pervert sexual activity katong imbis kay na naman tayo talib, gusto pa kanya og lubot, no? So ginalubot katong lobotomy. Okay. Now, sexual intercourse through the anus or anal sex, no? Pag ito naman yung nangyari through anal sex or anus, that is considered as a rape also, no? Siyan. Oral sex, so yun, yung lollipop, no? O yung popping. Sexual perversion were gratified through the mouth. Then bestiality, ito na yung actions which result in the kind of zoolism disease, no? Zoolism. Bestiality is the actions of the disease of zoolisms having sexual gratifications with an animal, no? Hayop ang ginagamit diri. Okay, sexual gratification to sexual intercourse with animals like pets such as dogs, cats, or etc. Now let's go to the concept of sex crime. It is triggered by emotions. A person who commits sex crimes has lost control of his emotions, especially for those persons who have what we call this a feeling of obsessions to a woman, and then he cannot dare to lose his girlfriend. So it may resulted into a violent crimes, no? Yung bang papatayin niya or what we call this, yung gagasay niya and then papatayin. So that is one, no? Now, it is not something you can set out and analyze. It is a compulsion coming deep within the offender. Gratification of the sex urge is often done in strange and morbid methods. It involves an addictions. Sex is a normal human need, since this must be considered in the investigations of the sex crimes. Most of the sex offenders have their peculiar way to commit these crimes. Yung peculiar, hindi mga, yung hindi ka nais-nais, hindi siya natural, no? Now, socio-sexual activity is generally divided into heterosexual activity, male with female, and homosexual activity, male with male, or female with female, or having sex with the same sex, okay? Now, categories of peculiar ways of the sex offenders. We have fetishisms. Fetishisms refers to a person who satisfies his urge through wearing of an object underwear of a woman, compulsively used in attaining sexual gratification. Ito yung fetishism, yung bang they're satisfied their sexual by way of nagsusuot sila ng damit ng babae And then nasa-satisfied na sila doon, no? Yan. Then we have the symbolisms. Symbolism is the representation of things by the use of symbols, especially in the art of literatures, such as a system of symbols and symbolic meaning. In a group of symbolists, it is an art as a literature. Yung bang meron silang object dyan na tao, and then i-drawing nila, no, as part of the symbolism nila. Sa ritual naman, let me say, yung bang sa mga tinatawag natin na occultisms na hindi tatanggapin sa langit pag hindi siya virgin, no? So yun, no? Six offenders of this category use the same approach or pretext on that all time. This will help in solving serial rape by analyzing the peculiar ritual use. Then paraphilia are kinds of mania, no? Paraphilias involve sexual arousal to a typical object, situations, or targets, like for instance, children, corpses, or animals. So, pag meron kang sakit, if you're satisfied your sexual urge by way of using children, then you will be considered as a pedophiles. Then, kung patay naman ang kapag-satisfy sa'yo, and then you will have a kind of a mental disease of necrophilia. And then animals, you have a kind of a disease of zoolisms. It very sorted into what we call this, yung, I forgot the term, no, yung bestiality, no? So yung bestialism, okay? However, some sexual activities that seem unusual to another persons or healthcare practitioners do not consider a paraphilic disorder simply because they are unusual. Other examples include necrophilia, so having sex with the dead, then, or eschatology, obscene phone calls. Yun bang mga sex phone calls na eschatology. Then, coprophilia, so yung mahilig sila nasa sexual urge nila by way of nila yung mga dumi ng tao. And then zoophilia or animals, yung zoolisms, no? Zoolism is a kind of disease. Bestiality is an act of zoolisms, okay? So yung gumagamit ng hayop, yung sakit na, yung satisfaction niya, sa sexual satisfaction niya, by way of having a sex with an animals, no? Yun ang zoolisms. Pag gumamit na talaga into actions, so that is known as bestiality. Now, transvestisms, iba naman ito siya doon sa piticisms. So, involves recurrent intersexual arousal from cross-dressing. So, yung nagsusuot siya ng damit pampabae, no? Doon siya, no? Mas gaganahan siya kung nagsusuot siya ng pambabae, no? Thinking that he is, what we call this, a gay, no? So, yan. Pero, yun pala, manyaki siya, no? Para lang makakuha siya ng attention ng babae to get this confidence, trust and confidence of a woman, no? So yun, ito yung sinasabi nila, no, yung anong tawag dito, yung viewed ng other ordinary persons in the case of the Sera, no? Transvestic disorders, transvestites that cause significant distress or significant functional impairment. So hindi siya magaganaan kung hindi siya magsusuot ng pambabae, okay?
Forced labor and slavery. So ano ito? Ito yung mga taong hindi naman nabiktima ng illegal recruitment. Kaya lang, nung makarating sila sa ibang bansa, sa simula, okay pa yung sweldo nila, nakakalabas pa sila, nakapapamasya during day off. So until the time na naging stricto na yung kanilang amo, hindi na sila pinapalabas, hindi na sila binibigyan sweldo, no? And then they work overtime, no? And then minsan hindi sila pinapakain, no? Minsan yung pinapatrabaho pa siya doon sa mga kapatid ng kanyang amo. Okay? So that is considered as forced labor or slavery. Refer to the extraction of work or services from any person by means of enticement, violence, intimidations, or threat, use of force, coercions, including deprivations of freedom. So nagkaroon yung tinatawag natin na yung sabi ko na, hindi na siya pinapalabas, no? Abuse of authority or moral ascendancy. Debt bondage or deception. Ano itong debt bondage? Ito yung sinasabi natin na yung tao nagkaroon ng utang sa kanilang kapitbahay,
And then, siningil siya, inipit, and then wala siyang may pambayad. So, tinakot siya na kung hindi siya makabayad, ididimanda siya, ipapakulong siya. So, dahil nagmamakaawa, and then nagkaroon ng agreement. Ang agreement is papatrabahuin sila. So, magtrabaho siya sa pamilya ng kanyang inutangan, okay lang yan, patatrabahuin siya para mabayaran yung kanyang utang. Ang problema, walang klarong kontrata kung kailan matapos yung kanyang pagtatrabaho at magkano kanyang sweldo at magkano ikakaltas doon sa kanyang magiging sweldo kung patatrabahuin siya, no, nung pinag-utangan niya. So, pag ganun ang nangyari, then that is considered as trafficking of person by means of debt bondage, no? Okay, so another is deception. So, malibit ito yung mabiktima nito yung mga probinsya, no? Kaya hindi pwedeng natin pagkatiwalaan yung mga kapitbahay natin na matagal lang nawala. And then tapos, magpakita na lang, mag-iimbita na magtatrabaho, tapos aakitin ng malaking sweldo. And then, yun pala, ang totoo, ano lang pala yun, pain, no? That is para pumayag ng magulang ng bata. So, pag nakuha na yung tiwala, nadala na yung bata, and then, so wala na, no? So, magiging prostituted na yung bata o ibibinta siya. So, that is one, okay? So, yung debt bondage, so nagkautang, tapos tinakot, inipit, and then pinatrabaho. Ang problema, hindi man lang walang klarong kontrata o usapan kung may sweldo ba siya o wala, o kailan matatapos ang kanyang pagpaninilbihan, no? So, yun. Then, sex tourism. Now, actually, the prostituted women cannot be charged of trafficking in persons. Wala namang trafficking by self. Diba? So, it can only be landed on trafficking in persons if there is a person who middle the transactions. If the middleman or the bugaw is the one who, what we call this, yung nagsettle ng oras or services of the women to the tourists, no, or to the foreigner. So then the bugaw will be charged of trafficking in persons, as well as the foreigner who used the bugaw, no, he will be charged, no. But I don't think if the person who used the victim of trafficking will be charged. Siguro matcha-charge siya, pero penalty lang at ang babayaran. No? I think that is 50,000. No? Now, sex tourism refers to a program organized by travel and tourism-related establishment and individual, which consists of tourism package or activities, utilizing and offering escort and sexual services as an enticement for tourism. This includes sexual services and practice offered during rest and recreation periods for members of the military. Sexual exploitation. So ano ito? Kunyari yung nanay niya, siya mismo ang nakipag-middle doon sa kanyang anak, no? Or siya mismo ang nagdala doon sa photo gallery na gawing object of nudity yung kanyang anak, no? So yun. So pwede ma-charge yung nanay, no? Kaya lang medyo mababa ang kaso. Parang reclusion, patient correctional lang ata, no? Refers to participation by a person in prostitutions or the productions of pornographic materials as a result of being subjected to a threat, deceptions, coercions, abduction, force, abuse of authority, debt bondage, fraud, or true abuse of a victim's vulnerability, no? Kanyari, yung bata kailangan ng pera. Dahil kailangan ng pera, so inakit, no? Tapos ang kapalit, yun nga magiging ano siya, sex object ng isang pornographic video or yung mga ginagamit ng mga artist, no? So yun. Debt bondage, ito yung sabi natin, refers to the pledging by the debtor of his or personal services or labor or those of us under his or her control as a security payment. Yung sabi natin, no? Pag di ka magkabayad, itidimanda kita, ipapahuli kita. So kung gusto mo para mabayaran mo, hindi ka makulong, magtrabaho ka. Walang problema yan. Bigyan siya ng trabaho. Ang problema, hindi alam kung kailan matatapos yung kanyang trabaho at matatapos yung kanyang pagbayad sa utang. Kasi nga, wala namang usapan. Ang usapan lang, kailangan magtrabaho siya para hindi siya mapakulong. So yun, no? So that is under the form of vulnerability. Dahil mahina ang taong yun sa panahon yun kasi inipit siya, tinakot siya na pwedeng makulong. So yan. Or para hindi siya makulong, yung anak niya mismo ang ginawang kapalit na pambayad na magtrabaho yung anak niya doon sa taong inutangan niya. No? And then, walang sweldo o kailan matatapos yung trabaho ng bata. So that is considered as trafficking by means of debt bondage. Okay? When the length in is not clearly defined or when the value of the services as reasonably assessed is not applied toward the liquidations of the debt. Yun na nga, hindi natin alam kasi walang klarong usapan. No? Then, pornography refers to any representation. Ito, delikado masyado itong gumagawa natin, especially if the victim is a minor. No? Kasi meron tayong RA 9775, anti-child pornography. Okay? O winampak, nakalagay nga doon, by any means possessions of pornographic materials. So you can be charged. So pag meron kang bit na 3 magazine or 2 magazine na pornographic materials, then you will be charged of anti-child pornography. So paano ba? Bakit 2 lang naman? Kasi ang what is your purpose? So ibig sabihin you want to circulate that one, no? So yun. So refers to any representative publication, exhibition, sabi nga natin, yung gagawin ka 6 object, cinematography, indecent shows, information technology, yung tatawag natin na cyber pornography. So they will perform such erotic, what we call this, yung moves, no? Or whatever means of a person engaged in real simulated explicit sexual activities or any representation of the sexual parts of persons primarily for sexual purposes. When in fact, meron na tayong cyber pornography, no? So, yun, yung RA 995 ata yun, no? So, yan. And then we have also the anti-cyber voyeurism law. Then, now, the council shall mean the Interagency Council Against Trafficking or the IACAT under Section 20 of this Act. Now, the IACAT are the leading agency or a group that is responsible to give assistance to all victims of trafficking. No? Now, under the Section 4 of Republic Act 9208, Acts of Trafficking Person, it shall be unlawful for any persons, natural or juridical. So ano itong natural? Yung tao, no? Yung individual, yung juridical corporations to commit any of the following acts. To recruit, transport, transfer, harbor, yung kukunin yung yung biktima ng traffic, provide or receive a persons by any means, including those done under the pretext of domestic or overseas employment or training or apprenticeship for the purpose of prostitutions, pornography, sexual exploitation, forced labor, slavery, and voluntary servitude or debt bondage. To introduce or match, ito yung sasabi natin na yung tatawag na match, yung imamatch ka, no? Yung tatawag natin na pre-settled marriage. Okay? So, kunyari, may kakilala ka na taga-Japan, tapos yung kakilala mo, mag-ano siya ng Hapones, tapos guguyuin ka na magpakasal doon sa Hapon, no? So yan. So bawal yan. That is considered as trafficking in person. On material, economic, or other considerations, any person or as provided for under Republic Act number 6955, any Filipino woman or foreign national for marriage for the purpose of acquiring, buying, offering, selling, or trading him, or engaged in prostitution, pornography, sexual exploitation, forced labor, slavery, and voluntary servitude or debt bondage. Yung kumbaga yung natawag natin na pre-settled marriage, no? Yun. Now, any persons who under any of the above condition commits an act of sexual assault through oral or anal sex or by inserting an instrument or object into the anal or genital orifice of another persons who can be raped. So as it was stated earlier that anybody can become a victim of rape regardless of their what we call this gender or sex, no? Any man or a woman. Anyone can be raped, a victim, but the incidence of rape is more rampant in women or girls. Who can commit rape? Any man or woman may be held liable for rape. It is possible that a man may rape his own wife and act them as a marital rape. The penalty for rape is general and may apply on the offender who commits marital rape. How is the crime punished? The penalty varies depending on the act itself and the circumstances surrounding it. Reclusion perpetua or imprisonment from 20 to 40 years is imposed on the offender if rape is committed through sexual intercourse. Prison major imprisonment from 6 to 12 years imposed on the offender if rape was committed through oral or anal sex or through the use of any object or instrument that was inserted into the mouth or anal orifice of a woman or a man. This may also be limited to reclusion temporal from 12 to 20 years or reclusion perpetua depending on the circumstances or the surroundings of the crime. What to do if someone is raped? Advise the victim to seek help of a counselor or therapist or an expert in handling cases of sexual abuse. Now, take note, if there is someone who are raped, advise the parents or the victim not to take a bath or to wash. So just only change their clothes. And the clothes used during the time of rape, it must be properly folded. It should not be crumpled. Then it must be put into a safety box or container, and then assist the victim to go directly to the police stations and seek advice, no? So yun. Assist her in securing a safe and temporary shelter if she needs to move to another place for security reasons. So this is now the rules and functions of the proper authority like the DSWD, no? Then the victim can be referred to a crisis center or any government agency that offers temporary shelter. Make sure that evidence is safe and intact. As I said earlier, this would help in case the victim decides to file a case. Secure a medico-legal certificate from a medico-legal officers. Absence of bodily injuries that does not mean that rape did not occur or that the case may not be pursued by or anymore, no? So yun, kailangan talaga yung forensic medical examinations in order to prove if there is really a rape happen, no? So just like in the case of the Sarah case, no? Based on the result of the medico-legal examinations that there were no possible rape was happened at that time, no? Now support the victim along the way when she decides to file a case. Ensure that she is prepared in all aspects. So kailangan yung i-condition yung biktima, no? Kailangan counseling siya. Make her understand the overall picture of the case. Kasi the victim of rape can be raped for the second time or for the third time. So pag itong sinabi second time or third time, so una, yung nagkaroon talaga ng physical contact of rape. Pangalawa, doon sa investigation because the victim will ask what happened, no? Before and after the incidents. Okay, so the victim will narrate everything, all its sudden experience. Then after that, once the victim file a case to the court, then during the court trial, then she will be asked again, the victim will be asked again, what happened or what transpired during that time. So it is what we call painful. Now, there is what we call this psychological and emotional effect to the victims, no? Because tatlong beses siyang gagasain. Una, yung talagang actual. Pangalawa, sa investigation. Pangatlo, sa korte, no? Now, inform that here that it's possible that doctors, police, lawyers, and judges would not be sensitive to situations and experience. Help the victim choose the lawyers who understand her most. Yes, no? Actually, meron namang abogado talaga na makuha yung biktima, no? Coordinate with people can assist or support her all throughout. So, kailangan makita na yung tao, ma-identify yung tao na pwedeng maasahan, na pwedeng magsuporta sa biktima. So, mula sa simula hanggang matapos ang kaso. Now, statutory rape. So, dito naman, ang biktima is less than 12 years old, no? So, just like in the case of Mayor Halusos. Mayor Halusos was convicted of a double counts of statutory rape, no? Yung kay Halusos. Okay, so paano ba mangyari ang ano, sir? Yung sabi, isang tao lang ang nanggasa pero napailan siya ng multiple rape. No, ang ibig sabihin dyan is bawat gas-gas na nakita doon sa loob ng orifice ng biktima, that is considered one count. No? Kung merong tatlong gas-gas dyan, which is positioning on different hours or clock, then that is considered as another count. Okay? When the victim of rape is at 12 years of age and below, it is a statutory rape. The reason for this is that event, if the child consented to the sexual intercourse, her consent is not valid because by her age and she could not give a valid consent. Sir, balikan natin yung sir, yung counts ng rape. What if, sir, tatlo ang ng rape, pero yung leader, 5 beses niyang ginasa yung biktima, pero yung mga kasama niya, 1 beses lang. So, they have different cases, sir. No, it must be pack one, pack all. Kung 5 beses ang nakita doon, then that is considered as 5 counts silang lahat. Okay? 5 counts lahat. Now, evidence in the investigations of rape. Panty or other clothing of the victim, physical examinations of the victim to determine signs of force such as injuries or the presence of seminal fluids inside her organ. Detached pubic hairs of the victim and suspect. Physical examination of the suspect and examination of his clothing, which is relevant matters at the scene of the crime. Testimonies of witnesses if there is any written complaint of the victim. Now let's go to the traffickings, no? Republic Act 9208. So what is 9208 of 2003? When in fact, it was already amended. No? Meron na tayong tinatawag na special laws, another special laws dito. An act institute policies to eliminate trafficking in persons, especially women and children. Establishing the necessary institutional mechanism for the protection and support of trafficked persons, providing penalty for its violations and for other purposes. Actually, itong batas ng 2003, hindi masyadong na-mention dito yung organs, but under the comprehensive laws on trafficking in persons, it was the organs was also mentioned on the provisions of the comprehensive law on human trafficking, no? Yung pagbibenta ng puso, atay, kidney, kasi kidney ang malimit, no? So yan. Now, under the Section 2, in pursuit of this policy, the state shall give a highest priority to the enactment of measures and development of programs that will promote human dignity, protect the people from any threat or violence and expectations, eliminate trafficking in persons, and mitigate pressures for involuntary migrations and servitude of persons. Ano itong servitude? Ginawa siyang katulong, no? Na walang sweldo-sweldo, no? His freedom to move was what we call this prevented, no? Not only to support people, but more important to ensure the recovery, rehabilitation, and reintegration into the mainstream of society. So, pag sinabi natin, what is trafficking in persons? Trafficking in persons, that is a continuous movement of the victim of deceptions by persons who are engaged on illegal activities. Especially it always most common it is landed on the prostitutions. And the source of trafficking will also landed into money laundering. No? Kaya part na rin sa organized crime yung money laundering. Now, trafficking in persons refers to the recruitment, transportation, transfer, or harboring or receipt of persons or with or without victim consent or knowledge within across or national borders by means of threat or use of force or other forms of coercions, abductions, fraud, deception. So ano ito? Yung mga biktima sa mga illegal recruitment. No? Most victims of the illegal recruitment and illegal migrants are landed into trafficking. Abuse of power or position. So ano naman ito? Yung mga may kapangyarihan na inabuso yung kanilang kapangyarihan na binigay sa kanila ng gobyerno. Sila pa ngayon yung nag-abuso, no? Yung pang-abuso na may mga katulong na pinatrabaho 24 hours din tapos hindi pa sinuswelduhan, no? So yan, inabuso yung kanilang katulong. Taking advantage of the vulnerability of the person. So ano ito? Yung kahinaan ng isang tao. Like for instance, yung mga biktima ng bagyo noon, yung nangyari sa isang lugar, no, dito sa Mindanao, na yung nangyari is yung noodles mo, puri ko, no? Pinagpapalit nung biktima ang kanyang puri para sa kapirasong noodles para lang mapakain yung kanyang mga kapatid at saka yung kanyang nanay. Or walang-wala yung tao tapos niloko mo siya, no? Tulad ba ng may trabaho pero pagdating pala sa isang lugar naging prostituted women siya, ibininta siya, no? Giving or receiving payments or benefits to achieve the consent of persons having control over another, yung bininta na, ginawa siyang slaves, no? Actually, ang bagong term ngayon ng trafficking, that is a modern day of slavery. Kasi nung una, white slavery lang talaga ang trafficking kasi most common na tina-traffic or ina-abduct para ibenta sa ibang bansa, para gawing prostitute women, is yung mga puti. Now, because of the modern day, nakita na wala nang pinipili ang mga organized traffickers, no? Mapaputi man, mapaitim, as long as they profit from it, no? So yun, no? Kaya tinatawag sa the modern day of slavery. So human trafficking, known as the modern day of slavery. Which include a minimum the exploitation of the order prostitutions of others of other form of sexual exploitations, forced labor or services, slavery, servitude, or the removal or sale of organs. So nandiyan na sa section 2.